Welcome back to the channel and welcome back to another edition of the Spurs Chat podcast. This is a transfer special. Of course, it is transfer deadline day. We are live on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, and of course, Twitch. So please do get involved. Let us know how you are feeling right now as a Tottenham Hotspur fan. Are you happy with what Tottenham have done so far in this transfer window? I of course, am Chris Cowlin, and I will be with you for the next 4.5 hours, taking you up and beyond the transfer window deadline. Let's see if Spurs can get any more business done. Now, during the next 4.5 hours, I'll be joined by a number of Tottenham Hotspur fans dotted all around the world, getting their thoughts and opinions on the transfer window. Of course, we've got 2 deals over the line so far confirmed. And Fabrizio Romano earlier today has stated, here we go for Mathys Tel, and he is currently at Hotspur Way undergoing his medical. Now, let's get the first 3 guests on. We have got Melvin all the way from Malta. Melvin, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well, Chris. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Yes. We've also got Jason with us. Jason, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Great to have you on. And we've also got Blake all the way from Australia. Blake, how are you doing?
Morning, guys. Great to be with you all. Really well. Bright and early. Great news to wake up to this morning. But yeah, Melvin and Jace, great to be with you as well. And yeah, looking forward to the show ahead.
Blake, let's start the show with you. How are you feeling right now on what business Tottenham have done so far? Because, of course, Kinsky over the line. Of course, he's played a number of Premier League games, FA Cup game as well for us. And, of course, League Cup game against Liverpool, making his debut. Great debut for him. And, of course, we've got Kevin Danso now over the line. What do you make of the business so far?
Yeah, I actually think the business has been really good right towards the end. Classic Spurs way to do it, of course. I'm actually deviating away from the classic Spursy term. I'm actually calling it the leaving it instead. I know that doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but look, I think it was as soon as the initial no from Mathys Tel came through, it felt like a bit of panic stations over the last 48 hours, which was quite frustrating, you know, and it felt like, you know, Levy kind of went into panic mode, and he just thought, oh, well, the fans are turning on me now. I really need to go and try and get deals done. So, you know, I understand that January is a really tricky window to get deals done. But, yeah, obviously great that we got Danso done as well. I think that's a really, really good start to the window. He looks, you know, obviously didn't know anything about him before we signed him, but he looked like a really powerful guy, really strong. He's kind of got that right-sided Van der Ven about him. With probably a little bit more power as well. And he's not afraid of crashing. I think we've really been missing that when Romero's been out, and it's good to have a backup option there as well. So, look, good start. Hopefully the Tel deal gets done in live time. And, yeah, overall, I think it's been, you know, they sell this message about, you know, how they've got a stats-driven plan of attack with regard to transfers, and it looks like when they do get the deals done, that's kind of what they've been going for. Obviously, Kinsky was a good example of that too. But yeah, it looked like panic stations as soon as deals weren't getting done. So hopefully, we don't want to just get anyone through the door. So that's a really, really important key point to make, I feel.
Melvin, what about you? You happy?
Yeah, you can say I'm happy. You know, as happy as you can be when you have Levy as your chairman. You know, at times he leaves us frustrated. I feel the communication from the owners could be better. What the project is going to be, what the vision is. I'm sure they can do better. I'm looking forward to, you know, the 5-minute, 10-minute video that they're going to release and tell us, you know, what the vision is, what was the understanding with these signings? Why do they fit into this project? Why weren't they panic signings? You know, how are they going to explain it? I am happy with the recruitment. In the last, I think, 3 years, the recruitment's been a lot better. You know, the ratio, you could say in the past was about 4 or 5 bad players to 1 good one. And you could easily say that ratio's turned to the positive. We've been signing good players, you know, with high potential. We can see what these guys are doing. You know, Archie Gray is incredible, absolutely incredible for an 18-year-old. I think it'll be difficult not to mention him every single time. Even in the January transfer window, I feel that even though a bit let down, I think we could have done these earlier. But you have to be happy with what we have. I think the defender is pretty good, solid, fits into Ange ball, something that we need. The attacker, I don't know much about, because I honestly, until they hold the shirt, I try not to look at them, not even videos on YouTube. I try not to, because I don't want to get attached to these kind of players before they sign. We've been burned way too many times. I mean, we did a podcast talking about Conte for 3 hours and then realized live that he wasn't going to come to Spurs. So I learned my lesson from that day, and I try not to look at the players until I see them wearing the shirt. I'm excited for some of them to have their debut in an extremely important game for us. You know, Liverpool, Villa. You know, we're still in 3 cup competitions, which I feel for the first time in a long, long time is our main focus. It's something that it really excites me. As it's sad to be 14th, but the positives out of that is I don't think we can make top 4. I think all the aim, all the energy should be in the cups, and we should safely say that Levy will not intrude into Postecoglou if Postecoglou decides he wants to win a trophy for the Tottenham fans, which we deserve and we've been craving for. And if Levy says, listen, top 4 is possible, and Postecoglou will tell him, listen, mate, you didn't give me January signings in the first week. You can F off. You know, I'm gonna do what I want. I'm gonna win these trophies for me and for the club. And it's so important to get this right. I feel that honestly, if Thursday goes right and we're in a final, I think the fan base will be delighted, because we don't look like a team that can be competing, but at the same time we're there. You know, we're there. We're in the Europa League, in a strong position in the Europa League to attack and challenge. And we brought in 3 players that give us depth, and the injuries coming back. All of a sudden the squad looks a lot healthier, the bench looks a lot better. You know, I'm delighted with the youth, by the way, with the youth.
Yeah,
I'm delighted. I'm so happy that Postecoglou gave them the opportunity to play, gave them the opportunity to say, listen, I'm here, I'm knocking on the door. You know, you maybe don't need a striker. Maybe Dane Scarlett is here. You know, I'm delighted for them, absolutely delighted, because these questions need to be answered. Are these kids good enough? Give them the chance. Are they good enough? You have to try. If you don't try, you'll never know.
it's got to be said, Melvin, that every single time that one of these development players or one of the younger players that we've brought in, they've really grabbed their opportunity. You know, look at even Jed Spence, how he's grabbed these opportunities. It's remarkable. Jason, let's come to you. Before we talk about individual players, etc., what were your expectations of this window, and have those expectations been fulfilled?
I think I expected Levy to back Ange, you know, having come out and said that, you know, he's supportive of the manager going forward, and there was no kind of inclination that he was going to sack him. I don't think, you know, during this like period of losses that we've had recently, and kind of mirrors to me like the Mourinho time as well. You know, when we had those like injuries to a lot of our attack then, and it seemed like he was a bit out of options, and we had a few bad results, and then obviously he was sacked right before the final. You know, a game that could have, you know, we could have easily won with him at the helm, I think. But I think hopefully Levy's starting to learn, you know, that it's better to kind of stick with a manager, because his injuries at the end of the day, it's nothing to do with the manager and how he operates. And the players are working really hard. You can see that they're giving it their all on the pitch. You know, could they be a bit more disciplined in some of the games that we've, you know, lost? Of course, but a lot of them are still quite young, and you know. But yeah, I don't really know what I can add. These guys have said pretty much, you know, most of what I was going to probably put forward. But yeah.
Jason, what have you made of the goalkeeper, Antonín Kinsky, so far? Because, of course, it was a signing that Spurs were meant to get done this coming summer, but they brought it forward because, of course, the injury to Vicario. How would you assess his time at Tottenham so far?
No, I really like him. He's, you he seems like he's young still, so he's got a lot of growth and potential in him. And who knows the player he could be in 3 or 4 years' time. And but it's a positive start. We had a kind of a few wobbles, like where he looked a bit shaky, but for the most part, he's a really good shot stopper and really good, distribution. And it just seems really positive to have him back there. And what a great addition, to Vicario, and who knows, might even challenge him for the top spot when he's back fully.
Blake, let's come to you. We're going to hear from Kevin Danso now. This was his first interview as a Tottenham Hotspur player, and shortly after we'll get your thoughts on Tottenham's new signing.
Feels amazing to be here at the club. Always wanted to play for a big club in the Premier League, and Tottenham Hotspur is exactly that. I think as soon as you hear Tottenham Hotspur is interested, the only thing you can do is say yes. Amazing project to be part of, and I'm happy to be here. I'm quick, powerful centre-back, good on the ball, gives him 1v1 defending situations. That's what I thrive on, and that's what I love to do, defend. Grew up playing academy football here. Grow up, everyone watches the Premier League, and like I said, it's a dream come true. Opportunities to win trophies, I think that's every kid's dream growing up, to winning trophies at a club like Tottenham Hotspur, and I hope that we can win a couple of those trophies.
Blake, before we get your thoughts on Kevin Danso, there's been some breaking news in France stating that Spurs have just submitted a £20 million offer for Burnley centre-back Maxime Esteve, 22-year-old centre-back. Apparently Burnley are after £30 million. Spurs have submitted a bid of £20 million. I think Spurs are definitely after another centre-back before the window closes. So I'm sure in the next couple of hours there will be lots more reports coming out and perhaps a little bit more news on that one. But Blake, first of all, let's get your thoughts on the signing of Kevin Danso.
Really like him. I think, obviously did my homework as a Spurs fan, getting on YouTube and watching his compilations, as good fans should do. But look, it looked like he fits the system really well. He has really good positive passes moving forward. I think he was something in the top 5 of all passes completed forward, which is exactly what we need for Ange Ball to work. Looks powerful, strong, fast. I think he's going to be a really good pairing with Mickey van der Ven should we get it done Thursday. As I said, coming clean, I didn't know a whole lot about him beforehand, but I think it's good to know that he's been in the system as coming through academies in England, and obviously he's gone away into Austria and got some experience, and obviously France as well. Looks like he plays really well for the national team in Austria, so I think it's all really positive, to be honest. He spent some time abroad, he spent some time in England. And it's only going to get him more experience. So, look, when the signing came through, I think everyone was kind of like, oh, who is this? Do we know much about him? But I think he's actually going to be a really good fit. And I'm super pleased that he's come on board with us. And obviously that's 2 signings now. So, it's obviously a little bit, we've got to take the positives where we can.
Blake, what do you make of the news that I just read out there? Maxime Esteve from Burnley. A lot of fans have been quite critical about our targets during this window because, of course, all of us Spurs fans expect us to be going after, top quality players. And no disrespect to Maxime Esteve from Burnley, but the teams that these, a lot of these players are playing for currently, a lot of Spurs fans are criticising that, saying that we should be going for, the more high caliber players. Is that fair?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I would say that maybe the strategy has shifted drastically in the last 48 hours. Once players were starting to say no, or they were going away to think about things. Obviously, Tel was initially an example of that. But I think we do have to aim higher than championship clubs, and there is obviously experience there. I shouldn't speak too frankly about it, because we did get Archie Gray from a championship club and he's been fantastic for us. But in saying that, that's also a youth project, and I think that he's slotted into exactly what we require in recent times as well. So Look, I think no matter what happens from here, no matter how many signings we land, no matter how many big bids that Levy throws out there last minute, I think it's safe to say that he hasn't really hit the mark this transfer window, and they were late in the piece to try and get deals done. Now, obviously, it's a very competitive market. January is all about it's a seller's market. So if you've got players that you want to sell on for bigger coin, obviously you can do that in the January window. But I think our strategy sort of went out the window pretty quickly, and now we're in a predicament where we are starting to fish around in the Championship, and the bigger players, bigger names, they're probably not necessarily drawn to Spurs at the moment, just given our league position. And you can sell the dream of a trophy, and it sounds like, by the sound of things, if Big Ange's gotten involved and sold the dream, that players are probably more inclined to want to discuss further. But if the board are involved, it may not be sold quite as well. So that's something to keep in mind if they do want to land the big fish.
Melvin, before we get your thoughts on Kevin Danso, let's hear what Ange Postecoglou thinks of our new signing.
Yeah, great to get Kevin in. We desperately need a defender, but getting him is great because he's a great fit for us. He's had a strong career, but he's at an age now where he really wants to kick on, and he's got all the attributes we kind of look for. He's really strong one-on-one. He's quick. He's dynamic. He wants to play on the ball. So, and like I said, he's just at a stage of his career where he's really determined to kick on now and make an impact. And so, really pleased. I think it'll be a lift for the whole group. And
Melvin, Ange says they're quick and dynamic, perfect for an Ange Postecoglou system.
Yeah. Makes you question Mark Cuti Romero. What's going to happen with him? Because you think Danso coming in fits Ange ball 100%. Every single attribute you just mentioned.
Melvin, sorry.
Fits into this team.
Sorry to interrupt. When you said about Romero there, I think it's very important at this stage to say that Spurs in the last couple of days have submitted a bid for Mark Gay of £70 million. Would Spurs be submitting that kind of offer, that kind of bid, if Christian Romero is staying at the football club beyond the summer? Yeah,
it's interesting because you see the bench full of injuries, and I believe Romero wasn't on the bench. Correct me, Chris. He wasn't there for the game in the stadium, and you start to question. He's not played for a while. He's been injured. He's not performed this season. He has 2 years left on his contract. You start to think. And in the past, this is where the club struggled, when sometimes players like this, you have to adapt, you have to adjust. If you sell Romero, I don't want to sell Romero, let's be clear. I'd love to keep him. But if he's in a stage in his career where we get a very, very big fee for him and we can invest it into 2-3 players, I'm not against it. So if they're going to buy Guehi and pay the money for someone who wants to be at the club, who's established in the Premier League, who's an England international, I mean, the club is throwing money around, Chris. We're not talking about... This is January, by the way. This is in January, not in the summer. We're making moves in January like it's August. A bit late. This should have been done maybe a couple of weeks ago, but perhaps the club's doing it now because maybe they feel, other clubs won't react. Newcastle, United, Arsenal, whatever. Maybe they're trying. Maybe this was the plan from the beginning. You never know with these things. With Levy, you never know. With Langer, you never know, because
Melvin,
they're done.
Sorry to interrupt. There's just been a report come out that Radu Drăgușin has actually suffered an ACL, and he will be out for at least 6 months.
Yeah, so that's terrible news because Radu actually played a lot. I mean, the guy was for a long, long time made out of steel because he kept playing game after game after game, and you have to feel for the guy because his help came a bit too late. Where was the defender 2 weeks ago? This is where I get frustrated with the ownership and the recruitment, because this guy should have been brought in a few weeks ago to replace Radu, to rest him. That's why I was frustrated with Ange, because I was thinking, when are you going to protect these players? You need to protect them. They can't be playing these amount of games. You're going to give them long-lasting injuries that affect their careers. And I was afraid for Pedro. I was afraid for Archie, Bergvall, You can't keep playing these guys and putting them through that much intensity, that much physicality, putting that load on their body when we need them for the rest of the season, and they're still young players. You could really affect their career, and unfortunately, Radu is the one to suffer. Now, knowing Radu, and I've seen him play, I've seen him train. He's a warrior. He's a beast. He's a guy that's always at the gym. He's extremely physical. He's very built. If there's a player that can, get past his ACL, come back stronger, it's Radu. I think he's that type of guy. But it's a massive, stall in his career. You talk about ACL, you have to talk about Rodrigo Bentancur, who's probably back to his best. I felt that was the best game I've seen of Bentancur in a long time, and we need a spine in this team. And I feel Rodrigo Bentancur has gave us that against Brentford. Probably the main reason we won. Me and my dad had an argument who was the man of the match, and he kept telling me it was Jed Spence, and I kept telling him it was Bentancur. And I felt because we probably won because of Bentancur and not Jed Spence, and we just kept arguing, and it turned from a victory into a family argument about Spurs. It's funny how these things work.
Jason, let's move on to you. Axel Disasi of Chelsea. Spurs have been actively trying to get this deal done. They agreed a deal with Chelsea. Chelsea said yes. The player has constantly said no. Tottenham Hotspur have constantly been pushing to get this deal done, and the player has constantly said no. What do you make of it? Because obviously with this news in the last couple of minutes that Drăgușin will be out for at least 6 months with an ACL, wishing him all of the very best for a speedy recovery, obviously. But Spurs obviously need to get more business done because we're still short in that area.
Yeah, difficult one. It's just how much is a player going to really come here and do well if he doesn't want to be here? And it's kind of like I feel a bit like that about it. And yeah, I don't know that much about him either that much, but just. Yeah, if a player don't want to be here, I don't see why we're after him. I think that's like the main thing that Andrew always talks about is a player wanting to come here. And I believe in Andrew's project and what he wants to do, and whether that changes in the coming days. Maybe he's saying no because of the Chelsea Spurs sort of rivalry. Maybe he's saying no because he doesn't understand the project. Maybe he feels like he can still get in the team at Chelsea and he's pushing for that. There's just so many kind of things that come into it. And I could imagine like the decision if I was a player and that was, and I was having to kind of just decide my future in a window, and what to do next to help my career, so it's tough. It's tough all round, I think. But I hope he has a change of heart. We could do with some bodies, in defence and just making sure we're covered for the rest of the season, and so we can fight and do well on all fronts, basically, in all the cups and get back up in the league. I just feel like we need bodies. We need good energy around the place. So that's like the flip side. If he's only want him to come if he's going to bring good energy, because we need that.
Well, news in the last couple of hours, which surprised a lot of people in the football world, that Mathys Tel is on his way to Tottenham, and an official announcement is imminent. We do expect it very, very soon. We're going to hear now from Florian Plettenberg from Sky Germany on the reasons why Mathys Tel changed his mind and he now wants to join Tottenham.
The massive turnaround for Mathys Tel. Let's go back 2 or 3 days. Daniel Levy, he has been in Munich. He has spoken to Mathys Tel and to his agent Gadiri Kamara. And after a while, Mathys Tel came back to the table and he said, sorry, Mr. Levy, I will not join Tottenham. I don't feel the project. This is not the right step for me. Okay, Daniel Levy said sorry for that. He was flying back home to London without Mathys Tel. Then there have been the negotiations between Manchester United about a loan deal with FC Bayern. The negotiations have been off. last night. And now the massive turnaround. Mathys Tel has reached an agreement with Tottenham about a loan deal, and he has already arrived now in London to undergo his medical with Tottenham. To our information, it's a straight loan until the end of the season, with no obligation, with no option to buy. It's a straight loan in order to get gain and match practice. And honestly, I think this is a very, very good solution for Mathys Tel, for Tottenham, and for FC Bayern.
We've got about 30 seconds left. Florian, why did he change his mind? Why is he, after all, coming to Tottenham?
Honestly, I think that he has reconsidered his decision, and he was in talks with Arsenal, with Chelsea, with Tottenham, and I'm totally convinced that in the end, Spurs have presented the best project in order to get match practice, and this is the most important for striker Mathys Tel. Now it's up to Postecoglou to place him in the right position. He's not a winger. Tottenham, please, he's not a winger. He's a striker. Let him strike, let him score goals.
Blake, let's come to you on this one. What do you make of this signing of Mathys Tel? Are you excited? What do you make of the situation?
Very excited. I think I want to start by saying that I don't think Levy had anything to do with the deal. To be honest, it sounds like he's flying into Munich, and the players kind of gone thanks but no thanks. From what I understand, and seeing it happen in the past, Big Ange's really good at selling the project, selling the dream to players. And it's no surprise, we got James Maddison through the door. Like when he first came to the club, we got Van der Ven, got some big up and coming names there. So for him to then go away and speak to Tel and his team, I think is brilliant, and he's really good at selling the dream. I think it's really good that the journalist has come out and said that he's actually a striker, because that's precisely what we need right now. Dane Scarlett's been doing a great job, of course. And he did really well in Europe. He did well on the weekend when Richarlison was out of petty tickets. But I think we do need that established striker and someone that can relieve for Richarlison. For me, Richarlison he fits the system better when he comes off the bench for 20 minutes. He's like that 20-minute impact player that can really try and make something happen. Whereas I feel like Tel is going to be really, he's going to have heaps of pace and heaps of stamina around the ball. And I hope that he can try and bang some goals in for us at critical times. So, look, it's a really exciting deal. But yeah, it doesn't change anything of my opinion of the board or anything like that. Just how long it's taken to get deals done in this window when we've needed the support. But I guess you've got to take the positives where you can, and that is that it sounds like he is coming to Spurs after all. And I think part of the message would have been that you're going to get really good playing time. If you go to Chelsea or Arsenal, they've got plenty of players at the moment, and it may be the case that he doesn't get a lot of playing time. So I think also tying into the loan as well, it sounds like he's going to get really good playing time. So, and of course we need that position filled. So very exciting.
Blake, just very quickly, last question for you. How many more signings do you think we're going to get in before 11 o'clock?
Oh, I'm going to say one. I think Tel's going to be the last one. I get the feeling that Burnley's going to reject that offer. Not that I think that that's something that should be pursued really heavily, which is probably why we've gone with the low ball deal. But I certainly I don't think it's going to be any more than Tel from here. Three is pretty good for January. I know how hard it is for business to get done, and we do have to give credit where credit's due in that regard. But yeah, I think we left our run too late. Let's hope Tel comes through, and we've got three players in all positions that we sort of need filling.
I think you're right in what you said about 3 is good for a January window, but they should have been done a lot earlier, because we've had a lot of games, and Ange has been crying out for players, and of course 1 being the goalkeeper and 2 coming so late on in the window. But I do agree with you. 3 in a January window is pretty decent. Melvin, just very quickly, because we're going to have to change. We're going to have to make some subs on the podcast. How many more signings do you think we're going to get in? Tel and perhaps 1 more?
It depends if it's the right one, yes. But if no, I'll be happy with 3. I think it gave us good enough options, rotation, to cover Drăgușin now. Unfortunately, it's birthday as well today, apparently. So that's a really, really, really shitty birthday for him. So I wish him all the best and get well soon, Radu.
Jason, just before you go, your thoughts on the Tel signing?
Yeah, I really like it. It's exciting. I'm glad he chose us in the end because we're giving youngsters a chance at the moment. So I'm sure he can see that and knows that he will get his opportunity. I don't know if it was actually a no in the beginning. Like, I reckon it was maybe just him assessing his options and he didn't say yes rather than saying an outright no.
It was definitely a no.
Okay. There you go. Yeah.
But people can change their mind, can't they?
Yeah.
It's all about game time. He wants game time, and Postecoglou has been on the phone and sold him the project and sold him game time. So, if it works out for all parties, then fantastic. Melvin, Blake, Jason, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, guys.
Good night, guys.
Right, so we're now going to make some subs. We're now going to bring in Pat, Stuart, and Gary. Pat, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you doing, Chris?
All good, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us. We've also got Stuart with us. Stuart, how are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, all very good, thank you. And, of course, Gary. Gary, how are you?
Yeah, fine, evening.
Gary, let's start with you. What are your thoughts so far on this window? How many more pieces of business do you think Spurs are going to get done before 11 o'clock?
I don't think there's any more coming, but you never know. We don't really know very much what's going on apart from the press giving us names here, there and everywhere. You don't know what's coming. There might be something that's kept quiet that we get all surprised with and excited with, but at least we've got a few in. That's something anyway. It's great getting someone on loan because you're not committing to yourself if it goes wrong. And hopefully it just gets out of trouble for this rest of the season. And then maybe we can go again in the summer when we've got more time. We can actually see if we're going to stick with Ange, which I think they probably will. But at least he's got time to prove himself now, the end of the season, see when the injuries come back, whether he's going to be the man. And, it just gives us a little bit of breathing space. I think the Brentford win was very important. I think if we hadn't won that, we'd have been looking at the relegation zone a little bit more. I think, obviously it's highly unlikely, but, it had to stop somewhere. And I think it was good that we got the win and the win in Europe, seeing the youth scoring, which was good. So I think it looks a little bit brighter than it did a few weeks ago,
Let's start there, actually. Let's hear from Ange Postecoglou about that important win. That's exactly what he called it, Gary.
Look, I guess in the context of where we are in terms of the season, it's an important one because, like I said, our league position's not good enough. We need to address that. We need to improve, but it's still the same group of players doing Thursday, Sunday. You can't get away from that fact, and people can kind of dismiss it, but playing Thursday, Sunday consistently without being able to rotate takes its toll. The Premier League is a relentless competition. You're meeting teams who have had 7-day break, and we've had literally 48 hours sometimes with, so from that perspective, I think the pleasing thing is that, we've got Mickey back on Thursday night. We've got Jed back in today, signing Kevin. At least the group now, I think are getting some sort of encouragement and energy from the fact they're getting some help, and that certainly, I've got no doubt that'll assist us in addressing our position in the league. And we've got some massive opportunities as well in the back half of the year. So important because we have to improve in the league. There's no doubt about it. Where we are is not good enough, but I think significant because it was again done by the same group of players who we've asked to do this for quite a while now.
Pat, before I get your thoughts on the transfer window so far, as Gary mentioned there, such an important win. I was inside the G-Tech Community Stadium yesterday, and I tell you what, there was that relief from the fans, relief from the players. You saw the players come over to the away end, in that huddle, and Ange Postecoglou, of course, was there. It was a very different style under Ange Postecoglou on Sunday as well. What did you make of the game?
Yeah, I thought the game was... honestly, I did think it was a bit lackluster. Defensively, really strong. I was talking to Barnaby on the show, the post-match reaction show there, and And again, I couldn't help but to think that it was more of a getting back to the basics and just making sure that you're sticking to the principles of football and not necessarily just trying to hammer down exactly how Ange Postecoglou wants to play. So I was saying that, just making sure that you're running all the time and causing problems where you can, and the rest will kind of fall into place. And that's exactly what was happening. And Bentancur was kind of pivotal in all of that.
Pat, let's get your reaction to the Radu Drăgușin ACL out for 6 months.
Yeah, I think it's horrible. I feel for him. I think it's his birthday today too, which sucks. Really bad birthday gift. I've torn my ACL, and this, it's a 10-month recovery. I really hope that we have a replacement for him. I know we did sign another center back, and we've got Van der Ven back, but Romero and Van der Ven are injury prone, and we can't just keep relying on Davis and Gray to see us out throughout the season. So I hope we get something in these last few hours here.
Stuart, let's come to you. Goalkeeper, of course, over the line. Played many games for us so far in January. A centre-back now over the line, and now it looks like we're just about to sign a forward, and Sky Germany have stated he's not a winger, he is a striker. What do you make of the business that we've done?
Late, frustratingly late. It's been driving us all mad. We've known that we've got defensive problems since 9th of December.
Yeah.
I think I was on a pod with you before saying, why is it that Lang or Man, Lang, whoever, Levy, why is it they've not got someone lined up? 2 warm bodies come in door 2nd of January. Why are we here on the 3rd of February? How many games have we played? How many games have we lost? Damage is done to that extent, I guess, but really frustrating. The ones we've got in, I've got to be honest, I don't know. I mean, we signed a 19-year-old who was going apparently fine under Tuchel, but then company doesn't fancy him. So he's pushed to the margin. So do we know what we've got? And the German fella can be saying he's a striker. Well, we'll find out, won't we? I think the plan will probably be play him out on the left and give Son a bit of respite because, God bless him, he's absolutely knackered.
Stuart, do you think behind the scenes Ange Postecoglou is disappointed the fact that he hasn't been given the players earlier on in the January transfer window? Because how many times can a manager say publicly, we all say as fans, but how many times as a manager say publicly, we need players in, we need players?
I bet Levy's happy he doesn't have Conte still, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be a fly on that wall. You can imagine he's sat there in front of the press, saying, yeah, we're struggling, we need help. But I think he's probably kicking the bin around the room and, calling a few names out. I think he's probably seething inside. But, he's classy enough and he's professional enough that he's not going to vent. He's not going to wash dirty linen in public, unlike Conte. So, yeah, I mean, he said he's frustrated. He said a really interesting thing, actually, the other day, that frustration is one of the most useless emotions there is, which is an interesting point. I think all of us have been feeling a bit useless for about a month now.
You're happy with the Brentford win, though, Stuart, surely?
Oh, mate, I tell you, it was not the best of games, was it? But, I didn't care. I couldn't care less that it went in off Jan Out's back. It could have gone off his backside for all I care. Mate, 3 points. Let's hope Thursday night we can, park the bus. Let's get across the line and just keep going upwards.
Yeah, I tell you what, I feel exactly the same. Park the bus at Anfield. I don't know whether that's going to happen under Ange Postecoglou. It's who we are, mate, and all that.
Yeah.
Gary, let's come to you. Talking about Mathys Tel, are you surprised by this turnaround of him now wanting to come to Spurs? Because it has been widely reported by Sky Germany a couple of days ago. Daniel Levy went to Munich and the player actually looked Daniel Levy in the eye and said, no, this project isn't for me and this move isn't for me. He spoke to Manchester United. Chelsea were also interested. But after speaking to Manchester United, he suddenly thought, I want to come and join Tottenham. The announcement is imminent. We're expecting that any minute. But going through his stats, 83 appearances for Bayern Munich, 16 goals, 7 assists. And quite a surprising stat for me here. He has started just 9 Bundesliga games since joining the club from Rennes in 2022.
Well, it's obvious they don't really fancy him to start at the moment. They probably just think he's something for the future. That's why they've loaned him out. We're a little bit desperate. You know, maybe Andrews said that he'll guarantee him game time because we're quite short. Maybe he might have thought he went to Manchester United and be on the bench, or he'd be, you know, rotation. I think it's probably game time that tipped him over the edge to come to us. But I said before, you know the truth, what goes on. You only know what the press tell you. You know, you don't know how many players Tottenham are after. Levy might have been after players right at the beginning. You don't know. You know, some of the stuff, you can't keep blaming the board all the time. We know their shortcomings, and I really think that a new owner should come in somewhere down the line to, you know, a fresh injection of money, because it's massive money that is needed in the squad to go in next season. I think we're slipping down to maybe 8th position, even with a full team at the moment. You know, you think Nottingham Forest are coming up, Newcastle, even Bournemouth, plus the usual suspects, the Arsenal, Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool. Man United can't keep where they are at the moment. Surely they're going to spend big in the summer. So I really do think in the summer we need to not get players from Burnley and loan players. I think we need... You look, years ago we had Gareth Bale. He made us overachieve. We had Kane and Son relationships. Son was getting golden boot. Kane was getting the golden boot. We haven't got those players anymore. We've got Son, and I don't want him, you know, he's not the player he was. He's still a great player, and he's still good to have in the team, and I'm not one of these Son out. But, you know, time don't stand still for anyone. He's not the same Son that's going to get 30 goals. So I think looking a bit forward, you really do need a cash injection. And one thing I would say, Levy does get the pelters, but the Joe Lewis or the Joe Lewis family, they're the major shareholders. Now he's the one with the big money. You know, Levy is a wealthy man, but I don't think he can just inject 200 million of his own money. You know, I think most of Levy's money is wrapped up in the shares. I think he does get a few pelters.
Gary, I know lots of us will have different opinions, but surely you must agree with most of us that you know, deals should have been done early, especially when the manager has been crying out for signings, and especially when we've been going down that big table.
In an ideal situation, yeah, but I mean, I don't know whether they were available. I don't know, you know, maybe they have been going after players straight away. I mean, put it this way, I don't think Levy's after any last minute bargains. You don't really get them in January. I think he probably would have wanted. I mean, you see his face. Can you imagine how he feels? Like everyone's hating him. He's watching the team play really bad. I'm sure if there's money in the pot or a loan, I'd like to see Rashford in or Grealish. But, you know, I don't know whether they're ever after them. You know, we can't really believe what we read in the papers, but those would have been my ideal signing. And even if it had to push the wages ridiculously high just for the end of the season, just to give us that kick, that's what I would be more sort of looking for. I mean, hopefully this Tel is the real deal. It is on loan, so we're not going to lose too much, and we're not in a position to not get anyone in, because, you know, I don't think Solanke's, I don't know how long he's out for. You know, and, you know, some of these injuries, I forgot we've even had the players. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
We always think of Romero. We all think of Van der, and then we think of Ndogi. But there's Johnson, and one player I have been disappointed with, Richarlison. He's had lots of chances. You know, we keep thinking he had a full game. He played terrible on Sunday. You know, he's just, there's something not right. Maybe he needs to go to another club and something might click. But he's, you know, I know he's been injured a lot, but, you know, we paid a lot of money for him, and it just, you know, it just doesn't seem right. Something not right there. I don't know what it is, but, you know, I feel sorry for him. I don't want to, you know, disrespect him, how terrible he is, he looks generally upset with himself.
Yeah.
And I think we do need a cash injection if we're serious about sort of being back in the top 4 again. And I'm talking, it's big money. And I really do think that maybe Lewis needs to sell his share and a Middle East investor comes in. But we are in a good position for a new investor because Levy has done one good thing. We are sustainable and he's brought a lot of income into the club. So if someone came like an investor with a fair play, we could spend big money because the club do generate quite a lot of money in. So, you know, if we were lucky to, even if say Levy didn't want to go, he could keep his 17%. And the Lewis family, whoever's running it now, because it's a little bit unclear, you know, with his financial dealings, who actually has that 70%. If that was sold to, you know, American or Middle Eastern, who wants to, you know, invest them $500 million, just, you know, there are people who do that. Look at Chelsea. Look how much money they've spent. There are big people that do want to spend of their own money. I think Enoch just want to spend what the club generate rather than subsidise it from their own pockets.
Pat, let's come to you. What did you make of the announcement of the Beyonce concerts today before the announcement of, or a lot of the media reports about Tel joining Spurs? Because I tell you what, that did annoy a lot of people, and I thought that was very, very badly timed.
Horrible timing. Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, it just fuels the fire of the profits over players narrative that, you know, that we hear so often about Daniel Levy. It doesn't matter how good Beyonce performs. We need a team to perform. It's one concert. Yes, it's business. We get it. He's building an infrastructure. He's generating revenue. And he does claim, you know, that like every ounce of profits goes back into the team. But I don't think it goes into buying the right players. I'm not sure if it's going to good strategy for being able to actually build like suitable depth. The youngster thing that we have going on constantly, where we're just buying from the championship or mid-table clubs and investing in youth players, like that doesn't really work when we're trying to, you know, have a proper B team where somebody can slot in right easily for Solanke. Richarlison, again, I agree with you, Gary. He can't really do that. He does run around and cause problems, but he doesn't really fit the system. So yeah, you know, like it's annoying not to see. It's annoying to see a Beyonce concert being announced over more players. Like who's the center back from Crystal Palace that we just got rejected? Gahey,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so 70 million. Like I feel like, you know, Newcastle, they put that bid in the middle of the summer, where Crystal Palace they put 70 million in for him, and Crystal Palace had plenty of time to try to replace him, but they said no. So why did Daniel Levy do that at the 1 yard line of the January transfer window? It's because he wants everyone to see that he's made an effort, but it's nothing. Offer 75, offer 80. You know, I don't buy it.
Yeah. Weirdly, Tim Sherwood come out and said Gay's one of the best defenders. Go and break the bank for him. A report has just come out from the Daily Mail stating that Axel Disasi's proposed move to Tottenham from Chelsea is off again. This has been on and off all day, and the player, well, that has been the most constant thing. The player has constantly rejected Spurs. Pat, what did you make of Tottenham signing Kevin Danso? Because we know that Johan Langer, we know that the football club is heavily data-driven. Now, he was just about to go, on his medical to Wolves, and then Spurs nipped in there and got the deal done. So this was pretty obvious that this was not a Spurs target. This was not a player that was going to sign for the football club. He was going to sign for Wolves. We nipped in there. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we got somebody in there. I saw a head-to-head stat comparison with Cutie Romero, and there's a little less offensiveness in terms of his statistics, which is funny because he gave an interview about how offensive he likes to be and forward-thinking. and he's not great at forward passes. He's really good at one-on-ones, which I do think that we need. We're kind of weak in that regard. And we need somebody strong who's good in the air, who's tall. So I think that's great because I think he's like 6'3" or 6'4". All the other attributes, and again, we didn't sign a youngster, which I think is huge because we do need leadership back there. People forget how young Van der Ven is, and people forget how young Radu is because they're just these big guys at the back, but they're kids. Like they're 22, 23, and then we got Archie Gray, who's not even a center back. He's 18 years old. So It's nice that we got a 26-year-old guy over the line, and I'm excited to see him play. Maybe don't slot him in right away on Thursday, just because I believe Archie Gray and Van der Ven can probably get the job done. But if we need to, take a player off, manage minutes, and we're doing okay, then I'd be happy to see him in the 70th minute or something.
Stuart, what do you make of the news about Radu Drăgușin's ACL injury, keeping him out for at least 6 months? Because it's fair to say, the injury crisis at Spurs since Postecoglou has arrived, not even this season. It was bad last season, but it's been a whole lot worse this season. What have you made of it in terms of the injuries that we've had?
Well, I echo what everyone else has said about Radu. It's his birthday. It sucks big time. And, I don't think he's been stellar. He certainly didn't show the same form as he did in the Euros for Romania, where I thought he was outstanding. But he's still a young guy, right? So he's still learning his trade. And I think, to have him on the bench and to be able to rest players and to rotate a bit, would have been really important, I think, both for him and for the team. That's another one in the rehab centre. I don't know what our medical team's getting paid, but they must be earning their corn right now. I've never known an injury crisis like this. I mean, I remember when George Graham came into the club, and he basically made it really uncomfortable in the medical centre or whatever. And funny enough, half the players were back in training. I've never known it this bad. This is horrendous.
Stuart, what do you make of the targets? Because Spurs have constantly tried to get this deal done for Axel Disasi from Chelsea. Clearly, the player doesn't want to join Spurs. And of course, what do you make of the bid of £55 million plus £15 million in add-ons for Mark Gay? Do you think that could be a possibility in the summer?
If Palace sell Gay, they're relegation fodder. That's their problem. He is their best player by far. I mean, they've got Eze, right, for sure.
He will go, though, at some point, because he'll be in his last year of contract, and Crystal Palace will definitely want to sell in the summer.
So, but why do it? Why do it now? I mean, certainly, when I saw the bid going in, I thought, is that there just for, for clicks? Is that there just for the fans? I never really thought that was a serious bid. I couldn't see Palace going, I tell you what, in January we'll sell our best defender. Really? So I never saw that coming off. I mean, the Danso guy, I just don't know. I've never seen him. He's a mature guy at the back. I've no idea. We'll find out, hopefully in a positive way. Generally speaking, I think that the whole transfer scenario has been a shambles, frankly. I did hear a rumour of, I have no idea how true it is, that Don Paratici fell out with Langer and he's no longer a consultant at the club. Langer is probably trying to consolidate his position, which I kind of get. But I can't say as I've been particularly bowled over in the Langer regime. I'm just nonplussed, really. I mean, the injury thing is just absolutely marring everything, right? We've no idea how good the team is or is not. We've no idea how well they would have performed as a team because they've all been injured. So it's difficult to tell. I'm not buying all the doom and gloom and these are not good enough and, Ange out and all that. I'm not buying any of that. I just think this season it's just been a bit of a write-off and whether we like it or not, we're going to have to suck it up as far as the league's concerned. We've got to go absolutely all out in the cups and try and get across the line.
In answer to your point there, Stuart, about Fabio Prasci, he's always at the ground, always see him. But interestingly, I actually said to someone the other day, I always see Johan Langer, I always see Fabio Prasci, but I never see them together.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah.
Gary, let's come to you. What are your expectations now from now until the end of the season? Because, of course, you know, adding some freshness in this transfer window, I think a lot of people are, you know, really focusing on the cup competitions. Of course, this is a massive week for the football club. Thursday away at Liverpool, and then, of course, in the FA Cup. We haven't won an FA Cup since 1991, a ridiculous stat. So, you know, a huge week in terms of cup competitions. We've got the Europa League coming up in March. League position, I think it's fair to say, and I hope this doesn't come back to bite me or this gets clipped, I think it's fair to say Spurs are not going to get relegated. But league position means everything to the football club. But I suppose all focus now is on those cups.
Yeah, I think we're too far down with points to look at Europe. You know, I think if we end up mid-table and, you know, performances have been looking promising, I think, as I said, this season's a bit of a write-off, and I think the fans will be happy that if we see an improvement. The cups are a bonus. You know, you can't predict anything. You know, you don't know the draws. You know, hopefully we can grind out something, you know, against Liverpool, but it's very, very difficult from where we are and where they are. But you got to look positive. You know, it's going to be a nail-biting fight. I just hope it don't go on penalties or anything horrible like that, because we haven't got that many penalty takers. And, you know, the other cups, we haven't got an easy draw in the FA Cup. And again, in Europa, we don't know. I don't think we know who we're going to play yet. They're a bonus, you know. Cup, anything can happen in the cup. But I think the league, if we just sort of finish mid-table, I think that's about as best we can get. I don't think it's probably possible to, you know, maybe that the Mickey Mouse European Conference, but even then, I think there's quite a few strong teams up there. I think a lot of teams have got better, yeah, in the mid-table sector. You know, I think that there's teams like Nottingham Forest, where have they come from? You know, they've spent big money, but you keep thinking they're going to lose now, but they're pretty up, and, you know, Newcastle, they're pretty up there. So I think if we finish mid-table, and if we do have a success in the cup, well, then it'll be all singing Ange again, and Robbie Williams will be singing that lovely Ange. But I will say one thing about Ange. Last season, he did lift the mourning period of Pochettino. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
We kept thinking, is Poch coming back? When a new manager went, is Poch coming back? Is Poch coming back? I think when Ange came, I think we sort of forgot about Poch a little bit. And that, you know, that ship's long gone. He might come back in years to come, but I think he sort of got the credit in the bank, the love back. And I think that's kept him where he is a little bit longer.
Yeah.
You know, I think some want him out because of the position, but I think we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt with the injuries. And I said, the cup's everything now. You know, if we could get one cup, you know, it would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? It'd be, the whole club would change the vibe. It'd be he's the best manager since, you know, Bill Nicholson, and it will be, you know, it's not easy to, but anything can happen in the cup. They could suddenly switch on. A couple of key players can come back. I don't know how long Brendan Johnson's going to be out. I said, I don't know how long any of them are. When are they coming back? Do you know how long Solanke's out for? Is he long term?
In the next couple of weeks, they'll all be back, Gary.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope so. And we return one more point. They did get rid of a few of the medical team, didn't they?
Yeah.
A few weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that does say that. I don't know whether they threw them under the bus, but maybe they weren't happy with what was going on with the injuries.
Yeah. Pat, very quickly, I feel like Ange Postecoglou hasn't been given enough credit for him personally managing that game at Brentford.
Yeah, you don't think so? I mean, tactically, like, he didn't have much to go on, and again, like, prioritizing the cups is big in my opinion. So He fielded a strong team against Elfsborg and fielded an equally strong team, albeit a very tired team, against Brentford. So I think there was probably some epic Wicked and style speech before the game and at half to just keep the lads going. Because again, like midfield beyond Bentancur, there wasn't much up front. There really wasn't. There's moments, but we didn't create a ton, but defensively we were good. Like defensively we were united, and that's a huge draw for people in January to see like, okay, there's belief in the manager. Like the players haven't given up yet. Like you can see them fighting for the manager. Like that could have been a big reason why Tel was convinced. And I know that there's like that private conversation that they had. So clearly, like the guy's an orator. He convinces the players. And again, like that's probably exactly what happened at Brentford.
Sure. Lastly, with you, will we get a draw or a win at Liverpool on Thursday?
Oh, mate, you do this to me every time.
I'm here to ask the questions.
Oh, dude.
Are you ending on positive or not?
2-2.
2-2.
2-2.
Can we park the bus? Is it possible to park the bus?
I mean, seriously.
Of course it's not.
No, seriously. We couldn't even spell bus. No.
Yeah.
No, mate. I mean, I think, look, I mean, Brentford, Pat makes a good point, right? I think Brentford, and to your point, and certainly changed things up. We were far more dogmatic, and frankly, we had no choice. I mean, the team is the same team that's been pretty much playing week in, week out. I wouldn't quite say we parked the bus because we don't know how, but I'd say we were a lot stronger in midfield. And I agree with Pat. Bentancur, I thought, was outstanding. I thought all of the midfield did particularly well. So, yeah, I mean, we've got a couple of new signings, some fresh legs. We'll be 2-1 down. It'll be 94th minute, and then Mathys Tel will bang one in, and we're all happy.
Great way to finish, Stuart. Stuart, thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Cheers.
Cheers. And Pat, thank you so much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Chris. We'll see you.
Cheers, mate. And Gary, thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Cheers, Chris.
Cheers. Right, there is now less than 3 hours remaining of the winter window. And, of course, we will be reacting to all of the latest news. We've got some more guests on. We've got Chris with us. Chris, good evening.
Evening, Chris.
How are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Very good, thank you. We've also got Gary with us. Gary, how are you? You're on mute, Gary. There's always one. And we've also got George with us.
And it's always me.
George, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly well, George.
Excellent.
George, of course, is over in America. George, let's start with you. How are you feeling as a Spurs fan right now, and how are you feeling about this transfer window?
To be honest with you, I'm always happy as a Spurs fan. I have been my whole life. I know it can be a bit challenging, but I just can't help it. I mean, being a Spurs fan and being far away, you tend to have a little bit more appreciation. I only get to come in, 2 or 3 times a year to watch the game. So win, lose or draw, I'm the loudest one there. That's why I'm always typing in caps, and everybody's always accusing me of shouting. And as far as the transfer window goes, I think Levy, I think the club are doing their best. They are doing their best. What happens to Tottenham normally is if we put in too many early bids, we get gazumped, we get hijacked. Just like we hijacked Wolves, I think we are kind of keeping our close to our chest, our cards close to our chest, I should say. I think, we're going in with the bids. That's all you can do. And players have got to want to come to Tottenham. And if they don't want to come, then so be it. Now, I do believe, I haven't caught up on everything because I was driving earlier today, but I do believe, is Tel actually coming in?
He's having his medical as we speak.
Well, there you go. I mean, I know the lad may not have necessarily wanted to have come initially. I mean, he's got to put it out there, right? But he's coming. At the end of the day, he's coming. He's going to wear the shirt. We got to have respect for anyone who puts the shirt on, crosses the line and puts in 100%. So I'm very happy that he's coming. Kevin's coming as well. I'm glad he's coming too. I do believe that these reinforcements will help us to be able to be more competitive across all the different cups. So I am pleased.
Well, someone who isn't coming to Tottenham during this winter window is Axel Disasi, because he's on his way to Aston Villa. The Daily Telegraph just stated that he will be going on loan to Villa Park for the rest of the season. So that's the end of that one as far as Tottenham are concerned. Chris, let's come to you. What have you made of the season so far? Are you very much behind Ange Postecoglou? Because there's been a lot of criticism. You've probably heard us speaking already in the last hour or so that, you know, Ange has been crying out for players in this window. George says there that he thinks that Spurs and the board are doing everything they can to get players. Have they done enough for Ange?
Probably not. You know, leaving it the last minute to go for Gay, that's typical Tottenham, isn't it? You know, if he was on their targets at the start of the transfer window, go in and offer the price for him. It smacks of a desperation one to me. I think they obviously found out about Drăgușin was going to be out, and it smacked of a desperation offer to me when it came out. Have they done really enough? Probably not, because he's, how long has he been crying out for the players? Before Christmas, he was saying where he was. Yeah. And I think it's just systematic of how our season's gone, isn't it? Really, that we're just sort of like treading water, really. I mean, it's it's like as a Tottenham fan, like last weekend it was doom and gloom. You get 2 wins and you feel a bit positive again, didn't you? And but I don't think they've done enough. I mean, it's typical. It just shows you that Levy's still the puppet master, doesn't it? Because we got Scott Bunning, Jan Langer supposed to be doing the director of football stuff, but it still seems our transfer policy is exactly the same. We're just wait, and then try and get deals over right at the end of it, which, as we know, as previous, it just doesn't happen, does it? Especially in January. Yeah.
We know though, Chris, that winter windows are very, very difficult for deals to be done, and I did expect a lot more deals to be done in the last couple of days because a lot of the European clubs know whether they're in Europe or out of Europe. But what were your expectations at the start of the window? Because we could end this window this evening with a goalkeeper, a centre back, and an attacker. I think if you would have said to a lot of people at the start of the window, you will have those 3 players, I think majority of us would have been happy. But I do get the frustration, and I've certainly been frustrated, as I'm sure Ange has, that the fact that they weren't done earlier.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not as underwhelmed as I've been in previous transfer windows. We've got players in it. I mean, the goalkeeper, well, how many games he played? 6 games. Thrown at the deep end against Liverpool, and to be fair, he looks like he's been playing for us for 2 seasons, doesn't he? He just, so he's obviously a good buy, because Vicario's good, but it's always a bit frantic with him, isn't it? It seems everything's like rush around. He's brought us up a calmness back for us. So how the other 2 perform, we don't know. Who can tell? Because the problem is getting him in so late in the window. You've still got to get him into way Postecoglou plays, isn't he? He's still got to learn out the systems, and so it might be a month or so before we see the best of them. Or it might be like Bentancur and Kulusevski just come straight in and hit the ground running.
Yeah, let's
hope they do, because we need it, don't we? We need them to come in and start performing for us.
Absolutely.
The guys are dead. Look, the guys are dead on their feet at the moment, aren't they? You can see that on Sunday.
Gary, let's come to you. Good evening to you. As Chris said there, I feel like it's so important that when we sign a player to hit the ground running, someone like Mickey van der Ven, hit the ground running, come in, show you what they can do. And what have you made of the transfer window so far? Are you happy?
In a nutshell, no, I'm not. I think we've left it way too late. I appreciate it's difficult, but we should have been planning way ahead. You plan for the winter window from the end of the summer window. We just seem to me, Chris, we seem to be scattergunning around like headless chickens. Everything seems like a last minute panic rush. I think to get the goalkeeper, the defender, and if Tel signs to get him as well, you've got to say they've done okay. But are they the real targets? Were they what we really wanted? That would be the question I ask, because of the approach we've taken. But yeah, all in all, I suppose at the end of the day, the 3 players that come in are going to be good players. To be fair, they'll do us a turn. But I'm disappointed with Tel, the fact that it's not a full signing, it's a loan deal. The icing on the cake would have been that we got him on a proper, a contract, should we say?
It's not been confirmed yet, Gary.
Okay.
I feel like there is a possibility that can happen, because
I hope so.
The clubs did actually agree a €60 million fee. The player then didn't want to come, and then now he's changed his mind. So you never know what's going to happen in that. I suppose that's why we are waiting for that announcement, because that's probably being spoken about right now. How do you feel about the signing of Tel, Gary? Because 19 years old, I read his stats out earlier. Only 9 starts in the last couple of years in the Bundesliga. Another inexperienced player, if you like, but exciting talent for the future.
So.
If it is a loan just until the end of the season, and Postecoglou and Spurs have promised him game time, I'm sure he will get a lot of game time if we progress in the FA Cup and, of course, in the Europa League. And I'm sure he'll get a lot of minutes off the bench, if you like, if when Solanke comes back, to give him a little bit of a rest, because it's fair to say that he's done so much running this season and not been given a rest. So Tel could fulfill some of those minutes. Are you excited by this signing, or how do you feel?
I am, yeah, I am. He's reputedly a very good young player, one of the major prospects in world football for his age at this moment in time. I just feel I would have preferred to have got him on an option as opposed to just a straight loan, because I just feel something tells me we're just being used a little bit. He's going to come over, he's going to play, and then he's going to bugger off potentially. Who knows what goes on behind the scenes? But I feel if we'd have had the option, I'm not saying necessarily an obligation, but just the option. When the loan comes to an end, we've got the option then to say, that would have worked better for us. I think it's all weighted towards Tel at the minute. He's got the better end of the deal, better end of the stick as far as I'm concerned. I think really if we'd have had that option to buy, then that would have put us in a stronger position. If he does well, obviously, and if he doesn't do too well, then we just not take up the option anyway. So yeah, I think overall I think he's a good player. He looks like a really good player. I've stopped YouTubing players until they actually sign for us now. I literally have. I mean, it's just like you see a certain player. I know the YouTube are the best bits, obviously, but you see a player and you think, wow, he looks really good, and then he doesn't sign. So you're just like, what am I wasting my time for? But I think he looks a good player.
I think the main thing is he has actually signed. I think that's always he's allegedly going to sign. I think that perhaps the Kane deal has got something to do with this. As a negotiator myself, I think potentially that may have been thrown into it, because let's not forget, one day Kane will be coming back this way. So it's the perfect opportunity to bring in a young player. We may actually sign him. He'll do bits for us, and then we can send him back, and they can send Kane back.
Master plan.
So I just wanted to touch on a couple of things as well, Chris. Sorry to cut you.
Go for it.
With regard to just the attitude of Tottenham supporters, and I sense that. I know we've been long suffering, but I do feel that there's an air of a defeatist, defeatism, if that's even a word, or there's a defeatist attitude that comes with, the Tottenham Hotspur fan base. And apart from the games against Liverpool and against City, when we actually all of a sudden, with 15 minutes to go, believed we were going to win, then the fans got behind the team. I always feel that there's this air of, oh, here we go again. But we've got to, winning is a mentality. And I think as a fan base, that transposes onto the pitch. You got to understand, these are kids. My son, he's an academy player. He went through the academy system. They're kids. All of them are kids to all of us. I mean, we're all old enough to be their dads, right? They're kids. They're on the pitch. They need support. I'd rather the fan base would spend their energy singing for the team. Forget Levy. Forget him. We can protest. We can do what we need to do if you want to protest. But forget about him. Let's spend our energy supporting the team. This is a work environment. If you walked into work every day and people were booing and there was a protest and nobody liked the CEO, would you want to work there? Probably not. So we will be the responsible for our own downfall if these players like Romero decide to leave, because the working environment is not positive and it's not a good working environment. And I'm not trying to be a happy clapper. I'm just basically, when it comes to motivating people, you have to give them the motivation to get them to kick on and do well. We saw on the weekend, we've gone and got a 2-0 win against Brentford. People are complaining. They're complaining, oh, you know, it was boring, it was dire, it was drab. We did what we needed to do to get the 3 points and to get the results. And we're damned if we do, damned if we don't. With Ange Ball, we're finally seeing the type of football that we want to see, right? Now, I know it's been a little up and down, but we've only lost by 1 goal, the odd goal. Apart from the Liverpool game, I think we've lost by the odd goal in every single game we've lost. So we've been in these games. And I do believe that up against Liverpool, up in Anfield, we will go there and get a draw and get a result.
George, you can have my happy clapper title, no problem. You've got it. You've got it.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I don't know whether you were listening earlier, George, that I actually said that I felt like on Sunday, Ange Postecoglou probably didn't get the credit that he actually deserves because
exactly,
yeah,
he's a winner.
The way that he set up was very, very different to when we went down to 9 men, and you know everyone was applauding us losing 4-1 at home against Chelsea because the way that we went for it. But sometimes you just need to grind that result out. Sometimes it is about the result and not necessarily about the performance. I know he likes to entertain, but sometimes it is about the result.
And I think last time I said, because obviously having lived in Australia for 12 years, I was at the game when Australia beat, South Korea. So he's a winner. He's won at international level. And I think I mentioned it last time that, we're all standing around as English supporters clapping, Gareth Southgate coming second. To win at international level, to go to Scotland, not just to win, but to do the treble. He knows how to win. And there's no doubt about that. And so when we're calling for, Thomas Frank and Areola, I'm like, well, what exactly have they done? What have they done? Exactly. They've managed, they've done what Nuno did before we brought Nuno in. That was the remit for Nuno, the best manager outside of the top 4 or top 6 teams. We brought in Nuno. Wasn't good enough for us, right? Now he's doing bits, but I don't think it's the right move to then start thinking about managers that haven't really achieved anything substantial in the Premier League, apart from status in the Premier League. We're a big club. This is Tottenham Hotspur. We're going for trophies, right? And we need a trophy winner and someone that knows how to win trophies. Didn't work with Conte, didn't work with Jose. I think they had a little bit more of a, they were doing us a favor attitude, which we didn't want, But at the end of the day, I was behind all of them, and I'm now behind Ange up until obviously we get there and we get to do what we need to do. And if it does go south and we have to bring in a new manager, then so be it. But for now, I'm 100% Ange in, get behind the team and the signings. And I think we're going to do a few bits, because the question I wanted to ask the panel is, can you name one signing that's a bad signing? Of all our transfer business over the last couple of years, name me one sign. Who?
Werner.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But Werner is a dangerous player, right? You can't just leave Werner out on the wing and say, well, okay, we'll just leave him. He's not going to score. Let him go through. He's not going to score. You can't do that, right? Werner is dangerous, and he does bits, and he gets in behind defenses. And there's nothing worse than a striker that can turn defenses. Okay, his finishing does need a lot to be desired, but I do believe that Werner has done a few bits for us. And, I do believe that he is a reasonably good player. And like I said, having a kid that's come through the academy system, he's a good player. He's a good player. He just hasn't performed to the level that we need him to.
Chris, let me come to you. On the screen now, major signings under Ange Postecoglou, going on from George's point here. Kulusevski, Vicario, Maddison, Solomon, Porro, Van der Ven, Valise, Johnson, Timo Werner, Drăgușin, Bergvall, Gray, Solanke, Odegaard, Kinsky, and now, of course, Kevin Danso. And we expect Mathys Tel in the next couple of hours. Ange Postecoglou was asked in the press conference the other day, there is this perception of Daniel Levy and the board not necessarily backing their managers to the full in transfer windows. How do you see it under Postecoglou? Because when Postecoglou came in, I thought that he was heavily backed in that first window. Harry Kane left. He had a lot of money to spend. He went out, bought players, James Maddison, etc. How how would you review the transfer windows under Postecoglou? Is he being backed enough, in your opinion?
I think he is. You know, you look at that list of players. I mean, like Kulusevski was like obviously the previous. He was at the time, but the players they brought in, they've obviously brought in the players that he's identified fits his system, and who he wants. So yeah, they've backed him. I don't think you can deny that. Maybe they may not have bought the level of players he wants, because obviously Levy ain't going to go out and buy players that are going to win us the Premiership, is he? Because that's not what he does. They're buying players for us to be 5th, 6th, 7th, perhaps 4th. So yeah, I think they've supported him really well. I don't think he can complain, and I don't think he would anyway. But because I think he's too. I don't think he's not the sort of guy who's going to rock the boat, is he? He's not going to do a Conte on us, or.
But we've heard Chris. You know, certainly when he came in, Andrew said, "I'm not interested in 4th, 3rd, 2nd. I want to be number 1." So
yeah.
My question, I suppose, is: do you think it's ever going to change where we are going to go big? Because we heard so many times that our stadium was meant to be a game changer. So would you expect down the line at some point for us to spend more money, perhaps, or go after the elite players and perhaps pay more wages? Because I feel like that is a major problem at the moment with the wage structure at the football club, because, you know, we spoke earlier about it. Players like Jack Grealish, players like Marcus Rashford, you know, whether you want them or not, they probably wouldn't have come to Spurs had they been offered a contract because of the wage demands.
You'd like to think we would, Chris, didn't you? Considering where we are as a club, the revenues the club's bringing in, the money it's making, and when the deal. I mean, everyone talks about how much the stadiums cost, but Levy got that on such a cheap interest rate, you know, before the interest. You'd like to think he would come out and say, you know, we're now going to start aiming to win the Premiership. Now, he never comes out and says what his ambitions are for the football team, does he? You know, I know he doesn't say a lot, but you would hope he would come out and say, "This is, you know, we should not be arrogant, but we should be competing for the Premiership every year, given, you know, the money that we bring in as a club, the money we make. We should be doing it, and we could do it if he wanted to just loosen the purse strings of it. But whether he does or not, I don't know. I can't see him doing it, because I think he's been like it for so long now, Chris. I just don't think. You know, we thought the stadium would change things, and it really hasn't, is it? It's still the same old. Let's get the players in cheap, give them cheap wages. Where was that stat last week? Our ratio of our revenue against our 42%, the worst, right. the worst team in the Premiership.
What does that tell you? More revenue, though. We do have more revenue, so
we have more revenues, but we're still not paying the wages compared to like what the other clubs who got the same amount of revenues or more. You know,
I understand that, but I think it's a smart thing to do, because I think the bottom's going to fall out of football pretty soon. The problem that you got with the likes of Jadon Sancho and Rashford, and not to say they don't deserve that kind of money, but how do you motivate a young guy like who's earning millions a month to then, you know, they've put in a lot of hard work to get there, but I do believe that we are heading towards. Sorry, I got messages popping up on my screen. I do believe we are heading towards, crashing the sport, so to speak, if we continue to pay these excessive wages to these young players who are then not motivated to then continue to play. And I think the wage cap and structure that we have, it's acceptable. And I think it's, you know, where's the motivation to play for the club and play for the badge? You know, I understand the monetary gain, and I know it's a short career and they deserve it. But I think, you know, we are paying, you know, substantial wages. You know, it's not like we're.
I'm not saying we're not, but, you know, but if you compare us with, you know,
it's modern day football.
Arsenal, Liverpool.
It's modern day football. But would you rather be in Villa's shoes and, you know, be in that situation where, you know, the bottom falls out of the club and they could potentially find themselves back in the Championship? But I mean, again, obviously with Champions League money coming in, there is that money that we can use to sustain. And coming back to the stadium's been open for about 5 years now. So any business model will tell you that, you know, 5 years we'll start to reap the benefits of the stadium pretty soon. So the fact that we just went in and made that bid for Tel, 50 million, we've gone in for Gahey, was it 70 million? We're there, we're doing bids. We're able to go in and make those bids However, we don't have that same status as Manchester United, or, you know, even if they're in the mud, or perhaps maybe, you know, some of our neighbours down the road. And that's where we're at the moment. But I believe that, you know, we'll start to get some trophies going. I think the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium puts us on the map. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons why players would want to come and play for the club. And, you know, one of the things that I looked at the other day is when I saw the lads on the bench, you know, they're all standing there looking pretty cool. I mean, yeah, they're all fashion icons these days. But I looked at that and I thought, if I were a player, I'd want to come and hang out with these guys, you know. So I think, you know, we're cool. We're cool. We're a cool club, and I think Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is the place to be. If I was playing, I'd want to get a few free VIP tickets to Beyonce. So, you know, that would be an added bonus, and I'm sure Levy's using that as a deal clincher.
But the thing is, we got to start developing that winning mentality at the club, haven't we?
Yes.
And that's how you attract. That's how you'll start to attract the better player, the bigger and the better players. You've got to start winning things, and that's what we're not doing.
As fans, we're upset, but you know, growing up as a fan, I always saw us win trophies. You know, and I think we will do again. I think you know, we're just on the brink of things at the moment, and I think, you know, like I said, I don't think there's been a really bad signing. Someone did mention Johnson in the comments, but look at his numbers. Look at his numbers, and you can say he scores tap-ins, but we used to have a very famous striker who used to score tap-ins. So I don't think there's anything wrong with scoring tap-ins. Shout out to Gary Lineker.
I think I know what you mean, George, about the Tel deal is probably being negotiated. How many Beyonce tickets he's getting? That's probably what's taking time.
Exactly. And that's what they're coming. If they're coming to get into American football and come to American football games, we've got those added extra bonuses, and you know, it regenerates the area. And I think, you know, I mean, I'm originally from Tottenham, so, you know, like I said on the last show, it broke my heart to see Tottenham in flames after the Mark Duggan shooting, and the fact that they've regenerated the area and they've, you know, really put Tottenham on the map is really fantastic, and they've taken us into the next millennium.
You never know, the Beyonce. So you never know, the Beyonce announcement might have been the thing that tipped the deal for him.
There you
go.
Out.
That's it. Yeah, you never know.
Gary, let's come back to you. What do you think the club need to do to put that confidence in the fans again? Because, you know, it's not been nice, really, the last couple of games, because there are a lot of chants about Daniel Levy at the moment. There are a lot of chants about the board. There is, you know, a call for the board to resign from a lot of the fan base. You know, and Postecoglou has received a lot of criticism this season. It's been, you know, it hasn't been a nice place to be, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this year, with the results so up and down, the form being really poor in league competition. I know, of course, you know, we can be positive sitting here saying, well, we're still in all of the cups, which, you know, we're hanging on to. But what do you think the board need to do to, you know, put that little bit of confidence back into the fan base?
Yeah, I agree with the guys, to be honest with you. I think, you know, we have spent money. You know, George said about the winning mentality. I think, you know, also you need to invest in winning mentality. It ain't always going to come from within. I think we need to compete for the big players. It's difficult because we're not as, I don't know, we're not in a position we were going back when we're in the Champions League every year and such like. So it's difficult to attract the real quality, high-end, sort of elite players. And I think that's why we're going sort of the other way, trying to get youngsters in for the future. And I think we've got some cracking young players. But I do feel we need to sprinkle a little bit of experience, a little bit of real quality in there as well. That's why I was disappointed with the Tel deal. Even though he is young, he looks like a fantastic player. And, you know, if we could have got that option on him, or even an obligation, or even, dare I say it, a full purchase, I think that shows real intent. But you're at a point now where these players, they don't want to commit. They just don't want to commit, you know?
Well, Gary, Chris, George, thank you so much for joining us this evening, and we'll talk to you all soon.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Right, David Ornstein has just reported that Aston Villa have reached an agreement with Chelsea to sign Axel Disasi. Deal for the 26-year-old centre-back, straight loan to end of season, no buy option, fee to Chelsea, same range as Tottenham, which was £5 million. So that is now confirmed. Axel Disasi will not be joining Spurs in this transfer window, and there is now 2.5 hours left of the transfer window. I've got another 3 guests coming in. We've got Tim with us. Tim, good evening. How are you?
I'm looking forward to at least one more signing, I think. Huh?
At least one more. Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice? At least one more.
Yes. Marcus is with us as well. Marcus, good evening.
Evening, chaps.
And we've also got Noel with us from Ireland. Noel, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. Yourself?
Yeah, all very good, thank you. Tim, let's start with you. How are you feeling right now? How are you feeling about this transfer window? Are you expecting any more? Are you demanding any more?
I think it's been reasonably positive. I mean, if Tel comes through, that's 3 pretty good signings down the middle with Kinsky, Danso and Tel. I'm kind of expecting one more defender. I saw, was it Esteve in Burnley they potentially put a bid in for? So it sounds like they're looking for another defender. I think there's reasons behind that. That's my own little thoughts. But I think there'll be one more signing, or at least an attempt as to one more signing anyway.
It's so frustrating, Tim, isn't it? The fact that we get players back from injury, and even we sign players now, and then we've got another player out injured. Radu Drăgușin, at least 6 months.
I know, and that's a luck thing. I don't think it's like the others are training and hamstring. He just went bad on his knee and his ACL goes. I mean, that's our luck, right? Isn't it? Although you would say possibly that he's been worked like a horse, then he could have been a bit weak at that point. And everyone's been saying it, haven't they? You know, these boys have been pretty much playing every game. You know, I'm gonna give all the blessings to people like Archie Gray and just like, you know, hopefully he'll be all right. But yeah, it's just our luck at the moment. I don't think we can shake it.
Marcus, let's come to you. If I said to you at the start of the window that we'd get a goalkeeper, a centre-back and a forward, would you have been happy?
Yeah, like Tim said, it's the spine of the team. You want a strong spine. So I think we've strengthened in certainly some decent areas. I think we've been really unlucky with injuries, but actually, glass half full, that's led to some real development opportunities for people like Archie Gray and Bergvall. So I think that we should probably take some positives in terms of this has been an opportunity for those guys, and they've taken it with both hands. Jed Spence as well, I thought was brilliant on Sunday.
Marcus, with these deals, with these deals done, do you think that it makes Tottenham stronger in terms of gunning for those trophies? You know, trying to put a trophy in the cabinet, because, of course, league position is quite poor. I know Ange Postecoglou is fixated at the moment on trying to get better results in the Premier League. Of course, we got one on Sunday against Brentford. But the cups, I think we're all focusing on those cups. Are we doing enough in this window is probably what I'm trying to say in order to get us over the line.
I think you could always do more. 1 or 2 more would be good. I think we've struggled to attract like Disasi, who's turned us down. Tamori as well didn't want to come. That might be a reflection on our league position. If you've got Champions League clubs coming in for you, it's probably going to be hard for us to compete. The lad who went from PSG to Juventus as well opted for Champions League football. It would be. I'm not demanding, but I would like another signing tonight, certainly. And the good thing about these 2 lads, Tel and Danso, I think they're eligible for the cup competitions or the Europa certainly, and that will definitely make us stronger. So I think that's a real positive in that aspect.
No, let's come to you. What do you make of what business we've done so far? Of course, Kinsky has played 6 competitive games so far for us already. Been put in at the deep end. You know, that Liverpool game that he played in, played extremely well. FA Cup against Tamworth, and of course the 4 Premier League games so far. Kevin Danso, we nicked from Wolves. He was meant to be going to Molineux to have his medical. We nicked him, and it now looks like Tel. You know, this dramatic U-turn. It looks like we're going to sign him until the end of the season at least. What do you make of the business that we've done?
I think it's good, Chris. I think the goalkeeper is a really confident young guy. Like his performance against Liverpool in the first game was fantastic. He has done nothing wrong since. I thought he was very, very good on Sunday. So I think he's been a big plus. Don't really know an awful lot about Danso. If you'd have said, we'd get Tel, I would have been delighted. I thought he's highly rated in Germany. I mean, I probably committed the cardinal sin of looking him up on YouTube today. He looks very impressive, got lots of pace, something that we need. Our forward line, obviously, with the injuries, is very badly stretched. And I think Tel can play in more than one position. He can play through the middle or, out wide. So far, so good. I would say some of the guys were complaining there about, another centre half. I wouldn't have really wanted that Chelsea guy, but I don't suppose that Ange, going into the window, thought that Drăgușin would get injured. So, the situation has disimproved in the last couple of days. Possibly another centre half. I think it's not bad. I was talking to you last week and the mood was very, very low. I think everybody that was in the studio last week was very, very low. And after the Brentford game, I think I saw a seismic shift in the way that they actually performed the game. It wasn't all gung-ho. Brentford put in a lot of crosses, a lot of corners. They dealt with it capably and looked very, very good on the counter. So I think Sunday was a very, very big plus. And, going into the game against Liverpool, I can't remember the last time that Liverpool didn't score. So I think in actual fact, we have to score, to stay in the game. So we have to have some sort of result against Liverpool, but a lot better than last week. A lot more positive, of course.
Tim, what do you make of the mood in the fan base, particularly this season? Because I feel like when Spurs win, certainly when we record the podcast, we're all on an absolute high. When we lose, we're all on an absolute low. There don't ever seem to be a middle ground. And whatever we seem to do in a transfer window, it's never good enough.
No, it does feel a bit like that at the moment. I think a lot of it, I said it before, a lot of it is the comms from the club is just shockingly bad. And I think because although we've all got a connection to the club, of course we have all my life, sometimes it feels like we're kind of grasping at stuff, anything that will come with us. So it feels like a kind of an abusive relationship in many ways. We're really high and everything's great, and then it's terrible. I try to keep out of that, the whole kind of Levy out, Ange out. It's a complicated business, football, right? And I think the club in general are doing pretty well. I think there's some significant problems within the club that are going on and will need to be sorted out, because the whole underlying discomfort around the club that's been there even when we were doing well needs to be addressed at some point. But saying that, we're entertaining, right? Is that the right phrase? Well, for everyone wants to play Spurs or see Spurs.
This is it, Tim. We weren't entertaining on Sunday, but we got the 3 points. So where do you stand on that?
That was the best game of the season for me. It really was. And it wasn't because, we won. It's because we won dirty. It's because it was an actual plan B rather than tinkering with the edges. We saw a bit of heart. We had a bit of luck. It was all the things we haven't had this season. And it was better than me than like a 5-2 win. It was absolutely fantastic performance and I really enjoyed it. And I'm not going to mention Thursday because I feel like I would curse everything. But it feels like we've got the basis to actually grind out a result, which I haven't felt for at least a year. There's a year of not being able to do that at all. And whatever happened there, hopefully it was mostly Ange and the players just saying, let's do something here. They did it right. Yeah, we had a bit of luck, but I think it was the perfect game.
Marcus, do you think that Ange Postecoglou has been backed as Spurs boss in these multiple transfer windows that he's had?
I think in the summer, yes. Spent big money. I don't think they were oven-ready players. They didn't come from other big clubs like ourselves, come from Burnley, Bournemouth, but definitely backed him with the money. If you look at the net spend, I think this window, they've finally backed him. I think Tim said people oversimplify how difficult these deals are to get over the line, but 3.5 weeks of inactivity and deafening silence comes back to the comms from the club. It's really poor. They finally are, talking to multiple players in the last 36 hours. Probably was ever thus. I think that's not new to this window, but I'm just glad we've got some bodies in. I'm not disappointed that Disasi didn't join us. Tel, I hope he's committed because he was flipping and flopping, and if you believe what you read, it was either Harry Kane or Ange Postecoglou or both of them that kind of convinced him and to get on the plane and come over. I think that's a positive. But yeah, I think they've backed him. But it just smacks of a bit of last minute. Some of the names we've been linked with, like Mark Gay, no chance. I just think that's the club putting out a PR spin in terms of, oh, look at who we've tried to buy. Absolutely zero chance of bagging him, in my personal opinion. But it looks good optically from the club to say, well, these are the types of players that we're putting a bid in on. But Tim said Sunday, top draw. We won dirty, clean sheet, away from home. I'll take that all day long. That's what big clubs do, and we haven't done enough of that. Some of the teams we played were a bit cannier than us, to be perfectly frank. Look at the Newcastle game when we lost at home. Joe Linton handball, Dan Burn handball, didn't get sent off for it, but just those dark art tactics that I sometimes think we're just a bit naive and soft-bellied. So it was terrific to see yesterday, the manner of the victory.
Marcus, how are you feeling about this upcoming week, the Liverpool game Thursday and Aston Villa away on Sunday? Because I feel like it is an absolutely huge week for the football club. You know, what a high everyone will be on if we got through to that Carabao Cup final on Thursday night.
Yeah, this has been on the radar, hasn't it, for weeks. I think we've said for quite some time this is absolutely pivotal for lots of reasons, not least probably Postecoglou's future at the club. I'm feeling a lot more optimistic about Thursday night, to be fair. It's funny what we've won 3 out of 4 going into the game, and you know that breeds good habits. I think, you know, a couple of new lads to freshen up the squad is going to be perfect. Van der Ven will be fit. So yeah, I'm a lot more positive than I was over the last few weeks. I wasn't sure where the next win was coming from before Sunday. You know, leagues are bread and butter. Cups are great, but he's got cash in the bank there, Postecoglou, for what he's done in the Cups. But we have to start performing in the league. So, yeah, bring it on Thursday night.
Noel, before I come to you, let's hear from Ange Postecoglou on leaving Mickey van der Ven out of the squad at Brentford on Sunday.
No. Look, it's like I said before the game, you know, we played 45. The plan was maybe to play in 45 again today, but then we kind of had to think about it and spoke to Mickey as well. And I thought, you know, I'd rather he has another full week of training, get ready for Thursday night. It's a big game for us as well. We had Jed back today, which kind of gave me some comfort that, you know, we could sort of cover him. But, you know, it was never going to play more than 45 minutes today, and I just felt, you know, after discussing with the medical team and you know, with Mickey as well, as desperate as he is to play, I just think we've got to be really smart about how we integrate him back in the team. And, you know, obviously Thursday night's a big game for us, and again, having a week of training, hopefully we'll get him ready for that.
No, a very clever decision from Ange Postecoglou leaving Mickey van der Ven out.
Yeah, 100%, Chris. I said it to you last week that I hope that Ange wouldn't rush everybody back. I think that playing him 45 minutes against Elfsborg and then not playing him on Sunday was absolutely perfect. You know, he's absolutely what we need with his pace, you know, and his recovery and the way he can set up attacks. And I think actually that gives us a little bit more hope, a much more hope for Thursday night. A tough game, not impossible. You know, if you'd asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have said no chance. But, you know, I think that, you know, Postecoglou needs to play the game like he played on Sunday. If he plays like he did in the 6-3 defeat with the, you know, the fullbacks virtually as wingers, you know, Liverpool will just pick us off. So I think it's, you know, he'll have to play his best team and be more cautious as how he played. And I think Sunday, you know, is probably a precursor for that. So much more optimism. But I said already, I think we do have to score there. I can't remember the last time that Liverpool didn't score at Anfield. So much more positive.
Tim, sticking with the subject of Sunday's win at Brentford, of course, Jed Spence was man of the match. Another superb performance from him. Really grabbed his opportunity under Postecoglou this season. But Postecoglou in the press conference after the game said, you know, Jed needs to help us until Destiny is back. Will that be unfair when Destiny Doggy comes back and he goes straight back into the team?
Yeah, Jed has been one of our best players over the last month for sure. And on Sunday, he was astronomical. I mean, he was nothing went past him. Nothing went past him. Even when it looked like he was beaten, he had the speed to do it. So that I find that really difficult to do it, unless he's thinking he'll give Porro a rest because he's been playing every game for like 3 years, feels like. So that's the other way of looking at it. It's going to be an interesting back line, right? Because we've not had a full back line forever. And we're pretty much getting a new team back, I think. Here's one I'm going to throw at Chris. I've got this horrible feeling, I don't know why, that they don't fancy Romero and he'll be out in the summer. That's why they're trying to sign so many centre-backs, because they were looking at doing that before Drăgușin went out. And something's not right with Romero. He's taken so long to come back. There's been nigglings and everything. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but I just don't think that they like him and he's off.
I feel a slow healer. Sorry, Chris, didn't he? He referred to him as a slow healer today. It's interesting.
I feel like a lot of people I talk to, Tim, are becoming increasingly frustrated with Romero, which I didn't see a year or so ago because, one of our best players in the team. Tim, let's stay with you a second because I want to talk about Antonín Kinsky. Of course, Vicario will be back. And said a week to 10 days in the post-match Brentford press conference. Antonín Kinsky or Vicario for you when Vicario does actually come back? Because Kinsky, as I said at the start, he's been thrown in at the deep end, played 6 competitive games for us so far in January and February now. But he started 4 games in the Premier League, 1 clean sheet, conceded 7 goals. What have you made of his time so far at Spurs, Kinsky?
I think he's been brilliant, like the rest of the kids. That's why Tel's going to fit him well. It's like a kindergarten in there. They're having so much fun. I think he'll be great. If I were Ange, I could, I'm sure he listens in. I reckon he should split between the cups and the league, and get Vicario in the league and Kinsky in the cups. I don't think he should do what he's thinking doing with a doggy and dropping Kinsky. Kinsky's great. He's lively. He's good. He's much better on crosses, seems more certain in the box when corners come in, and he's got a little arrogance about him, which I quite like. I know Vicario's got that, but I don't know. I quite like Kinsky. I think it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen the other, right? I definitely think of splitting them between league and cups and say, well, this is yours and this is yours, off you pop, until someone makes an absolute howler and then someone else takes over. What I'm liking about all this is we now have options. We now have people pushing for places, so that people can't just hide and sit on a bench, say they are sore or slow healing or whatever it might be. It's like, well, either play or you're out. That's it, because we've got all these kids who are going to literally eat you alive if you don't do that. And I love that. I think it's fantastic.
Marcus, let's get your opinion on Kinsky and Vicario. Who would you prefer to see in Premier League matches?
I think they're both good. I'd make a wider point, actually, that competition for places, I think, is so important. Psychologically, it's probably been a really interesting last, 6 weeks. Players can play week in, week out, knowing pretty much that then their position is not under threat, because we just don't have the numbers. And the quicker we get back to 2 fit players for every position, hopefully that will motivate and inspire people to come back quickly, raise their game, because they've been pretty coveted, shall we say, pretty protected over the last few weeks. Play well, 4 out of 5. Play poorly, 4 out of 10, or an 8 out of 10. You're in the team the week after. There's no consequence, and actually having healthy competition across the whole of the pitch is I think is really important. And just to the point earlier, this has actually enabled people like Bergvall and Gray and Spence to really take their chance. They probably wouldn't have had this position otherwise. So fit bodies plus 2 or 3 people who were on the probably considered fringe players, I think we'll be in a strong position, hopefully come March to the end of the season. But I don't know. Kinsky, I think he's come in really well, very young, adapted, straight in the squad. I remember Brandon Austin did well against Newcastle and we thought he deserved his chance to retain his spot. Kinsky came in straight off, clean sheet, played well, but be interesting to see how Vicario performs and what his appetite is like to get back in the team.
There's some breaking news from the Evening Standard. They have just stated that Spurs have agreed an option to buy in Mathys Tel's loan move from Bayern Munich. So that is some great news there, yeah. Noel, lastly, what are you expecting on Thursday in terms of team selection and result-wise up at Anfield? Because we all know that is a very, very tough place to go. But we will all be smiling and celebrating if we get the right result.
I think the only change will be Mickey van der Ven will come in, and Archie Gray will move over to centre half, and Spence will stay. What am I expecting? Very, very tough game. Can we sneak it? I would go for a 1-1, and that would give us a 2-1 win. As I always say, glass half full. So go 1-1, and hopefully we can get to Wembley, and we can beat Newcastle for all the troubles that they've given us over recent years with all their dark arts. Somebody mentioned it earlier on. So that's what I'd love, Chris, and I'd love it for you up coming down the high street, because you've been dreaming about it for so long times, like the rest of us. So 1-1, and I think we'll get through. With optimistic, Chris, optimistic.
Tim, what are you going to go for?
You know what would be the best result, just to pee everyone off? 0-0. Just 0-0. They're like, oh, so Spursy. Just 0-0. Grind one out. Hits a few bars. Salah just is useless because Jed's kicking him up in the air. And just like be a nasty, like, championship team, like Oxford United on a bad Thursday. I think probably it's going to be 1-1, but I would love it to be 0-0. Just to put it up on, really, to be honest with you.
I can't see a 0-0 at Anfield.
No way.
Can't see it.
I'll give you a tenner, Chris. A tenner, Chris. That it's going to be 0-0 Thursday.
Not a chance.
I'll go 2-2. Well, I'll go 2-2. And Chris, listen, if we do go through, you've got to get down the opticians Friday. See that banterer.
Chris,
give her a little wave, knock on the window, and
That's it. Yeah. Well,
with
Tim, Noel, Marcus, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll talk to you all soon.
Okay.
All right, guys. Good to see you. Cheers, Tim. No.
Fantastic. Have a great night, Chris. Cheers.
Right, we have now got our next guests. So we have got Hussein. Hello. Good evening. How are you?
Hi. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well. Thank you so much for joining us. We've also got William with us. William, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Chris. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've also got Steve. Steve, good evening.
Good evening, Chris. How are you?
Very good. Steve, what are your thoughts on the transfer window so far? Of course, you've probably just heard me say that we've got an option to buy Mathys Tel from Bayern Munich. We're waiting for the official announcement from Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, but it looks like this is going to be our third signing of this window for the first team. What are your thoughts?
Got to be pretty happy, really. I mean, like a lot of people said tonight, got a goalkeeper, got a defender, and got a striker. So, spine of the team. That's what we needed. The option to buy things is a good thing, I think, because, like I say, if it works out great, we can buy him. If it doesn't, then we can send him back. So, yeah, pretty happy, Chris. I'm pretty honest with you.
There's some more breaking news, actually, from the Evening Standard, that Spurs have just agreed a deal to sign 18-year-old Liverpool centre-back Luca Fernell-Gill. I don't suppose you know a lot about him.
No, I've never heard of him. But I suppose another youth player for the future, maybe. Is it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is pretty much the direction we're going in. So,
yeah.
Yeah, like I said before, happy with the window. You have to be. We've got 3 players in, so maybe 4. So yeah, I'm happy.
Hussein, let's come to you. Let's get your thoughts on Tottenham's season so far and Ange Postecoglou. Where do you stand on Ange? Because there's been a lot of criticism.
I've been on the same yo-yo ride as everyone else. I think some days you're very frustrated and you don't understand, and some days you're happy. But I think we started off on the wrong foot. I think we were not adequately prepared for this season. And it brings us back to the transfer window. And I think you said it also, Chris. I think everyone at the end of the transfer window in the summer realized that we still needed a left back. We needed a left-footed center back. We needed a number 6. And we had 6 months to plan for that because we didn't get it in the summer. So for me, I was expecting us to be much better organized and to have at least those positions secured, ready in the summer. And now in this window, this window's closing and we still haven't addressed any of those 3 spots either. We still don't have a left back. We still don't have a left centre back, and we still don't have a number 6.
Yeah.
If you look at Danso, for me, Danso is not a data-driven choice. Danso played for Lens, which is where the centre back that we really wanted, who went to City, plays. So I think our scouts were watching Lens a lot, and of course City came and gazumped us to the player we wanted, and then Drăgușin got injured, and we needed to quickly find a right-footed centre back who could slot in. And I remember Danso from playing in Southampton. I don't think he impressed anyone too much, but hopefully he's evolved in 4 years. But I think he's a direct replacement for Drăgușin, and I think that means Drăgușin would leave in next summer as well. But I don't think I'm too happy with that. The Tel deal makes much more sense, and if there's an option to buy, then I'm quite pleased. He's a good player. But again, all our purchases, we've bought one player over 20 years old, and we've bought one proven player.
I said this earlier about the data. Spurs are so heavily driven on data, and what does worry me a little bit is the fact that have we taken our eye off the ball with our strategy? Because when Spurs looked at that deal that Danso was going to sign for Wolves, they saw it as a huge opportunity to nip in there and get the player. Hopefully it will work out for him. What do you make of the signing of Kevin Danso? Do you think that he will fit in? Because Andrew's come out and said already, he's exactly what we want and he fits our profile.
I think Andrew's been saying what he's been told to say since he took this job. I think we're now shopping in the Wolves and teams from the bottom half of all the leagues. We're nowhere near in a position, and we're spending money. Our owners are spending money. We can't fault them for that, but we're not going to pay wages to attract ready-made top players. So we're always going to be buying potential. We're going to be overpaying and hoping that we strike gold. And it's a very different team from the one I grew up when we would buy Les Ferdinand and Ginola and players that were already ready to come in, even Berbatov, even players that were proven already. Now we're just buying 19-year-olds and hoping.
William,
just for Danso, I think he'll slot in defensively solid. He's no Romero. He's not going to become a first teamer. He's going to be a good squad player.
Yeah. William, let's get your thoughts on the winter window so far.
Not very. My opinion, it's not been very good. It just feels like today it's all rush because obviously Drăgușin going out injured for 6 months, and it just feels like that's put more pressure on the board to go and find another centre back. And obviously they've seen Danso going to have a medical at Wolves, and they thought we could maybe go grab him. I just think it's a bit rushed for today. I think we've needed defenders from the January 1st. Like they should have had better scouting in place from then for it.
Fabrizio Romano.
Lloyd Kelly's gone to Juventus with an option to buy for only 20 million. He would have filled both positions that we needed. I don't see why we didn't. We were interested in the summer supposedly.
Yeah.
And we should have made a move there maybe.
Yeah. We were actually interested in him in the last couple of windows, yeah. I'm surprised that Spurs didn't make a move. Fabrizio Romano has just stated that Spurs have asked Bayern Munich to include a buy option clause for Mathys Tel. So we are still waiting on confirmation of that decision. Steve, what do you make of the signing of Mathys Tel? Are you excited? Because when I've read out his stats this evening, he's still quite an inexperienced player. Hasn't played a lot. Hasn't played a great deal for Bayern Munich. Only 9 starts in the Bundesliga in the last couple of seasons. From what we understand, he wants to come to the Premier League. He wants to come to Tottenham because he wants game time. And Postecoglou's promised him a lot of game time.
Only time will tell. I mean, excuse the pun. Only time will tell, yeah. Because, like I say, he hasn't got much opportunity at Bayern Munich. So, obviously, his stats aren't going to be great. But who knows? The next 6 months, what he could do at our club, and then so yeah, I mean it's a difficult one. I'm excited to see what his potential will be, but yeah, we'll see. But what do you think?
Well, does it bother you in any way, Steve, that only a couple of days ago he turned the football club down, and then he had talks with Manchester United, and then all of a sudden it's no, actually I do want to join Spurs, because apparently Ange Postecoglou got on the phone, sold him the project, sold him the dream, told him he's going to get game time. Does that bother you in any way that he didn't want the football club in the first place? Because I only say that, and I don't mean to be negative here. I only say that because Ange has said a number of times we should never have to convince any players to join Spurs.
But you could say that about other players we signed, though, because he's done that a lot, hasn't he? He's been on the phone to players and convinced them to join. So I don't know. Was it a lot of media just saying that, or was it actually true? I don't know. So yeah. I mean, Ange must have seen something in him to try and convince him to come. So, and now that Ange has spoken to him, he's obviously going to be playing for us. So, like I say, we'll have to see what happens over the rest of the season, how well he gets on and stuff, because see how his performances turn out, because that was what would give us an indication whether he wants to be there or not. So, but yeah, no, I'm happy with that one. Another young, exciting player. So. And backup for obviously Solanke, because obviously let's face it, Richarlison just hasn't done what we were hoping he would do. It's not really grabbed his opportunity. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, Chris. So,
Hussein, let's come to you before we get your thoughts on Mathys Tel. What do you make of Will Lancashire going out on loan to West Bromwich Albion until the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think it's probably good for him. I don't know why we didn't use him more. I don't know why we didn't use any of our kids more early in the season, and we only used them when we had no other choice, and none of them have let us down.
Yeah.
Jed Spence has been our best player since he's played. He's still not getting any respect from Ange, but if he had started earlier on, we would have had a much healthier Pedro Porro as well. I think Lancashire could have been used a lot more. I think all our kids could have been used a lot more instead of even in the position we're in now. So I think it's a good move. Yeah.
Who have been your standout players so far this season? Because I feel like they're, our league position, 16th in the Premier League, when you think that we've had some exceptional performances from the likes of Dejan Kulusevski, Archie Gray has been magnificent every single week. Lucas Bergvall, another really good addition to the squad this season. He's had a lot of game time. Who's really impressed you this season?
So my wife is Swedish. So when we signed Kulusevski, I would always complain about him because we have a lot of friends here at the Swedish embassy. And I would always say, this guy's not a winger. He only has a left foot. But now that he's moved into the middle, I think he's been a revelation. I think he's our most improved player. He's taking on leadership for such a young age. He's the only one showing proper leadership on the pitch for me. So he's, for me, been the revelation of the season, followed by Archie Gray, unsung hero. We haven't even seen him at his proper position yet, but he's been doing his job, solid job every week. And Jed Spence.
Yeah.
And then another Swede in Bergvall has come up a little bit and impressed me as well. But all our senior players have been hiding, maybe without Solanke accepted. All our senior players are hiding, and these kids are showing them up.
Jed Spence is one of those players that has really taken his opportunity. How impressed have you been with Jed Spence? Because what's going to happen? Like Ange said the other day, when Udogie comes back, he's going to walk straight back into the team. What's going to happen to Jed Spence? Is he going to go on the right-hand side? Will he play somewhere else? Or will he be a sub?
I would start him at right back.
Yeah.
He hasn't put a foot wrong.
William, let's come to you. How are you feeling ahead of this week? The two cup games, Liverpool away and Aston Villa away.
I feel a little bit better from obviously when I was asked on the show, because I weren't enjoying it as much. But after Thursday, the Europa League, and by the way, the kids again on Europa League, Dane Scarlett, can't praise him enough. And basically, it's the kids that run the show, and Mikey Moore as well. Is what a fantastic player he is. Like, use them. They are literally, to me, that's proven that they should be given a better chance now to play. I would like, obviously, you were speaking about the Tel transfer. From what I read, I was disappointed from what I've read saying that he didn't want to come. So to me, it's just like, well, if you don't want to play for Tottenham, then don't. It just feels like he's just coming to us because no other club wanted to go in for him. So he's just using us as sort of like, oh, well, I can get game time there now. But the game for Liverpool, I'm a little bit optimistic about it because obviously we've got Van de Ven coming back. So I'm hoping maybe just a draw out of that. And Aston Villa, we have to beat them.
One player that Ange Postecoglou has raved about all season, and that's Archie Gray. Let's hear from Ange Postecoglou now on what he had to say about our centre-back.
Who knows? But you can't lose sight of the fact that he's never played there before, you know. And I just think he's a fantastic player, and I'm so pleased he's at this football club. And he's a fantastic kid as well. He just wants to learn. No task is too much for him. He tackles everything with the real kind of calmness and that belies his years. He wants to learn. He wants to get better. We are just very, very fortunate to have him at our football club. And whatever position he ends up playing, you know, he's going to be outstanding because, you know, he has that attitude of wanting to improve, wanting to get better. He's already set a high benchmark. Like I said, there aren't many 18-year-olds who you could throw into the Premier League, play out of position in such an important area of the park and handle it the way he has. Just brilliant.
Steve, he has been brilliant, hasn't he, all season, Archie Gray?
Yeah, more than likely his signing of the season. I don't know if you agree. 18 years old, been asked to play a lot more than he was probably expecting to. But even when he does his interviews afterwards, he just speaks so well. Like, he's like 24, 25. He's such a good young professional footballer. I've been really, really impressed with him. And he looked really, really solid on Sunday with Ben Davies. And you could see Ben Davies talking to him and telling him where to be and stuff. So he's taking it all on board. But yeah, no, really impressed with Archie Gray this season. Yeah, very much so.
Hussein, let's come to you on Archie Gray. Would you think that the end position, the end goal would be that number 6 role in Ange Postecoglou's side?
That's what we hear, but he hasn't said it. Ange hasn't said anything about playing him in midfield. He's always vague about where he plays, and even when we needed Paro needed a break, it was Archie Gray starting over Spence at right back. So I think Ange has his own ideas. So until we actually see him play in a 6, we won't really know.
Let's go around to each of you. Let's get your score predictions for the Liverpool game. How you think this game's going to go? Hussein, let's start with you.
2-2.
2-2. Wow. Okay. William?
I'd say I agree with Hussein. 2-2.
You guys are being very positive about this Liverpool game this week. I love it. Steve, what about you?
I'm going to be controversial and say 2-1 Spurs win.
Wow. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Go on, William. What were you going to say?
As I said, nice. Like, obviously, yeah, I prefer a win, but a draw would like put us through to Wembley. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, Hussein, Steve, William, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Right. There is now less than 2 hours left of this winter window. We're still waiting for the official announcement from Tottenham Hotspur Football Club on Mathys Tel. I've got now another 3 guests to bring in. We've got Gareth McGuinness back with us. Gareth, how are you?
All good, Chris. How are you?
Oh, here he is. Here he is. I'm very well, Gareth. Nice to see you. And we've got Ronnie with us. Ronnie, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us. And all the way from Brazil, we have got G with us. G, how are you?
Very well, fine. Thanks, Chris. Absolutely buzzing right now after our recent wins. Thank you for having me back on the show. Hi, guys.
Well, if you're buzzing, G, let's start with you. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now. I love asking that initial question to Spurs fans. How are you feeling? Because I feel like you gauge so much from it. You're buzzing. Of course, we've had a couple of wins. As I said earlier, when we win, people are up here. When we lose, people are down here. There's been a lot of that up and down all season. Are we going to go on a winning run now? How are you feeling about things?
No, the same as always, mate. Absolutely the same as always. I think we've had a tough run to contend with. We're still 2 games into that 7 run of a game every just over 3 days, or less, sometimes less. One a little bit less the other week, wasn't it? So I'm not counting any chickens at all on this, but I'm feeling great because we just had 2 really good wins that I didn't think that we would. I did not that I would predict anything on it, but I think it was a lot to ask of some of these players. Still, we always forget that. I think we think that we can just reset it like a PlayStation, as I've said before. But these guys, they're doing it every single. They're not even having proper training sessions. They're getting back from Germany on one morning, and less than 2 days later, they're on a bus going up north. So it's just ridiculous. But I'm just very happy, mate. I'm just very happy. I think Angie's proving a lot of people now, wrong or how can I put it? Like a lot of people weren't sure. Me in the beginning, I weren't sure. I was just wanting to give him time, but I see now that he's proven himself. What he's doing with some of these players is unbelievable. Unbelievable. These kids coming in and playing this way, So yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing about it, Chris. I think we're on to something here, I don't want to push the boat out and say what's going to happen in the future, but I think you're going to be happy this year. I really do. I really got a funny feeling about this.
I hope so. Well, as I mentioned earlier, before I come to you, Gareth, Spurs have agreed a deal for Liverpool centre-half, Luca Fernell-Gill, an 18-year-old. Spurs have also agreed a deal with Manchester City for midfielder Daniel Batty. So another couple of 18-year-olds joining the squad. But the duo are not being considered at this stage for Ange Postecoglou's first-team squad. They will be in the club's academy. Gareth, just more proof again that the club are concentrating on the future.
Well, that's it. I mean, I never really take much notice of these signings because it is minimal money, I would imagine. It's not going to be big fees or anything. I think when we reflect on the Archie Gray and the Lucas Bergvall and, those profile of players, Spence has been signed in recent seasons as well. We do seem to be targeting that younger profile of player. Look, it's not just Spurs that's doing it. There's a lot of teams now. I think, was it last summer, the average age of Premier League signings was the highest ever, under 25 or something like that. So whereas it used to be 27, it was 25 and under, I think, last summer. So it's obviously Brighton are doing this, Brentford are doing this. Liverpool tend to buy a lot of young players as well. So it's not just Spurs, but we have sort of says that we've been crying out for experience. And I know you mentioned Mathys Tel, 19, but does crucially have experience with a team like Bayern Munich. So it's not like an Archie Gray or a Lucas Bergvall coming on. He's got European experience, and he's obviously very highly rated. So we'll have to see how it goes. But we probably did need that wee bit of experience. I know we've got Danso one, but I still think we're a bit short, Chris. Look, it's better than it looked a couple of days ago, but I don't envisage any more incumbents. I think once Tel signs, that'll be it, because we've got an hour and 45 minutes to go. There's no real talk. There was a mention about the Burnley player, but I think that was quickly rolled out as a rumour. Just, you're always going to get these little rumours, but I mean, in the time we have left, unless they've kept it a real secret, there's too many big sources out there now. He gets one of the deals, so I'm assuming that's probably it. Dizassi's gone to Aston Villa, and to be honest, I'm quite happy about that. I didn't really want them.
Ronnie, let's get your thoughts on the signing of Mathys Tel, because, of course, it has just been.
I think that shows you where this window's at, Chris. It's just a very difficult window.
I think we're having a few internet problems with you, Gareth. Ronnie, let's come to you on the Mathys Tel deal, because it's just been widely reported that Spurs will have an option to buy the Bayern Munich star, 19 years old. What do you make of it?
I'm buzzing with Tel. I'm not sure if it's going to be a mandatory. I think it's going to be an option to buy because I don't see why he would reject us at first and then come now. But as a signing overall, until the end of the season, I think it's brilliant. Plays on the right, plays up front, plays on the left. It was Plettenberg earlier on Sky as well said he's much preferred up front. He wants to play up front. I think in the conversation he had with Ange, I feel like it must have been one where he's gone, listen, I'm going to give you the minutes. I'm going to put you over Richarlison. And I think he'll, in the next few games, I think we'll see him play because I don't know how we can go from rejecting him and then all of a sudden he's coming. It was a weird one. It was really weird. Do
you see it as an end for Richarlison perhaps in the summer?
It could be. It could be. I think we've got 6 months of Tel to impress really, and for him to think that he buys into the project. I think that's what it is. Because with an option to buy, it's sort of like, does he want to come? Does he not want to come? You don't really know yet. So I think it's still pending that. And if it does end up saying, "Oh, I want to join now," then I think Richarlison, it could be done. To be fair, yeah, maybe a Saudi move.
Ronnie, what do you make of the supposed bid for Mark Gay? Do you think that perhaps Romero will be going from Spurs in the summer? I don't want to be negative saying about these players leaving, but I'm just trying to second guess what Spurs are trying to do, because do you bring a player like Mark Gay in if you've got the likes of Van de Ven and Romero for next season?
I'll be honest, I feel like that Mark Gay bid was a bit of a PR move, to be honest. It reeked of a PR move because Chalobah has just left them and gone back to Chelsea. They're already lacking a centre-back. They're looking for a centre-back anyway. They've only got 3 on the books at the moment. And with Chilwell bringing in, you're thinking Tyreek Mitchell might be coming in sort of as a left centre-back of the 3. So they're really, really dry at the moment for centre-backs. And then on top of that, us bidding 70 million for Gahey, they were never, ever going to accept that. So I don't think Romero was thinking about leaving or anything like that. I don't think there was a longer-term injury at anyone. I just think we're getting a bit desperate, or it's a bit of a PR move to say, look, we've gone and tried to spend 60, 70 million, but we couldn't because he won't come, but he was never going to come.
G, what have you made of the business that Spurs have done in this window? Because, of course, we've got Kinsky. He's played 6 games for us so far in competitive competition. Of course, Kevin Danso, we stole him under the eyes of Wolves. And now Tel. You know, a couple of days ago it wasn't happening, and now it is happening. And now, you know, supposedly we've got an option to buy. I think, like I said earlier, I think if you said to a lot of people at the start of the window, at the end of the window, we will have a goalkeeper, a centre-back, and a forward, everyone had gone, well, that's it. We're ticking all the boxes. I know a lot of people wanted a left back in. There was a lot of talk and rumours about Patrick Dorgu. But, you know, obviously that didn't happen for Spurs. Apparently he was one of our top targets at one point. But overall, are you happy? I know it's taken time, but are you happy with the amount of signings?
Yeah, I'm happy with the pedigree of them. I think they're justified for January. This is not the summer window. And I'm looking around at all the other clubs, what they're trying to do. And they've all been doing the same as us. There's been last minute stuff going on over there as well. But I don't see any big signings going on anywhere else either. I don't know why we feel that as a club that we should be any different from the others. You know, Manchester City probably, yes, you know, but they will do, you know, they are Manchester City, they're up there, you know, they've got all the Champions Leagues and everything. So, but as far as the signings go, the only thing is I would say about like players who don't want to come to us and then having to beg them to come here, you know, it's a little bit, I don't know how I feel about that one. I'm Spurs, I don't like people trashing our club, you know what I mean? We have enough of that with our own supporters sometimes. So I would say I want him to come out. I want to see him with the tattoo on his arm. I love Spurs forever, for starters. And I want to see him on the training.
Where's yours?
I don't do tattoos, Chris. I am me. I am Tottenham. People see me and they know it. You know what I mean? No, but I want to see him. I want to see him at the training ground 2 hours before they all arrive, and I want to see him the last one going and crying because he's not had enough, you know. So he's really got to prove himself more than I think than other players, because we've had these players before that have come here and it's like it wasn't their first choice, you know what I mean? And we've seen what's happened to some of those. It's not been pretty. So I just hope it's going to be okay. I'm hopeful for that. I think we've got now we've got a centre back. I think definitely we needed one to take care of Dragston anyway, you know, and with the way things happened, and anyway, a really crazy way of getting injured, really. I mean, the ball was actually out of play, I'm sure of it, when he did that kind of like Karate Kid kind of move. You know, it was really weird. But to be honest, I've always felt, and I've said this many times with you, I never felt that Drăgușin gives what Gray is giving to Spence, to what he gives to Porro. I mean, we need the others to get involved as well. Yeah, we need Kulu to come back, and we need the midfielders as well, you know, Sarr or whatever, to help out there. But I never felt that Porro's ever got that, you know, in that respect. So I think this is a good one. I'm kind of happy we've got him in there. Yeah, we've got ourselves a striker now, haven't we? So that's good. Yeah, I'm kind of over the moon, you know what I mean? But it's not summer window, is it? You know, what do you expect in a January window? And it's always going to be last minute. I don't think it's anything. And as for Gahey, I think they did make an offer. I don't believe that for 1 minute they're doing a PR move. Tottenham don't do a PR move. Levy stood. Sorry, I don't want to disagree with you. You know, I mean, we've got.
No, it's all right. It's what it's for, isn't it?
The reason I always say, I don't just say stuff. You know what I mean? I don't just say, oh, this or that. I want to give a reason why, and I tell you why. It's because Levy is so thick-skinned. He stood there when he could have got off. He could have gone not 3 games ago when everyone was, the biggest shout of the night was calling for Levy to go. Not only did he not just stand there, he just stood there stone-faced going, whatever, I'll take it. I always do. I don't care. I own the club. It's my baby. It's my toy. I do what I like. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't need to prove anything to the fans. He never goes out on socials or anywhere and says anything about the club or anything like this. You know what I mean? We all know what he's about. And I just don't know if he kind of plays those games. You know, I mean, I don't think he's got time for it. You know, I know people who do business with him. And they've told me they get 10 minutes bang and then it's off. And if they ask any questions about this or that, then he's just going to turn his head and walk away. You know, that's what he's like. He's just this way. So I kind of don't think that is. I don't think it was a PR move, but I also I think they thought, well, we'll just go for it and see what happens. You know what I mean? I don't think it was like going to be ever.
I agree with that, to be fair. Yeah.
You're absolutely right about their situation. You know, would we do that? And this is what I always say about these transfers. Would we, right now, sell Mickey? Would we have sold or sent out Romero? Would we have sold either Drăgușin or got rid of him? What one of our top players in this squad right now, apart from Timo, I know everyone's going with Timo, but apart from that, who and he's not even a player of ours alone, you know what I mean? He's on a temporary, you know. We wouldn't do it, and so therefore, why would other teams do that at this stage of the season when you really need every last gasp of player that you can really go, unless of course they run out of contract and you get all those sort of things going on. But they're few and far between, and they're going to go to bigger and far bigger clubs than us. And I'm saying far bigger clubs, as in we've got no right. We're a mid-table side, and we always just about get into top 4. So I don't count ourselves along with Liverpool's and Manchester City's and whatever, you know. So anyway, and as your answer goes, yeah, I think it's good enough. I think it's going to get us out of trouble, and I think Ange's doing it all right. And so if you go back onto the big question, is always people are going, oh, Ange out, or what's he doing? All this. I asked the same thing of these people, exactly the same. I ask, okay, well, I get what you're saying. You're frustrated where we are and everything in the table and whatever. But which players out of all the players that he's brought in do you not like? And they always come round and go, oh, no, I like Gray. Gray's brilliant. Oh, no. You know what I mean? And it's like they're rolling off the players. Solanke, well, yeah, we could have with Mathys as good on when he's not knackered and blah, 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 this, that and the other. And to be honest with you, those players, to me, they still seem like signings now. They still, because they've been brought in so late now to play because of all the injuries and everything. And Spence is the same. To me, he is an Ange player. We wanted to get him out. Ange played him the first 2 games of the season, and he was actually injured. No one remembers that, but he did actually get injured. But he did play him for the very first 2 games of the season. He always had in mind to play him, and he always wanted to work with him. He said that in interviews. But everybody else before him, including his previous clubs, it was like a hot potato. He just couldn't handle it. Now, Ange has done something there, and he knows the problem. He's sorted it out, and he's fixed it. And now we've got and if I was to have it would be Spence, by the way, Spence THFC, because that player now, he is playing. He's going to be, he's a legend in the making. Mark my words. In a few years' time, we're going to look at him like we do of the Bales and the Kanes and Sonny and everybody. He's going to be in that. He's going to be in those same breath of words. I'm sorry, I know you're laughing. Maybe you don't believe me, but I'm telling you now, he will be. He's absolutely phenomenal. The things he's been asked to do on the left, and he's not going to lose that place. Is he, Chris? He's not going to lose that place. He's going to go to another place that's going to make the team even better. And when he gets onto that right, Potter's playing Kulu. They found him out after the first season. He was brilliant, my favourite player that year. And then they found him out, and he was dreadful. No right foot, couldn't get across him. We had nobody anyway in the centre. So he pushed him into the middle, which I know he's played in previous clubs, and people point that out. So yes, but he's played that. It's not Angie's. Blah blah blah, but it was Angie played him there. Angie did it, and Angie's doing the same with everyone else. He's done it with Gray. Gray's going to move out into another position, and everybody's going to be relieved. We're already seeing the workings of this now. In the last 2 games, we are starting to see only a fraction of the players coming back in. Mickey and Spence got a return, and as soon as just those 2 players came back, there was an impact. Do you know what I mean? Spence has had Salah in his pocket. He's had Buemo in his pocket. He's had everybody in his pocket on the other side of this park where he doesn't normally play. You know what I mean? So I think we're on to big things. I really do. I don't want to predict the future in that, but I think it's always been a contest of fit players getting back the injuries, the knackered players trying to keep them rolling over or some way trying to get them to still play against time of the rapid fire games that we've had coming in. I think we're coming to the end of that, or the beginning of the end of that now, you know.
The Sun newspaper have just stated at this current time, it looks like another defender will not be coming in to Tottenham. Gareth, let's get your opinion on Mathys Tel. What do you know about him? Because I suppose there are a lot of people, certainly in England, who haven't watched the Bundesliga a lot or seen Mathys Tel play a great deal. What do you know about him? What can you tell people?
Well, look, his stats don't make great reading if you look at them in terms of goals and assists, but he hasn't had a lot of starting opportunities. A lot of his appearances have been off the bench. So he hasn't really had a run in the first team of consistent minutes. He's strong, powerful. It can be quite erratic with his finishing. That's the one worry. He tends to shoot from crazy angles and a lot of shots over the bar. He's not a prolific goal scorer. But again, maybe that's because he hasn't had the opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see once he gets a run of games, how he does. But I still think when Solanke's fit, Solanke's going to be the main striker. And look, in regards to the buy option, Chris, I think it's pretty clear that Tel wants to go back to Bayern Munich. I think that's why he was reluctant to do any permanent deal or an obligation to buy. I think it's his plan to try and get some minutes, impress Bayern Munich and come back, because look, Harry Kane's getting older. He'll be 30, 31, 32 now, Harry Kane coming. So, he won't go on forever. So he'll probably see that spot opening up at Bayern Munich in the next couple of years. And, once he's maybe 21, 22, he might feel that he's mature enough and ready enough to go into Bayern Munich. So I think it's going to be a big ask, regardless of how Tel does, for Spurs to sign him permanently. Unless he really loves it here, he has a really good spell of form and he decides he wants his future to be here. But the flip side to that is, if he does really well here, Bayern Munich might want him back. So it's one of those
and
ones.
We get Kane, no? And we get Kane in reverse, maybe. I don't know. Is that
well, I mean, that's something that will be romantic, but it's going to be difficult for us, I think. And look, who knows? By the summertime, we might be going, this Tel boy has an update. We need someone better. So we'll have to just see come the summer. I think for now, it's probably the best that we could have hoped for, getting some cover in, because we know Richarlison's probably going to get injured the next couple of weeks, and Solanke still has a few more weeks to come back. So we definitely needed some sort of cover. According to Florian Pedelberg, the German Sky Sports journalist, he did say that Tel does not like playing out wide and he struggles out wide. So it really seems as if it's going to be only through the middle he can play. And I think that's possibly why he wanted to go to Man United at the start, because you look at Man United's striking options, they're not great. They can't score goals. So he was probably going to be guaranteed to play there from now to the end of the season. Whereas I think he realises that, at Spurs, you've got Solanke. If Richarlison had a bit of form like we seen last year before he got injured, he had a great run from kind of December to the start of February. I think he scored something like 8 and 8 or something like that. I remember the 2 goals against Everton, and then he got injured shortly after, and we never really seen him again to the back end of the season. So if Richarlison has form and Solanke's in form, it's going to be difficult for Tel. So we'll have to see, Chris. I'm disappointed we haven't got that other centre half. I think we really needed an other centre half, an experienced one as well.
Maybe what you're, Chris, sorry, but maybe what you're saying there as well about Richie, you know, you pointed this out earlier about will he stay or whatever. I think he's got an injury coming in him. He's already really I think he's just pushing himself already too much. You see him up front, you see him in defence. He's been clearing off of defence a lot. And I think this guy is going to be really, really needed now, because I worry about Richie, you know, and I don't think he's going to stay, by the way, either. I've said that many times before. I think there's a lot of talk over here about him coming back. So I think it's...
Ronnie, finally, how do you think Spurs will get on Thursday against Liverpool?
Well, if I say we're going to lose, then I'm not a Spurs fan, am I? But hopefully we get something out of it. Anything will do, won't it? Because we're already 1-0 up. But yeah, it's a risky game. I think it's a risky game because we're going to either do one of two things. We're going to play players that have been playing for 15 games in a row since December, or we're going to play players that are just coming back from fitness, or they're coming from a new club. So it's going to be a unpredictable game. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think it'd be an entertaining one as well. Ronnie G, Gareth, thank you so much for joining us. Pleasure talking to all three of you, and enjoy your evening, and I'll speak to you soon.
Top man, Chris.
Best.
Cheers. Now, I just want to say a big thank you to everyone who has watched and listened to this show so far. Over 23,000 of you have watched this so far, so incredible numbers. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support. And I ought to say a big thank you as well to everybody who voted for us, because actually on Thursday, just before we played Elfsborg in the Europa League, we were notified that we won the award, the Gold Award, the best sports team podcast at the Sports Podcast Awards. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support, and thank you for voting. I'm going to bring my next three guests in. Of course, we've got Mr. Craig Dearman back with us. Craig, how are you?
I'm all right. You all right?
I've missed you tonight. Where have you been?
I've been keeping an eye, mate.
I've had to do everything myself.
I know. I'm here now.
We've also got Matt Jones back with us. Matt, how are you?
Evening, guys. Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Good to obviously get 3 points away yesterday and a clean sheet. So, yeah, all good.
Matt is smiling. And we've got Orkan joining us all the way from Istanbul in Turkey. Orkan, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. Excited to see what's happening in the transfer window today. Obviously, been watching all day.
Well, there is less than an hour and a half to go now of this transfer window. I don't know whether you guys just heard that the Sun have just reported stating that they don't think we're going to be signing any more centre-backs before the window closes. So it would be interesting to see whether Spurs do get one more deal over the line. Of course, we are expecting Mathys Tel announcement any minute. As I mentioned,
apparently that's with an option to buy, Chris. Did you catch that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've already spoken about that. Option to buy. Actually, Orkan, let's start with you. Let's get your opinion and thoughts on that deal, because a couple of days ago, it looked like the player rejected us. And now all of a sudden he's joining us.
Yeah, I think it was always, I got the feeling that obviously because of his age, he's like 18, 19 years old. I think he was always looking to, clearly because he's been there, a season and a half now. And as you mentioned earlier, he's only got a handful of games. He's only started a handful of games. So, but obviously it's one of the biggest teams in Europe. It's one of the best teams in Europe. So he's already in there. And I think he's probably been quite frustrated at the lack of chances that he's got. And I think he wanted to go somewhere to prove himself, maybe for 6 months or, 5 months or whatever. And then potentially, either move to a successful team or at least prove himself to Bayern in the hopes that maybe Bayern will say, actually, let's not lose him, let's keep him. So I think initially that's what he was looking at, but I got the feeling that once obviously Bayern agreed for a permanent deal, I think that kind of maybe showed to him that Bayern might not be that keen on him coming back. They were happy to just let him go, and with obviously United not being able to do, complete the business, because I think I heard that his main choice was United. And I think maybe even the last, like even yesterday's result against Brentford, I think obviously our league position isn't great. So it might be that, he saw, and obviously he supposedly had a long chat with Ange, and Ange kind of sold him the project and what he's, hoping to achieve at Tottenham. And all of that, like a combination. I don't think it was just like one thing. I think it's maybe a combination of 2 or 3 these things that I've just mentioned, that eventually you thought, actually, might give it a go, because obviously, we did quite well over the weekend yesterday. I think we played well. Sponge FC, I think we absorbed the pressure quite well yesterday, considering the makeshift defense that we had to do. Like when I saw that Van der Ven wasn't in the squad, my heart sank, to be honest. But then, I wasn't expecting, because I personally felt that Ben Davies was really poor against Leicester. I felt he was definitely at least at fault for one of the goals, and Bentancur was at fault for the other. But in the last 2 games, especially Elfsborg and obviously yesterday, I think all of the players really gave a good account of themselves, and I think they proved that they are playing for Ange, they are playing for the team. And I think all of these things, any potential player coming in, looking at the last 2 games, I think, can see with also these players, all of our sort of so-called best players coming back in the next week to 10 days, I think that would give any potential new signing hope that, Spurs are hopefully going to finish the season strongly, and they can be a part of that.
Craig, before you come in, I just want to say BBC Sport have just stated that no further senior signings expected by Spurs after the Mathys Tel deal.
It's a shame. To be honest, Chris, I think... Yeah, sorry, go on, Craig. Sorry.
No, go on. You carry on, Alton.
Yeah, I don't want to keep going on, but I think, to be honest, what really frustrates me about, what's frustrated me since last summer, basically, we had Euro 2024, and practically most of our players are international players. There was Euro 2024 plus Copa America. Majority of our players didn't really have a summer off. I mean, I know a lot of them played till the later rounds. And then we knew we were going to be in the Europa League with this new format where, we were going to have games literally Sunday, Thursday till at least the new year. And with the experience of what happened last season between like October and the new year, all the, injuries that we had and the suspensions that we had, you would have thought that Levy and the hierarchy would have learned their lesson. And knowing the amount of games that we had to play this season, let's be fair. All right, Solanke came in the summer. Odebear came in the summer. Okay, I accept nobody could have predicted Odebear playing a couple of games and then getting injured all this time. Nobody could have predicted that. But I did feel that in view of all the games that we had, we knew that we were going to be playing. We needed at least 5 or 6 players right now, players to come in to support the team. And we just didn't do that. And so to me, it was no surprise that we're having this, all right, none of us could have predicted the level of the injury crisis that we've had in the last 2-3 months. But still, anybody could have kind of guessed that there were going to be suspensions in there. There were going to be injuries in there. So I thought we felt really, really short. We fell short of what we should have done, the business that we should have done in the summer. And then to add injury to insult, excuse the pun, then, obviously, we've had this injury crisis ongoing since October, November, especially where it got really bad. So they've had all of November and December to come up with a plan to say, look, we should at least bring in 2, 3, 4 players, and they should have done the work on it. And they clearly haven't, because as soon as the window opened, all we signed was a goalkeeper who I admit, he seems like a really top guy, and I've been really impressed with him, Kinsky. But, I do feel that we should have had a couple of these, signings right at the start of the window. Why are we waiting till yesterday or the weekend, for example, to make a bid for Gay and, all of these other players? And, we had to go and hijack Wolves defender to at least sign one defender in this window. It just seems, criminal to me, to be honest. Sorry, I went on a bit of a rant there, but.
No, it's fine.
No, you're all good. That's what you're here for. Yeah, thanks for all the comments that I look 10 years younger. Obviously
No,
noticed
what one of the comments was, "Has Craig got a filter on?" That's what I want.
That's Craig. No, I look like this. I'm lucky enough to look like this. What? I don't look like Phil Collins. What? Who's saying I look like Phil Collins? Christ, he's about 80 now, isn't he? Jesus. Matt, do you back on track? Matt,
Go on.
Do you how are you, mate? You're right.
I'm all good, Craig.
Do you think, had the last two games not gone the way they had and we'd lost, do you think people would be feeling a bit more underwhelmed with his transfer window? Because I'm still not convinced. I mean, I think Mathys Tel is a good prospect. I'll be brutally honest, I don't know much about the centre back. I don't know much about Tel himself, other than we did try and go for him last summer, but it didn't really. Well, actually, it was the Harry Kane summer, wasn't it? We were looking to go for him. So he's a young prospect, isn't he? Do you think it would, people would be a bit more negative?
Yeah, definitely. I think so, Craig. I mean, obviously, Premier League, when you reflect on the season, obviously that's been poor, as we know, and it would be potentially then looking at 24 games played with 24 points, and the window that it's been. And I think if you to ask me how I felt the window had gone this time yesterday, and to rate it, I probably would have said a 4 out of 10 at best. Obviously, with Tel coming through the door, getting closer to 6 out of 10, I would say. But I think fundamentally the issue has been, as all construction is the timing of some of these incomings. It's too little, too late. Lots of points we've obviously dropped throughout January. And I said this the other week, we're all saying it. We've all known that we've had this injury crisis since the autumn. You know, these deals should have been lined up and brought in first, second week of January. So that's obviously frustrating. But, you know, obviously to have 3 in is better than none. And with Tel, obviously, he's obviously been a bit of a bit part player at Bayern. He's obviously going to get the time with us. I think it's going to help Solanke out. You know, he has just worked tirelessly, as we know, and now he's out and Richie's coming back. So I think it was important we brought an attacking player in. I suppose the only thing that worries me slightly has been the on-off part of this deal, where he allegedly rejected us and now he's changed his mind. So whether that's Ange or whatever, I've had a word with him. But is he feel like he long-term he wants to go back to Bayern? But who knows? If he comes in, hits the ground running and gets a few goals and does a job for us, I think it will suit both parties in that respect.
I think as well, mate, like it could be the fact that he spoke to Man United and thought, I ain't going there. They're in more of a mess than Tottenham.
Absolutely, yeah, and he will get time without a doubt with us, won't he? I mean, Solanke is it going to be end of February potentially, end of this month, March. So yeah, he will get playing time, and hopefully we'll continue in the cups as well. So can't complain in that respect. It's just the timing, isn't it? It's just never seems to learn our lesson. I think Gahey's a bit of a side issue, if I'm honest. We're obviously talking on the group earlier. I think it's been that's probably more future proofing for the inevitable departure of Romero in the summer. I'd like Gahey, to be honest with you. But again, a little bit strange to be doing it at this stage of the window. If you're Palace and on the receiving end of that bid, again, why have we not kind of struck earlier in the window to seal that deal? We just don't seem to learn our lessons with that kind of side of things. Just a bit frustrating, isn't it? You know, should be bringing these players in a lot earlier, especially in this situation we've had with the injuries. I mean, it's been unprecedented. You know, it has been really kind of a crisis for us. And rightly so, the fan base has been frustrated with the kind of lack of business until now.
Matt, are we targeting the caliber of player that you would hope for?
Being brutally honest, no. But I think that's kind of where we are at the moment, Chris. Given our league position, you've got to be realistic. But certainly in the summer, obviously we brought Solanke in, but I don't think the summer was particularly a strong window. Where the previous one, when Ange first came in, I thought it was a pretty good window. But yeah, I think we should be, you know, if we've got to get ourselves domestically, get ourselves in a stronger position, and should be signing proven players. You know, you want to be improving that. If you're bringing someone in, you want them to ideally be improving your starting 11, and not ending up with kind of prospects. It's great to have prospects and youth coming through. And I think, as we know, Gray, Bergvall, Spence, Moore, they've all been great this season. Can't take that one. That's been a breath of fresh air. But I do feel we need to be bringing now some more experienced players. And ideally, it's not for everyone, but I think if you can bring in Premier League proven players, all well and good, like Gahey, for example. But yeah, I would say we should be aiming higher, or we should have been in the summer.
There's a comment here, Craig, from Billy, and he says that you look like Frank LeBeuf, and that is exactly what I think.
I look like everyone, don't I? Gemma Collins, Frank LeBeuf.
I don't know about Gemma Collins.
Thanks. I'm pleased about that. Orchard. I'll throw the same question to you. Are you underwhelmed by this transfer window a bit? If you take out the last two results, I mean, they've had 4 months to prepare, haven't they? That's what I would say. Are you underwhelmed, overwhelmed, pleased?
No, definitely underwhelmed. I really, as soon as 1st of January arrived, I thought, we'd be at the races, because, we have, when you look at, we have several people supposedly, it does make you think, what does this, was it Lange? What's his name?
Lange,
whatever his name is. There's obviously Langer, sorry. You do wonder, like, what do these guys do? Supposedly their job is supposed to be getting out there, scouting players. And to be honest, I think this should be an ongoing thing anyway throughout the season. They should be out there, scouring, scouring all the top leagues in Europe and obviously UK as well. Looking at the best kind of, what is likely, and bringing players. I mean, yes, in recent years, I think our recruitment has gotten better. Obviously, we've brought in players that are, working, but it's just not enough. Like, if we need, as I was saying in the summer, I honestly thought that we needed at least like 4, 5, maybe even 6, now players to really bolster that squad depth. And we only ended up, in my opinion, bringing in, Solanke and Odebert. Now, obviously, Archie Gray came in, Bergvall came in, but Bergvall we'd already bought the previous year, I think last Christmas, didn't we? And then, the agreement was he was going to go back to his club, and then he would arrive in the summer. So he wasn't even a summer signing. Archie Gray was one, fair enough. But, had this injury crisis not happened, obviously players like Archie Gray, Bergvall, what's the other guys? My brain's gone dead. Anyway, a lot of these youngsters wouldn't have got a look in. I mean, even someone like Jed Spence. I agree. I think a lot of people have spoken about Jed Spence. He's been one of our best players in recent weeks and months. And he wasn't getting a look in. See, that's one thing that I guess I would criticize Ange about, was that he always just played the same core players again and again, and wasn't really giving people like Jed Spence a look in. The club were actually trying to get rid of him, if you remember. I think in the summer they tried to offload him, but thank goodness it didn't work out, because he's been, I think he's been one of our most important players in the defense, so far. But yeah, I expected a lot more, to be honest. Sorry, I'm going on and on again, but from literally the 1st of January, I thought they would have had, just like they did at the beginning of Ange's first season, as Matt mentioned, they seemed to, as soon as the transfer window opened, they were going and getting players, like a couple of players, 2, 3 players. Vicario was signed immediately. Maddison was signed quite quickly. They seemed like they had these players already set up, and they should have done the same through November and December. They could have spoken to a few players' camps and had some of these, had some transfers lined up, I think, at the start of January.
Orkan, don't ever apologise about talking or ranting on this show. This is exactly what this is all about. You're very welcome to do that. Craig, I want to ask you a question. Will Lancashire on loan to West Brom? Were you surprised? Is this the right move for him?
I think it's a good move for him, because he's not had loads of game time. It was actually quite clear that he was going to go on loan, I think, from January onwards. I think he just needs to get game time under his belt. Now he's progressed from the under-21s. I think he's at that point where he's training with the first team, so he needs to have first team football, and hopefully, that's quite a high up team for actually a youngster to go on loan to actually West Brom. So hopefully he'll get some decent game time there and come back a better player. Great to see Dane Scarlett, by the way. I have to say that. Great to see him get a goal on the weekend. That was really good. A great moment for him and the family. We met his mum, I think, about 2 years ago, Chris, when we went to MK Dons, didn't we? So yeah, obviously Dane's been around the club a long time and obviously played with Will as well. So not brilliant loans for Dane. Where you're talking about loans, not brilliant loans, but now he's come back. Obviously, hopefully he'll get a few minutes in the first team as well.
Matt, how are you feeling about Kinsky and Vicario? Because who do you think will eventually be our first choice? I know, we've got a lot of games, but as a goalkeeper always wants to be playing every game.
Yeah, I know, but it's good, isn't it? It's good to have competition in that place, really. And the irony is you had Austin as well. Brandon Austin come to the fore recently, haven't we? So it's going to be interesting how that plays out. I think, obviously, Vicario, I think when he does come back to fitness, I think he'll get his spot back. But I've been really impressed with Kinsky and Austin, to be fair. I thought in his debut against Newcastle, he looked good.
Yeah.
Kinsky, yeah, he's different to Vicario. I feel like he's commanding his box a little better. And I think he's got, as Ange would say, plenty of growth. I think he's got a lot of potential, Kinsky, for me. But I think Vicario will retain that spot for now. But it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out next season. And long time coming, really. I think we've needed that competition in that spot. So, yeah, I think it's all good. Been impressed with him.
I think you're right, Matt, right? Because I was thinking about this the other day. We're dreading any injury from Vicario in the past, weren't we? Because,
big time.
Fraser Forster. And now we've got a keeper that he's not only, he's not just a keeper that's coming in to keep the seat warm while somebody's injured. He's actually he's actually pushing him, and it's good to see because goalkeeper should be no different than any other position on the pitch. I know it is, but it's what it is. But it's good to have two goalkeepers pushing each other and quality as well. And as you say, Brandon Austin has proved he's a very capable keeper himself, isn't he?
Yeah, no, it's good to see, isn't it? And what I like with Kinsky actually is he's got a bit of presence about him, isn't he? Commands his box, and so again with his debut, so calm with the ball at his feet, which I know for a keeper, it's obviously becoming more important in today's game. But yeah, I think he's had a real presence. So yeah, good signing. What was he, sort of 12, 13 million? That looks a snip to me at the moment.
Does, yeah. Alchin, can I just ask you about Jed Spence? Talking about him before. Angie's comments. I know Chris mentioned it earlier to another guest, but what did you make of that comment?
Yeah, before you answer that question, let's hear from Ange on Jed Spence, and that'll be given a little bit more context.
Yeah, he's been outstanding since he's come into the team. He had to bide his time. It's fair to say we needed Jed to really be patient, but also just mature a little bit, and I think he has. And once he got in the team, he's looked fantastic, and he was important for us today. I think we've missed him the last couple of games. He's one of these defenders that loves the challenge of taking on the elite in the Premier League wingers, and there's some outstanding ones, and Brian's right up there, Buemo's, especially here, and you can see he loves that challenge. And like I said, that's another reason we kind of kept Mickey on ice, was knowing Jed was back in. It was going to help us enormously, and so pleased to get him back in the team, and he'll be important for us until sort of Destiny gets back. He'll be important for us in this period.
That's basically the question there. You can guess what I'm going to ask, Alchin. Now, I'd like to think that it was just the way Ange Postecoglou, his words kind of got muddled up. He's not saying, Destiny's getting straight back in the team.
I think he is.
At least, well, I would like to think it's not that, but I'd like to think, if anything, that Spence will go back to his. This is what I would take on it, as trying to positively spin it. That Jed will go back to his preferred position of right back and challenge Porro for that position. How did you read that comment?
Yeah, I think so. I think obviously Ange likes Udogie a lot. Now, I thought Udogie had a good season overall last year. But I'll be honest with you, I haven't been impressed by his performances this year until he got injured. He played well in some games, but in a lot of games he was losing the ball a lot, making a lot of bad passes and losing the ball. And number of goals that we've let in were due to a lot of his errors. He wasn't the only one, but he was one of those players that every sort was making a lot more errors this season. And I thought that when Jed Spence came in, to me, he seemed like an upgrade on Udogie, just on his performances this season. So I will be actually quite frustrated I think Udogie should come back and earn his place back. I think, as long as Jed Spence is fit, I think he's earned, he's had to work really hard. And I think he's earned his right to, because, I agree with you, Craig, because his natural position is he's actually a right back. And he was supposed to be sort of like a backup to Pedro Porro, or at least, competition for Porro. And that's the way it should be. So we definitely need another left back. But until we get that, I think he's done so well. And even in the last, Brentford game, and even before, he's, I think he was injured, wasn't he? He had a knock against Leicester. So I think, he might have been, had he been fit, I think maybe, we might have had a different result against Leicester, because he's really good at defending, and he's really good at those runs that obviously are wing backs, Angel likes them to, go on those runs and stuff. Yeah, but it does seem like, when Udogie's fit, he might come back to his left back position. But then it might be a case where obviously Porro has been, he's run to the ground. He's been playing non-stop. So it might be a chance for Porro to maybe have a bit of a break, maybe in some of the midweek games or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, it does seem like maybe, but look, I mean, we want we want our managers to have these kind of problems, all of the players performing quite well and pushing each other. This is the kind of, problems that we do want to have at the club. If you remember going back to peak Poch years, we had Danny Rose, and, his understudy, funny enough, was actually Ben Davies. And then on the right-hand side, we had obviously Carl Walker, and his understudy was Trippier. Both really, really good players. We want that kind of situation again at the club. That's what we need.
Matt, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because, most Spurs fans would say that we need a new left back to come in. But when you get Jed Spence going at left back and do so well, of course, as Alvin says there, you want players to do well. But when they do well, then the club and the manager perhaps say, well, actually, we don't need to sign anyone.
Yeah. Absolutely, because I think we'd all, beginning of the window, all thinking we need cover. We do need cover. But listen, Jed Spence I think he's been unbelievable. Playing out of position, excellent against Brentford, wasn't he? Really putting in good performances. But I'm with Craig. I'd like to see him eventually kind of really challenging Porro on that right-hand side. I think naturally that's where he's best suited. But yeah, he's ended up being a bit of a utility, a bit like Gray. They've proven actually they can slot in other positions, which is great. But I still think in the summer we should be adding some depth there. And I think obviously Ben Davies will be coming to an end running with his contract. What they'll do there, whether that will be extended or not, I don't know. But again, we should be looking for the future and having some cover on that left side for Udogie, for me. He has suffered with injuries, isn't he? Yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Yeah, why didn't we address that in the summer though? Because clearly at that point, there was question marks over Spence in Angie's eyes anyway. Yeah, why didn't 100%. We? Why didn't we? I'm still a bit. You kind of pull the wool over your eyes in this transfer window for me. I don't want to be negative about it, but the fact it's taken 31, 32, probably what is it now? The third. So what's that? 33 days to get a bit of movement. And I get a lot of clubs aren't doing much at the moment, and not many clubs have done much till today. Actually, there's a lot of movement. You expect that, and there's not been any major signings around Europe at all, really, that I can think of. Not one that really leaps out. So I get that. They say it's difficult, but Christ, I come back to it. They knew the left back position was going to be a problem if Udogie got injured. He got injured. It's been a problem until Spencer stepped up and done brilliantly. The club, for me, do not plan well enough And serious question marks have got to be asked, haven't they?
No, absolutely. It's exactly that. It's poor planning. And this hasn't been a surprise this season. Obviously, we didn't expect to get this level of injuries, but we've all known last year we weren't in Europe yet, right? We've gone into this season. We know there's going to be more games, and you're getting that into that pattern of Thursday, Sunday, etc. So we should have added that depth. I do. Like I say, I think the summer window was pretty average, and that was a key position we should have covered. And other than Solanke, I know obviously brought Odegaard in, but pretty much an unproven quantity really from Burnley. Really, it was only Solanke as a senior proven player, wasn't it, through the door? So all comes back to that. And I, again, like you, Craig, scratching my head. We've known we wanted to fight on all these fronts. We've got Europa League now. It's strange. And then you get to January and we're in this crisis of injury and we still don't act straight away. Bring a keeper in, then it goes quiet for 2-3 weeks, which to me, it just doesn't add up. Doesn't make sense. And I don't know whether it's coupled with the run of results, perhaps, that Ange has been having. Has there been doubts, perhaps? I don't know. But now we are where we are with the end of the window. We've got to get behind Ange. I think that kind of argument needs to fall away for me this season. Now you've got to just put everything into the cups and see where we go.
Last question for Matt and Orkan. Your score predictions for Thursday. How do you think it's going to go? I know you'll be going up there, Matt. What do you reckon?
Yep. Got to be positive, Chris. That drive ahead of me again. Hey,
it's a drive back. I out.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially after Goodison. I'm going to go for 2-2.
Okay. Orkan, what are you thinking?
I'd like to. It's a difficult one, but I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I'm a lot more optimistic after the show against Brentford. But yeah, I think maybe 2-2 as well. Yeah, I think because I can. Yeah, it depends on who's fit really and who's gonna start because is he gonna throw in Danso in with and is Van der Ven going to be back? I've got a feeling that they were saving him this weekend so he can play on Thursday.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe Romero, he was saying end of the week, but again, Ange likes to do a little bit of a surprise every now and then, doesn't he? Where he says,
and that's the thing.
That's what I thought.
That's what I wonder. I wonder if there's going to be a surprise.
Yeah,
I think there will be.
And if it's Romero, if it's Romero, Van der Ven, and again, Jed Spence on the left, Porro on the right, I think that's that's a pretty strong defense. And as long as as long as Van der Ven and Romero are, they're not going to be 100%, but even if they're 80-90%, I think hopefully, and maybe Liverpool will rest a couple of their players because they want to be. Their priority is probably the Premier League and Europe, I would imagine. Funny things have happened, but yeah, I mean, it's like I know, like we talk a lot about Ange. I know you're probably going to want to close out, but I just want to make this point because this is something that goes around my head all the time. Again, I know I keep banging on about Levy and the hierarchy, but even just the way they've handled this transfer window and the lack of signings. All right, we've signed a couple of players, but that also shows not just the supporters and people, but it also shows players' lack of ambition as well. When you think about it, because because obviously players...
Romero called that out, didn't he?
Yeah, this is what I was going to come to because I think like a month ago or a month and a half ago, Romero exactly called it out, and I think that might be another reason why maybe he might be on his way out of the club because it's like whenever Levy gets criticized by somebody within the team or within the club, that person is usually quite soon after shown the door. But I think it's valid points because it's all very good coming out because I'm somebody who follows the team in terms of like all these open letters and things that he writes, and he always often talks about look, I appreciate in the modern era, I do appreciate this. Football is it is a business, and we have to accept that. And the more money we make, the more money potentially we can spend on the squad. But if you don't spend it on the field, then people are going to ask questions. Well, what are you doing with all this money? I don't mind Beyonce concerts. I don't mind the Formula One carts. I don't mind all this commercial stuff that he's doing. Well done. Keep doing it. But then all that money you're earning, you should be spending on the field to make the team more successful. And we're not one of these clubs that are close to PSR. I mean, you must have seen the report last week about our spending, and that's 23-24 season, and in the summer we got rid of some big, earners as well. So I bet you that's even fallen to like 30% or something for this season. And supposedly I think we can go out and spend about £200 million and still not be anywhere near PSR. But he doesn't do it. And, I think, and it's good. I think the more in these games, the more I think the supporters, kind of vent their frustrations, because I'm with you, Chris. I love my team and I want to buy the shirts and I want to, obviously I'm in Istanbul, I can't go to the games, but when I was living in London for over 30 years, I went to games as much as I could and I want to go to games. I want to see my team play. So I think the best way we can put pressure is like in these recent games where they've been calling for his name. And I think that's embarrassing enough. And hopefully that will be enough pressure to maybe change his ways a little bit now, going forwards. So I've been going on rant tonight, but
no, you've been great, Orkan. As I say, this is exactly what this channel's for. To bring guys like you on and give your thoughts and opinions. Great, Orkan. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much, and we'll talk.
Thank you for having me.
Cheers.
Yeah, catch up.
Good luck to us on Thursday.
I'll see you Thursday when we're hopefully smiling, Matt.
Indeed.
Hopefully.
Cheers.
All right.
Cheers. Good night.
Cheers.
See ya.
Right, we are now going to bring in journalist Josh Hughes. Josh, how are you?
I'm good.
Oh God, I'm off. Right.
Lovely to have you here.
I know. How weird is that? I'm positive from the start. No, yesterday was a wonderful day at Brentford.
Hold on,
sun
I'm only
shining. It's about to spring. And, Mathys Tel is happening. So I think despite all the problems this window, I'm very pleased that at least we're getting. We're going to end the window with what looks like 3 first-team players in and a couple of younger guys as well with a lot of talent. So it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Good. We've also got Simon with us all the way from Australia. Simon, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you, Chris? How are you, Craig?
Oh, yeah.
Good. I'm good. Simon, how are you feeling about the transfer window?
Well, I woke up this morning early to see what had happened, and I had an email from Tottenham from the mailing list, and it says Beyonce returns to Tottenham. I was like, what? And I go, oh, they've gone the wrong way. But that was the only information I had. I was like, Beyonce, right, okay. But no, very surprising, the whole palaver of Tel and doing a U-turn and all that kind of stuff. I'm mixed feelings about this guy because I don't know what to believe from the original sources about how there was a rejection and he was waiting or whatever it was. He's obviously a dynamic young player, and I think that's exactly what we need in an attacking sense, someone that can be direct and take on defenders and create, and he's got some speed as well, and he's good in the box. And from what I've seen, it's getting touted more as a striker move rather than a wide player move. Is that right? Yeah. But then the other part is like, is he the right mentality for an Ange side? Is he going to be, I don't know, a bit more of a diva, or he's like he's coming from Bayern, massive club. He's coming over here. It might, but only time will tell if he knuckles down, works hard, and really buys into the system. And it was good to see. I saw a little snippet from Julian from TalkSport, I think. And he said Ange spoke to him Monday morning, he said, and that was a big reason why he decided to go with Tottenham. I'm sure there were quite a few reasons, but He said that the Ange conversation really helped him, which was great to see and a good start. Yeah.
Josh, coming to you, how do you feel about the transfer window so far? If you could sum it up in a sentence, I suppose it's very difficult to do with Tottenham, I know that, but perhaps make it a paragraph.
Too little, too late, for sure. I think we're all asking the question, why the hell did we not sign players we needed earlier? I mean, all it takes is seeing the sort of resolve that we showed yesterday against Brentford to sort of prove that if we brought some of these players in or brought some players of quality in earlier, we may have got a few more results in the last month, that's for sure. But I think we have to also, count our blessings in a way that I think we were all expecting no one to come in. And we've signed Kevin Danso, who, my view is a pretty good addition. I watched him play for Austria against the Netherlands at the Euros, and he looked pretty solid. And I've seen him a couple of times for Lens as well. So he's a player that, whilst I'm not...
Josh, sorry, just to jump in there, mate. Do you think he was on the list, though? Or was it an opportunity? We saw Wolves going for him and jumped in. That's what I'm getting at, though. Where's the planning? Where's the planning?
Look, I think he probably was on their list. I'd imagine they probably have a list of about 10 players in every position. But whether he was high up in the list, I doubt it. But we are Opportunities FC, aren't we? That has kind of been how Spurs have operated. And, my view really is that Levy is clearly feeling the pressure. The board is clearly feeling the pressure. And I think this was sort of an impulsive move. Shut up the fans that want him out, and rightly so. So that's kind of how I view it. Tel, I don't think is necessarily just an opportunity, though, because you may remember Spurs were looking at trying to get Mathys Tel as part of the Harry Kane deal until they quoted £60 million. And Spurs turned around and said, thanks, we'd rather take the cash. So clearly Tel was a player that Spurs have had on our radar for some time. And I think the climate has allowed for this move to happen. Of course, it looked like it wasn't happening, and now it is, alone with an option to buy. That option bit being really important, because I think it just gives us that net that if he is good, there's a sort of, I suppose, gentleman's agreement there that we could go and sign him. But yeah, I think they've had their hand forced, really. I mean, I think all of us on the channel, all the fans watching, have been saying the same thing. We were short in the summer. We needed players. It was very clear what would happen the second we get in. And we were expecting, given Tottenham's form was pretty crap before January, that we would have players lined up and deals ready to go. And I think Kinsky was the one that surprised us all, really, because I think if we were going to go for a player, we weren't expecting to go for a goalkeeper first. But, I was surprised with Kinsky, and hopefully Danso can be even better than what I think of him. And then Tel, again, he's really struggled for minutes at Bayern, but there's no doubting his potential. But we need players to hit the ground running. We can't afford to have players, need a long time to bed in. We need over here and now. It could be a case that we need Tel and Danso to both start or play against Liverpool. I mean, that's a baptism of fire if there ever was one. So, but just to, I suppose, summarize it, it does feel like Spurs have had their hand forced. The board doing something that doesn't feel natural. Leave the reports this morning that Spurs have put in a £70 million bid for Mark Gui. I mean, I never thought I'd see the day. Of course, Palace don't need to sell. That may have been a smokescreen. I don't know. To me, that sounds like Romero's going to be off if we're going to be going for Mark Gui. But it looks like, rather than me wanting to sit there and applaud the board for what they've done, I think they've done the bare minimum here. And thank God that they're managing to get some deals done before the deadline, because I think, like I said before, I don't think we expected to get anyone else through the door in the last few days. So, I'm pleased that we're finally getting a couple of players in, but let's just hope they do well.
Josh, do you think it softens the pressure on the board by getting 3 deals done?
No, not at all. Not at all. Chris, you were at Brentford yesterday, weren't you? I was too, in the sunshine, and there was still Levy out chance. In fact, Levy out chance at 2-0 up. So I think that says everything you need to know. There's going to be another protest coming up, I think, before the Man United game. And I think we've all seen through the guff, really. I think everyone knows now, or at least a large proportion. I think for the first time, perhaps, we're in a position where the majority of fans now, I would say, probably want Levy out now. And it still doesn't hide the fact that we're still in mid-table. I think the Brentford result probably means we're just about safe now. But if we lose to Liverpool, and that's another opportunity of a cup gone. Not that I think we're expecting to beat Liverpool at Anfield, but, you know, if we go out the cup there and the league form, you know, Brentford was a one-off. You know, we need a consistent run of form. And I don't think until a day where the results drastically change and we win trophies, I think that's the only situation I could see where maybe the momentum will slow. But I think people see through the bullshit, frankly. I think people have had enough, and all credit to everyone, you know, putting their efforts together and the fans coming together for a greater cause, which is wanting to see the very best that our football club has to offer and wanting Tottenham to finally do better. So, yeah, that's my perspective on it. I certainly will carry on flying the Levy out flag until he goes. That's just me. But, yeah, I think we need the momentum to continue.
Simon, just going on what Josh said there about the transfers and everything, and about people having the wool pulled over their eyes to a certain degree. Where do you stand on it? Because the wool's certainly not been pulled over my eyes. I just genuinely, I'm totally with Josh. I think these signings are a bit of desperation. I don't think they would have done it and gone so hard on this final day had the fans clearly not been happy with the performance in this transfer window. It's obviously easier when we're winning, but we're not winning. All right, we won the last 2 games, but, you know, before then it was pretty dire. So where do you stand with this board? Have they done enough this transfer window? Do you still want the board in? Are you the board out, Levy out? Where do you stand? And more importantly, where do your fellow Australians stand on this?
So let me start by saying my most frustrating aspect of this is, from a board standpoint, is purely comms. Like, we have no idea the struggles, the wins, the methods, all these kind of stuff. We have little snippets here and there. Now,
Simon, sorry, can I just interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
David Ornstein has just announced that Tottenham Hotspur have reached total agreement to sign Mathys Tel from Bayern Munich. Deal for 19-year-old FC Bayern attacker, loan until the summer, and then Tottenham Hotspur have an option to buy at 55 million euros on a 6-year contract. Medical complete, and France Youth International poised to sign shortly.
Okay, great. Yeah, I saw a headline. I think it was on the Sky Sports feed that the option was included, because originally it was just a straight loan from the rumours. But yeah, that's good. Does that mean he can play against Liverpool?
If he's registered in time, which he should be.
Yeah. What's the cutoff there? Do you know what the cutoff there is?
It's usually, Josh, you'd know that. Is it midday before the game day? I think it is on the weekend.
I think actually I'd have to divert to Chris.
I think it'd be midday tomorrow. Midday tomorrow. So I think all the paperwork is done.
That 55 million euros, by the way, that's 45 million pounds. So actually, if you think about that, that seems like, if he is good, that could be a real steal for that sort of money. For if he turns out to be, you know, as good as he can be. Yeah, great bit of business.
So to finish off what I was saying, Craig, about the board and stuff. So yeah, the frustrating thing I have is comms, because I like both signings, Danso and Tel. I think they suit Ange Ball like perfectly, and he always wants the right player coming from a headspace and a mentality and application, attitude, all those things that he really values. The frustrating thing is, like, why wasn't it done earlier? So all we see as Spurs fans, we see last deadline day when we've gone through this horrible period in January of injuries and, you know, having all these teenagers and having hardly anyone on the bench, and these signings would have been so helpful, obviously, for Ange to use. So that just automatically creates negative opinions and emotions surrounding the January transfer window. But I think, like, if they would have done it, they could have. So it feels like, you know, maybe there's some aspects to all of this that we don't understand, where, you know, they've targeted these guys and it's taken this long for XYZ, and that comes to the comms. Like, I think us as fans should know a lot more about the frustrating things. Now, is that being too wish list kind of stuff? Because, you know, businesses, they need to keep their secrecy and their methods and all that stuff surrounding this, because it could lead to other clubs coming in and all that kind of stuff. So, but I think it's just been a case where it's just been so hard these last years of ENIC and stuff, and the real issues we've had with money spends and these drawn out January transfer windows, and is it going to happen? And but there's been some really good stuff done. So I think a lot of Spurs fans just want something different, and they want something where someone will come in, someone will spend the money, someone will do this, and because they're sick of this ongoing issue that we've all had to deal with. But I would encourage them to look at some of the positives that the board have done. And it may taste like vinegar to say them, some people, but I think there's been some great qualities there. But yeah, be careful what you wish for, I think, because who knows what could happen. Yeah, that would be my thoughts on that kind of stuff.
Simon, do you think that Ange has been backed in the way that you would have hoped? And do you think that he's been backed more than any other recent manager? Because we've gone round in circles. I think that's very fair to say in terms of managers. 7 managers in the dugout since Pochettino left in 2019. Would you say that he's been backed more than other recent managers?
So to answer the latter part first, I think he has. I think they've identified an individual in Ange that is come in, and he realizes that there needs to be core issues solved within the club, not one, not two, but many, to change the mentality of the club. And they've got on board with it. And through this hard time, I think, you know, we've all said that other managers would have been sacked due to the form in the Premier League. But because they really want what this guy brings, they backed him through this hard time and identified that the injuries have been a real setback and a hamstring against him. So with Ange, yes, I think he has been backed in that regard, in form of bringing people in, which we sort of touched on. Like he was crying for help, saying these players need help. It didn't come till the last day, which damage has been done. So in that regard, I think they've failed. I'd really love to know. He kept saying that they're trying and trying. So us as Spurs fans, we just see the end result. A player doesn't come in, not good enough, not good enough. And rightly so. If we only get a little bit of information, we should hold them accountable. In regards to the other managers, they were never going to work. They were never going to work because Conte wants to build his team and and Jose want to build their team with funds. And it's like, I need this player in this position to do this, and I don't care how much he costs. And then I can do my genius. And that, and same with Conte. If they don't get that, then they're not really going to succeed because I don't think they have the man management to deal with players that aren't what they wanted and make them better. It might work in some cases here and there, but they've got a set system. This is how we play. This is what I need. And we were just Tottenham were just never going to be able to do that. So I think it was a hit and hope. I think they were bad appointments because those managers need funds behind them, and they need, yeah.
Josh, just bringing you in. There's obviously a lot of people have seen it as well. There's rumours, and X is a place of wind-up merchants and false news and all that. But it would be remiss to not talk about it. Rumours Mickey van der Ven needs an operation. Have you found anything in the last 5 minutes to say that's a load of crap, or is
Craig,
it
if we reported every rumour like that, we'd be here all night.
Oh no, it's just there's a lot going. There's a lot of reports.
It looks like a lot of meltdown at the minute. That's what I've been looking at right now, and the only thing that's concerning is the fact that people are quoting Paul O'Keefe as saying it, who's normally quite reliable on Spurs. Although he's not said anything about an operation. Apparently, all he said was that he's struggling in a doubt for Thursday. But people that are watching will be, I'm sure, following Twitter very closely and all their news sources. But I've not seen anything confirmed yet. So I'm hoping, like all the rest of us, that he's not. Feels like his hamstrings are made of cheese strings at the minute. So yeah, we desperately need Mickey van der Ven fit. Otherwise, you will get some serious concerns about his future, because I think on his day when he's fit, he's absolutely magnificent. But you do worry about a player like that in a system like we play. If he's going to just consistently get repeat hamstring injuries, that's not going to be good for any player. So fingers crossed he's okay. But yeah, obviously
the only thing that worries me, Josh, is the fact we were scrapping around trying to get Gay. We've obviously been trying to get another centre back in. It's just worrying, obviously, and Romero being a slow healer. It's a weird expression to sort of come out with. I know some players heal quicker than others, but is he? If, like you say, if Van der Ven's injured again, we're kind of back to square one because we've lost Drăgușin now.
Absolutely, and so what will tell is we've got 32 minutes until the window shuts. I know that there's his name Mathys Tel, the defender from Burnley. There's been some rumours about that as well. So I think we'll know if there is something more serious. You would expect Spurs to be trying every avenue possible, deal sheets and the like, to try and get someone in, even if it's on loan. Doesn't matter, even if it's a player that we would probably consider as subpar. Although, there was talk earlier this morning, before obviously the Disasi deal didn't happen, thank God, that Spurs were looking at bringing in a second centre back. So we'll have to wait and see. I think, like I say, I think everyone's just hoping and praying that it's not what it could be. But yeah, as I say, in the next sort of half an hour, you'd imagine Spurs will be trying everything possible to get another defender in if that is the case. So yeah, just have to wait and see. But fingers crossed, because I think on his day, there is no such thing as an irreplaceable player. But I think we feel the loss of Van de Ven more than anyone else in that squad, really. Chris, you're on mute, mate.
You're on mute, Chris.
Simon, last question for you. How do you see this next week going with the Liverpool game and the Villa game? Because it's a big week for us.
Yeah, it is a big week. 2 big cup ties. I like to stay positive. I think these signings and every interview that you see the players have, I think they're really invested in what's going on. And I think they get up for these kind of games. I think the Brentford game was huge just for the simple fact that we dug out as a team all over the pitch and we grinded out a win away from home against a tough team. And there's no easy matches in the Premier League. And it was an ugly win. And those kind of wins can really bring a team together. So I'm hoping that momentum comes into the cup ties with some fresh new legs. I'm thinking a draw at Liverpool. I'd love to see a 2-1 win. I mean, just to put a cat amongst the pigeons. And the Villa game, I think depending on who's back and how our bench is, I think on top after the Liverpool game, I think we'll go through that as well. And then the rest of the season, I think, touch wood, no more serious injuries, players returning. Yeah, I think it's looking positive. I think it's looking positive.
Well, Simon, thank you so much for joining us again, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Simon.
Right, I'm just going to read an update out from Italian journalist and transfer expert Fabrizio Romano, who's just stated that Mathys Tel has signed his contract at Tottenham with buy option included in the loan agreement. Bayern Munich have accepted the conditions as Spurs will cover the salary until June and then have the chance to trigger the clause for 60 million euros in the summer. Tel completed his medical today. Of course, we are still waiting for the official announcement. I would expect Spurs do this quite a lot when we sign a player on transfer deadline day, that the announcement is literally at 11 o'clock. We've now got Brian with us. Brian, good evening. How are you?
I am good, Chris. I hope you are, as well as Craig and my dear friend Josh and everyone in the chat. I hope you're all good.
Brian, you all right?
Good to see you, Brian, mate.
Brian, how are you feeling right now about the transfer window? Because let me put it to you simply. If I said to you at the start of the window, we're going to sign a goalkeeper, a centre-back and a forward, you would have probably been happy. But I suppose that you're a bit aggy on the timing.
Yeah, Chris, I've had to reflect a bit today because obviously never, ever, ever a dull moment at Spurs, is there? Especially on this day. You just never know what's going to happen. Going into today, was not particularly pleased. But obviously Danso, I don't know enough about him to say brilliant signing or bad signing, but it's definitely a body we needed in. Tel is a very good signing. Tel is a very, very good signing. And Postecoglou deserves a hell of a lot of credit for whatever he's doing on the telephone with, like he did with Maddison, Bergvall. He certainly got the gift of the gab. So fair play to him on that. With this Van de Ven news, I wish we could have got another defender in, but it's just proved not to be.
It's not definite though, Brian, is it? I mean, there seems to be sketchy reports about it. There's definitely something in it. There's no smoke without fire, I'd say.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, what I thought, Craig, I don't know if you did, when he was not in Brentford, alarm bells were ringing. It's like, how do you want to manage his minutes, but then you start him and then rest him? I thought it would have been better to arrest him in Europe, play him at Brentford if he wasn't injured, get the minutes in his legs. And like you were just saying before I came on, there is definitely no smoke without fire. It is a concern. Let's just hope, like Josh said, that it is just he's struggling for Liverpool and not the added bit that's now come on straight away, where it is surgery. Because if it's surgery, that could be him done for the season, couldn't it? Technically, we're in February now. Recover from that, you don't know. But let's just hope that it is like Josh said, what Paul said, just struggling for Liverpool.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything else, Josh, coming out? No, presumably not. Sure, you would have said
nothing.
No,
Nothing.
okay. No worries. All right, Brian. So, where do you stand now? I'd love to have a quick conversation about the board, if there is such a thing. How do you feel? Because I feel you've probably been listening. It hasn't pulled the wool over my eyes.
Yep.
We're scrapping around on the final day because of mistakes that have been made earlier in the window and just sheer bad planning. Where do you stand on it?
Well, yeah, listen, my feelings on the board will never change, ever. Been this way for 17 years, seen it happen a million times. I mean, especially with the Guehi deal. I mean, thankfully, I think so many people now see through it. That was just a quality PR stunt up in the air. He would have been a terrific addition. Guehi is a top draw defender that I love at the football club. But it's not changed the way they operate. As whether we get this over the line or Chris just announced, I think Tel's done. So we've left it to the very last minute once again. The way this has happened has been shambolic in certain ways, the way that this board operate. But 3 players are over the line in January. And going into this afternoon, obviously Danso was here. We needed forward options and we got a forward in. But my feeling on the board will never change.
So obviously you say you're happy with Tel. What do you know about him? Because I must admit, I know we was after him, as I mentioned previously, as part of the Harry Kane deal. I know we rated him. We've watched him obviously for a couple of years. He's a couple of years older now. What do you know about him? What can you tell us about him?
Listen, I'm only like you, going on a lot of what other people are saying. Since I moved to Canada and the time difference, I don't get to watch. I try and watch as much Premier League as I can. Obviously, everything Tottenham, but the time constraints don't really let me watch a lot of European football. But obviously, he is one of the hottest prospects in Europe. He's been heavily sought after. Can add something that we're lacking, and it's definitely more bodies in that forward line. Is versatile. I would certainly have him over Werner, even if Werner was fit and he can play on the left. Help give Son a rest. And obviously there to support Solanke and Richarlison. So I'm looking forward to seeing him in a Spurs shirt. It'll give that little bit of morale that we've got some more bodies in there to assist with the workload and get the goals. And let's just hope he can get everything going on a Spurs shirt and show why we actually went and got him.
Would you start him on Thursday over Richarlison?
Yeah, I see. I don't know, Craig. I've heard a few times now, and I don't know if it's true or just rumours that apparently people you've signed after the first leg can't play. I don't know if that's just people talking nonsense. If he can start, then you start him 100%.
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. I might be my brain making it up, but perhaps somebody in the comments might give us a bit of a steer. But I think it was almost like an old wives' tale that you can't play, but I could be completely wrong. I'm sure you can. I'm not sure you can. I think you can, should I say. So, but we certainly need a bit of freshening up, don't we? Because this squad has been absolutely run into the ground. Where do you think Porro has to start on Thursday against Liverpool?
Say that again, sorry, Craig.
Do you think Porro has to start surely against Liverpool, or I mean, how do we give him a rest? Perhaps Archie.
Yeah, that's the huge issue, isn't it, Craig? How do we give Porro a rest? Because obviously Gray will be centre back, if the news with Van de Ven is true, so he can't slot there. Spence, who has been incredible, will go on the left, and I feel so sorry for Porro. His form hasn't been right for quite a while. But this guy's got to be shattered. He is consistently there to start for Spurs and give his all. He is running on empty. I just don't see there being a player unless the only thing you could do is try and put Davies to the left, but we know he's not the best at fullback anymore, and put Spence right to give Porro a chance. That would be one option, but I can't see Porro getting a rest.
Yeah, it's again, we're just obviously injuries galore, and we've been left light at the back, which we've discussed to death. Josh, are you with us, Josh? Yeah,
I am. I was just checking my phone for updates.
Right, okay. How do you see this game Thursday going? I mean, it's the biggest game of our season, I would say. If we lose 2-1, am I right in saying away goals don't count, so it would go straight to penalties? Is that my understanding correct?
I honestly don't know. Normally, I know these.
There's no away goals.
There you go. No
away
away
goals. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, how I feel about the game. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost. I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow get a result as well, because it's that kind of season for Spurs where you really just do not know which team is going to turn up. I must say, off the back of Brentford yesterday, in a very, very different Tottenham performance, where it was gritty, we had to work hard for it. It certainly wasn't guaranteed, and we certainly didn't play the sort of regular, expansive attacking football that we normally play. I thought defensively, actually, we were very, very solid. A special shout out for Jed Spence, who I thought was just magnificent. It proves that this Tottenham team can defend. That's the thing. So this team proving that they can defend at just about the right time. And let's not forget, we kept a clean sheet in the first leg against Liverpool. It could have been more than 1-0 as well, had Solanke not been, a toenail offside. So because it's a cup game, because I think Liverpool have on them, I don't think there's any pressure on Spurs. It may just suit us. I think we'll definitely score, and it will definitely be a tight game. I'd be surprised if Liverpool go and absolutely roll us over. However, it is still Anfield, and I think Liverpool certainly have a point to prove. I don't think Slot will want to pass up first opportunity of winning a trophy as Liverpool manager. But I've got sort of quiet optimism because it's a semi-final and I'm a Spurs fan, so I'm always going to back my team in a semi-final. I always, it's the hope that always kills us in the end. But the second you lose all hope, I don't think you're a fan anymore. So, yeah, I do think that there's just enough in that squad, and there's enough from individual players where if they're on there, if they bring their A game, then I think there's definitely a chance. And the fact that there's a chance is all we can really ask for at this point. So I'm not dreading the game. I'm actually quite looking forward to it.
Brian, it is a huge week, isn't it? How do you see the Liverpool game going on Thursday? Because, have Spurs done enough in this window? I know it's a couple of fresh new signings. It will be freshening things up. But, when you hear the news about Radu Drăgușin now, being out for 6 months, I tell you, we talk about the club, many people joke or say about Spurs being cursed. Honestly, the injury issues, the problems that we have had, particularly since Andrew's arrived, it's just been incredibly unlucky, hasn't it?
But Chris, it has been. And you know what Simeon was saying on We Are Tottenham TV, that every single time it looks like we are getting players back, other players go out. We just cannot get it where we have a run of players coming back that are able to strengthen the team without it being weakened. Before I speak about the rest of this week, Josh was right about Spence, but I have to say, Archie Gray, what an absolute... I was joyous when we signed him, and I thought just for midfield for the future. But my word, this kid at 18 years old to play at the centre of defence or the right back or left back, this education he's getting playing in these various positions, when he finally does move into the midfield and play that 6, his education and knowledge and attention to detail is going to be absolutely incredible. His positional play, and he has been an absolute godsend, and people are starting to see the quality he brings. And not just that, whenever you hear him in an interview, he speaks like a seasoned pro.
Yeah,
he is an absolute star we have in Archie Gray. But this week, yeah, this is massive, isn't it? We got Liverpool, and we all know the record of going there. And then we got Aston Villa. This is a massive week, and obviously back-to-back wins in Europe and now in the Premier League in a very disciplined performance yesterday. Obviously, Chris, I would imagine you were there. I went on to watch the post-match show and didn't see you in a car, and I got worried about you. I was like, "What's going on?" I was like, "You're not in a car. Where are you?" But yeah,
I was on the way to the women's game.
You are a warrior. You are a goddamn warrior. But yeah, it was a very disciplined performance. It showed there is another side to Spurs when they need to play that way, and I was delighted to see him do it. This week is massive. This week, and you know, we go to Anfield, and it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be attack after attack, back and forward, isn't it? It's just whether Spurs go for it or they play a game like we did Sunday against Brentford.
I said earlier, Brian, to a couple of the other guys that came on, that I felt like yesterday, certainly on social media, and I know social media can be a very funny place at times, which we've spoken about, but I felt like Ange probably wasn't given enough credit for the way that he set the team up, because particularly when, you know, I know people love to criticise, but when he done something a little bit different, you know, that is not the Tottenham that we're used to seeing. And yesterday, on Sunday, it was all about the result, getting back to winning ways in the Premier League, collecting points. And I tell you what, Brentford is not an easy place to go.
Correct. And we look at it, we all wanted 3 points. We desperately needed 3 points. It wasn't about the style of play or free-flowing attacking football and beautiful on the eye. It was about going there. I've really been disappointed with Spurs during the season when we've gone there for a fight, or there is a fight like Everton, and we just have no fight in us. Well, yesterday we were in a fight, and we did what we needed to do. I wish we saw more of that in away games, in fact, playing that style, because it shows we can do it, and we just had to get the job done. And thankfully, we did. And you know, sorry, Chris, I just want to say to you as well, like you said, it's I've been critical of Ange recently. I've even gone from Ange in to Ange out. But the one thing is, if you're going to be big enough to give criticism, you've got to be big enough to give praise. And Ange Postecoglou yesterday, you're right, did deserve praise for the way he played. I listened to a bit of the pod on your show here with Craig, and he was mentioning the clearances that we had to deal with, the times we went long, and they all made a difference. So there were changes he made to the game. So people like myself who have said he hasn't made changes, well, we most certainly did yesterday. And like you said, that needs to be mentioned, because if you're going to criticise and say, oh, he never changes, but then when he does change, you got to put your hands up and say he can do it.
Brian, from what you've seen of Kinsky so far, who do you think will be the number one going forward?
Vicario. I think Kinsky has done very well, and I'm actually delighted that we've actually got, I can't remember the last time that we brought in a player or a goalkeeper where we actually had genuine competition for places. Like proper genuine. Like if you look at the whole Hugo Lloris tenure, it was just backup keepers. Like if we're in Europe or a cup game, you'll take a rest and we just put you in. I think we got two very, very good goalkeepers there. And then also Brandon Austin, who has done himself no harm. I think he's been very good in the games that he's been called upon. But I would go with Vicario. I just wish Vicario could distribute like Kinsky.
I think Angelo has had so much to deal with, Brian, hasn't he? And you know, Josh coming here as well. He's had a hell of a lot to deal with, especially this season. If the rumours about Mickey van der Ven are true and he's injured again, you can kind of see why. If they knew about this on Friday or Saturday, whenever Ange had his press conference, I don't blame him for keeping tight-lipped, because all of a sudden every centre-back in the world goes up by 10 million when Spurs come calling. So if that is the case and they knew about this, or it was a possibility, you can see why he didn't perhaps tell the whole truth. But he's had so much to deal with, and yet we're still in 3 cups. All right, not doing brilliantly in the league. Is it fair to say that Ange has had more to deal with injury-wise and on and off the pitch with, Harry Kane going and everything? Do you think he's had probably more to deal with than most other managers have had to deal with? Either of you, Brian?
Go on, Josh, you go. I've been speaking.
Yeah. Well, I always question whether it is Ange's training methods that have caused this in the first place. I don't know, but
come on, Josh. Some of these injuries, they've had nothing to do with training methods.
No, some of them have not, of course. But in the first instance, Ange has been a manager that plays a very demanding style of football. That naturally, you would think, could cause more injuries, especially if they're training, as we've been told, in match scenarios. There's always going to be an increased risk. So then what happens is we get players out, and then those select few that are left, because the board has left us with a thin squad, those players are then running on empty, are in that sort of red zone of being at risk of getting an injury. And of course, naturally, with fatigue and with the number of games played, it's one thing after another. And then, of course, there's been freak injuries thrown into the mix. Of course, Ange has had to deal with a lot. And I don't think all of it's down to Ange, certainly not. But it does make you ask that question of, well, how did we get there in the first place? But I do agree with the point that you've made in terms of keeping tight-lipped. I think that's probably right. But at the same time, it's been very clear that Tottenham were after a defender or more than one defender in the window. So maybe that doesn't have necessarily as big an effect as we'd like to think it does. So again, I've seen sort of elaborated Paul O'Keefe quotes saying that he apparently told the Tottenham management that he didn't quite feel right before the Brentford game, and he's been struggling with his recovery. But there's been no mention of needing an operation, no mention that he's necessarily going to be out against Liverpool. It seems to just be aggregator accounts claiming that sources have told them stuff. No one knows who these sources are. So unless the club come out with something official and Ange Postecoglou confirms it, or a credible journalist comes out and says something, I think it's one to just hold off on, because all sorts of things get made up about all sorts of players. So I choose to kind of decline any further talk about Van de Ven, to be honest, because unless the club or someone credible confirms it, then we don't know if it's true or not. It's just speculation.
Absolutely. Yeah. Brian, so are you surprised by this window in any way?
Am I surprised?
Because if I was to have asked you at the start of January, what are your expectations? And I don't think you would have probably said to me, I expect more than 3 signings.
No, I don't. For sure, I wouldn't have said that. You're completely right there. I think when I've been on with you before and we've discussed, when we've chatted, I wanted to see a left back come in, but obviously with the evolution of Spence playing there, obviously that may have put to bed that. And a winger was my 2. Like, if it was down to me, obviously it's not, it's just my opinion. Preferable. We didn't get them, but you're right. If you'd said to me 3 players and I didn't know who they were, I would have said, two max. So we've got the 3rd in. What I did like, what wasn't known is I really, when I heard the Guehi news today, obviously I knew it, but if that was someone that we genuinely wanted, we should have been doing this the 1st, 2nd of the month and have the month to negotiate. But listen, it was PI, it wasn't meant to be. But yeah, you're right. If someone had said to me 3 players, I wouldn't have believed you, and I would have said that's better than I would have thought of numerically.
In fairness, though, with the Mark Gay one, Newcastle put an offer in the summer. Crystal Palace didn't accept it, and Spurs have actually apparently put in a better offer than Newcastle did in the summer in the last couple of days. So it could be argued that Spurs have put an offer in that they consider that would get that deal done.
If you want, you can look at it that way. And again, I would have done it at the beginning just in case there were time to get it over the line. But you raise a good point. But again, it's timing, isn't it? It is timing, and we could have. people were saying how when I said that this morning, people were like, well, other people would have been alerted to it and other teams might have come our way. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Johan Lange, his number one skill is apparently keeping things under wraps. So surely this would have happened. I would have loved to have seen Spurs tackle this. And if this had gone on all month, like we did with Porro, so to speak, we got it over the line, that would have been a huge statement to all supporters, and especially people like myself, that they will put the money down. But it wasn't meant to be. But going back to what you said, three signings are in, and it's better than I thought it would have been.
Do you believe that Ange has been backed in the right way, Brian?
You're asking me the tough questions tonight, Chris.
No, because I asked that and when I say backed, I mean take the football club to the next level. I mean, I know Ange wants to plan for the future. I know that the club very much want to plan for the future. They're always bringing in top young talent. We've signed a couple of young, talented players again, a couple of 18-year-olds. That might frustrate some people, but planning for the future is a good thing. I've always said planning for the future is a good thing, but you've always got to bring in experienced players as well to help the current squad and improve the current squad.
Yep.
And that's where I feel like we have lacked. So to take Spurs to the next level, the signings for me have got to be experienced players. So I just feel like sometimes that fans just want signings in. And I feel sometimes that people don't analyse the players that we've brought in. They're just like, we've got to sign in, brilliant. We've got to sign in, brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
So like Craig said about the Danso deal, I don't think Spurs were anywhere near that deal. It was just, we needed a defender, and he was about to sign for Wolves.
Yep.
A very, very easy nick, if you like. And Tel, although he's a very exciting prospect for the future, I feel he hasn't got the experience to walk straight into that team and make that real impact. I hope I'm wrong on that point. But when you look at all of his stats, yes, he's a great, talented player for the future. But how many times have we said since the summer transfer window and including the summer window that we need players ready now?
Well, this has been the stumbling block all the time, hasn't it? If you look at the window in the summer, it was only really Dominic Solanke that came in that you would say was walking straight into that first team. Obviously, Gray has now developed, and Bergvall, because of injuries and had to get some minutes, and Gray has thrived in it. Who knows? Tel could do the same. Tel could come in, and that young burst of energy could light the touch paper, and it could be an overwhelming success. But then you look at it the other way. We all know we need more experience. We all know we need leaders. We all know this is where the club needs to strengthen. When you ask, has Ange been backed? When you look at the figures since he's been here, he's had more money than all the managers, hasn't he? So you can't.
Is that the definition of backing? Just
that's where I was going with that, Chris. Is literally, if you look at it, what was it, 300 and something it worked out before this window, and again, it's mainly been quantity, not quality, hasn't it? When you look at a couple of players that we may have brought in, and you say, right, rather than getting two players in there, why don't we spend all that money on one that can walk in and set the tone? Bring leaders. You need to knock a couple of players off that one because Kulusevski wasn't signed by Ange.
Yeah, it's basically just in the time that Ange was there. Fine, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is the thing. You look at that, and there's not a lot of, oh my God, they are game changers, are they? Obviously, once we've signed them, the people like Mickey have gone on to show.
That's my point. That's my point, Brian. And I don't know whether there is a little bit that Ange doesn't want superstar players coming in. I feel like that is definitely a part of it.
Yeah, listen, it probably is, but there doesn't always need to be superstars. But there's, if you look at that list again, there's no one that you sit there and go, right, leader amongst men, experienced person. I even said this window, I wouldn't mind if we signed a couple of 30 plus players that have been there, done it, got it, that can just come in and show them on the pitch as well as off the pitch how to conduct themselves, how to play, to help them through these games, to help them through the times where we've been struggling. and obviously it wasn't meant to be. And now we see what we do in the summer.
Yeah. Brian and Josh, last question for you both. The Liverpool game is a very, very tough game. And I think a lot of people come on this show and give me the answer that they think that I want to hear. But I want to know your true opinions on what you think is going to happen this week. Because, you know, there's no doubt about it. It is a bloody tough game, that Liverpool match. And, you know, going away at Villa as well on Sunday in the FA Cup, that's going to be tough as well, particularly after the very quick turnaround. Come Sunday evening, are we all going to be smiling or not?
Go on, Josh. Give me time to think.
Before I do that, Chris, can I put you on the spot?
Go on.
What do you think?
What do I think?
I know a lot of people in the comments want to say this, and I know you always give that I really don't know. Without any of the I don't knows, what do you genuinely think?
Josh, as I always say, whenever I drive to Anfield, the amount of times I've come back from Anfield very, very disappointed. And I know we can all sit here and just say, yeah, I think we're going to draw. I think we're going to win. I tell you what, it is going to be a very, very tough game. When those players go out onto the pitch, the atmosphere inside Anfield is a different ball game. Although I feel like the atmosphere in there sometimes is overrated. But I feel like a game under the lights, semi-final, second leg, they're 1-0 down. Of course, it is a massive, massive game. Both teams will want to go to Wembley. Spurs for the obvious reasons. Arne Slot, of course, he wants his first trophy as Liverpool boss. He will definitely want that win. So it's going to be a very, very difficult game. If we can start the game well and even score in the first 20 minutes, I think that we will have a huge chance of going through to the final. But with the performances that we have seen this season, we are very, very hard to predict, as we all know. It could be anything. It could be a good win. It could be a draw, a high-scoring draw. It could be a defeat. You never, ever know. But I just feel like it's going to be a very, very tough encounter.
I'll give you mine. I think we'll lose to Liverpool, but it will go to penalties.
I've just taken mine. That's exactly what I think.
Okay.
What happens, I don't know. Whether it's 3-2, 2-1, I think we'll lose by a goal, but it will go to pens. Cannot predict from there. But I do think we'll beat Aston Villa in the FA Cup at the weekend. I do. I think we always seem to play quite well against Aston Villa. Well, recently at least we have, and historically as well. I'm going to Villa Park as well, so I'm going to be more optimistic. But no, I think we'll beat Aston Villa. I think still, for whatever reason, every time I think they're going to lose, they seem to do all right. But I still have doubts about Aston Villa, and I still think that for them, the Champions League and trying to push for a European spot might just be too tempting. Yeah, I think we may end up being heartbroken by one of the results, but I certainly do think we're gonna beat Aston Villa.
Yeah, if I had to choose, then obviously we'll lose the Villa game. I want to go to Wembley and have that chance of lifting the trophy, and Spurs finally putting a trophy in the cabinet after all these years. You know, Son, people like Heung-min Son, I want to see him lift a trophy at Spurs. I really do. Brian, very quick, your score prediction for the or score predictions for both matches?
I reckon they're both going to penalties. One will lose, one will win. And we'll beat Villa on penalty. Oh, wait a minute now. I've just said they've got Martinez in goal, haven't they? Who likes a good old penalty save. Right, let me change that. We're going to beat Villa in the Cup. And like Josh said, I think penalties and huge drama tomorrow.
Well, the transfer window is now officially closed. There is still no official announcement on Mathys Tel from Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, but this is fairly normal. We will probably get an announcement in the next couple of minutes. Josh and Brian, thank you so much for joining us this evening. You're absolutely great, as per normal. And we'll talk to both of you soon.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great evening, and you, Craig, and everyone in the chat.
Cheers, Brian. Very quickly, I've just seen another tweet about Van der Ven. Someone claiming that Van der Ven out for the rest of the season, blah, blah, blah. Paul O'Keefe replies to that. That's not confirmed at all. So, yeah, I think it's a load of rumours with no backing as it stands.
Yeah, to be honest, if Craig hadn't mentioned it, I would never have mentioned it. So I certainly wouldn't speculate on these stories at this stage. So calm down, everyone.
There we go. Have a good night, Chris. Always a pleasure.
See you later.
Cheers, Brian. Cheers, John.
See you later.
Right. Craig, stop speculating, man.
I've just got a bad feeling. I had a bad feeling when he was. He just seemed weird. He wasn't in the Brentford. Do you know what I mean? I just something's not quite right in the back of my head. Well, I know that anyway.
We're going to go all the way now to Jamaica. We've got Andrew with. Andrew, how are you?
Hi, Chris. I'm Craig. I'm fine. I'm good to be here with you.
How you doing?
Great to have you on.
Yes.
We've also got Ali from Glasgow. Hello, Ali.
Ready.
Your camera's not on, Ali.
Let me come out.
Here we go.
There he goes. There he is.
You want me now?
Ali, how are you?
Can you hear me now, Sally?
Got me now?
Yeah,
Ali,
yeah, we're all good.
No. Oh. Okay. Right. Andrew, how are you? How are you feeling about the transfer window? It's now officially closed. Spurs hopefully have got 3 over the line. We're yet to receive the confirmation for the third one, but how are you feeling about it?
Well, honestly, if you had told me at the beginning of the transfer window that we would have signed at least 3 players, I would have said, okay, fine. If we had gone 4, I would have felt even better. But I know one of the things that was different about this transfer window is the fact that the European football went all the way until just last week or thereabouts. So it would have changed a lot of the dynamics. And some of the clubs that you'd have been able to talk to earlier, you're not able to talk to them to conclude any deals. So I knew it was always going to be a difficult window, but I still expect them to do something during the course of this window. So, yeah, we got defensive cover a bit. I thought we would have gotten another left-sided player. But I'm also careful, I talk about defensive cover in the sense that we still have a couple of young defenders out on load. And Ange did say earlier on that he didn't want to block their path to the first team and then coming in. So it would have been a little tricky. But I thought we would have gone for somebody left-sided and another forward, an attacker somewhere. So if we get Tel in, and that would be good, at least it offer some respite. And in another week or 2, we start getting more bodies back. So life should be a little easier.
Andrew, do you think we've got enough in the forward positions now?
Maybe another player or so, but I would have looked for somebody with a little bit more experience. But if we didn't get that, because they tend to come with a lot more, a lot of, we call it now, price tag, a higher price tag attached to them. And then I also personally think that sometimes they already have preset ideas and how they want to play and how they want the team to play around them. But this is why when we took a year to source Solanke, because he knew it fit the system that he wanted and how he wanted to play and the kind of way that he wanted to express ourselves. So I wasn't surprised that he came in and is doing as well as he did. I don't think there are many other forwards out there who would have fit in the system, which is part of the reason why they struggled last year, because Son was not the kind of player who could do hold up with his back to goal and that kind of stuff. Son is not particularly good with his head either instead of scoring goals and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't surprised that he didn't do as well when he played in centrally as against when he played on the left or on the right, which is his least preferred positions.
Can I just remind everyone that Ali is a Celtic fan that's come on this channel many times, giving a comprehensive update on Ange Postecoglou. Ali, how are you feeling about Tottenham's transfer window?
January's a hard window. I think Danzo's decent. I think Tel's decent. I just think it's a hard window. I think the problems are deep rooted at Spurs. I think when you sold Kane, losing him, then you saw the amount of problems you had without him in your team. I think he covered a lot of the problems up. And you were talking about Ange earlier about as he had more to deal with. I think that's what he's had to deal with. All the other managers had Harry Kane in their team. To lose him, I mean, in Celtic's day, obviously you had Henrik Larsson. Losing him was a wrench. So yeah, I just think that you look at the players he's brought in; they've all done pretty well. I think. I think there's a player in Brennan Johnson. He's just not really hit the heights for me in the games I've watched. Yeah, it's not easy, mate, is it, January?
Ali, talk to me about the injuries at Spurs, because
I've been hearing all this about your injuries.
Yeah, a lot of people are criticising Ange's training techniques, etc. How many injuries did Ange Postecoglou have at Celtic?
Well, we didn't have this many, mate. Look, I'm not having this. That's Ange's. You know, they've got the best people about in there checking on folk all the time. I think that faster players sometimes have hamstrings, but I'll give you an example. James Forrest had issues at Celtic when he was younger, but then he worked a routine where he was always fit. You know, and he's played one more trophies. I think he's the third highest trophy holder now in Celtic history. So I don't think it's his training. I would say that, and I told you this right at the beginning, he likes to change his players about 60 minutes, 65 minutes. I don't think he's had that option at Spurs because I don't think he's ever had a big enough squad, and he's playing in a harder league.
Yeah.
So is it maybe that they're being pushed a bit harder because of the lack of squad? Should he have used the younger boys? Well, if you listen to what he's saying with Spence, for instance, you know, he's matured. You know, if you'd have put him in before he has, does that mean that he'd have then failed and he'd have struggled to then get back into it? I don't know. But I just trust the guy that the way he improved players at Celtic, I don't see why he's done it everywhere he's went. You know, and I know it's the Premier League and everything. And I think that, yeah, would you want a Marcus Rashford for 350 grand? You know, I just don't think, I think he's one of the most overrated players there is. You know, and he's maybe had a couple of decent seasons, I think. He's a decent enough player, yeah, he's fast, but does he bring problems with him? Is there an attitude problem with these people? And a lot of these guys that are on the high money, are they going to want to run the yards that they have to run at Tottenham to do that? And so, yeah, I think he needed to reduce the age of the squad. I think what you're probably needing more than anything just now is a player that can do the game management better. So I do think you need an experienced number 6 or something, so that when you're winning games, you can control that better. You know, we had Callum McGregor, still have him, and, you know, he dictates the tempo, you know, and he organises the team. I don't think you've got that. You know, I still don't like Basuma. Don't think he's a good player. Papa Sarr, not that keen on. I just don't think these players are set for that style. I mean, I looked at Danso and I've checked his video, and he looks like he'll put his body on the line. I didn't get to see much about his passing ability, to be fair, because the clips I saw, because I only heard tonight, the clips I saw were more about his tackling ability, and he puts his body on the line. He seems a decent player. You know, the Austrians tend to have a decent defensive line. So with Ange, I always said to you right at the beginning, you know, the biggest 2 players you need in your team are your 2 centre halves. That's been taken out of his lineup pretty much all season. And these players are meant to be there to handle one-on-one. This guy Danso seems to do pretty well at that, because a lot of the clips I saw was one-on-ones where he's bullying the player or winning the ball. So I think he'll add something to the back line. The boy Tel, he looks rapid. I know he's young and everything else, but he scores from crackers from outside the box, I've seen. I've heard he puts a lot over the ball. I think Josh was saying that. He puts a lot over the bar. But, you know, it's about Ange's coaching then. He's got to coach him into it. And I think getting more minutes, people grow into it. I mean, I know you're talking about Tottenham and you're talking about Aston Villa. Look, the biggest game you guys had this season was beating Elfsborg, because that gives you till March before you go back into the Europa League. And I told you at the start of the season, your best chance of winning a trophy would be the Europa League. And I still believe that. Because who are you up against there? You know, there's Lazio, Man United, or who would you rather? Man City in the FA Cup, for instance. Or you've now got Liverpool, then you're going to have Newcastle or Arsenal, probably Newcastle. You know, their teams are all far better than what you've got in the Europa League. So I think your best chance is still the Europa League. And not only that, but it gives you Champions League football. So the summer window comes about and it makes buying players, and certainly quality players, a lot better.
Ali, you said about McGregor for Celtic. You spoke about him a lot. We've spoken about him a lot.
Craig, sorry to interrupt. The official announcement from Tottenham has just been released. We're delighted to announce the signing of Mathys Tel on loan from Bayern Munich, subject to international clearance and work permit. The France under-21 international will join the club on loan until the end of the season, with an option to make the move permanent in the summer. He will wear the number 11 shirt. And this is a short video that Spurs have just released.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. Wait. No. Wait. What did you want to tell me? I'll tell you something. I'm here.
What is that? What the hell?
Do you want to see it again?
No, you're right. That's different, isn't it? You won't get banded about that much, really. Christ almighty. What was that?
Andrew, what do you make of the announcement video?
No, well, it got us laughing because it really is.
Do you reckon the admin bloke had gone home for the night, the bloke that can use the video editing software, and they just got somebody to do it in the club from the club shop or something? Jesus wept.
No, we have been on the edge, our window, trying to see who we'd get when we get anybody or anything else. So, yes, let me tell you something. Yes, I'm here.
We're being asked to play it again, so I'm going to play it again.
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. Wait. No. Wait. What did you want to tell me? I'll tell you something. I'm here.
Ali, have Celtic ever done an announcement like that?
That's my question.
I just like to think we're a professional football club, to be fair. It's quite funny.
Oh, Ali, just coming back quickly.
Yeah.
We spoke about McGregor before, and I think we've agreed that Ange's never really had a player like that other than Højbjerg, actually. He's always said he doesn't play the 6 or an 8. He doesn't see him like that. But it's quite clear to me that McGregor or that role was a very important part of the Celtic team. Is that right?
Yeah, they're kind of, that middle three tend to be a bit interchangeable. If one goes forward, one will sit, that kind of thing. So I suppose that takes a bit of time with them playing together. But yeah, I mean, we've got Arne Engels just now. We paid 11 million, which was quite big for us. Belgian player. He's a decent player. I like him. He'll move on. He'll not stay with us, I don't think. Hopefully we'll have him for a couple of seasons, just a young lad. So when you look at players trying to play this style of football, because we're still quite big on the same kind of style under Brendan, maybe not as erratic, but certainly it is full on. This boy is taking time to get used to that pace of the game, and certainly 90 minutes. So I think that's where feedback there. I think that's where you've got to look at your own team. Is that I always said it would take time for these players to get up to speed to be able to last these minutes, and some of them just won't make it. Whereas he's brought in, as I say, Arne Engels. We've just got. Well, I'll give an example for a board. How's this? So we sold Jota to Saudi Arabia for 25 million 18 months ago, and we just bought him back for 6.5 million. And then we sold Kieran Tierney for 25 million, both records for Celtic, to Arsenal, and we've got him back on a free in the summer. So we're pretty much over the moon, and both of them, one's 24, I think it is, the other one's 27. So we're pretty happy just now, but we lost Kyogo. I don't know why I didn't just go for Kyogo, to be fair, but I'm not so sure. He scored in the big games, but I'm not so sure. If you think that when you talk about like Tel and people like that, the idea is to get the ball in the box. He doesn't really use a striker that holds the ball, although Solanke can do that. I just think that where you guys don't have that, it's the game management more, the more the intelligence to, I watch some of your midfielders and they don't run back, mate. That's the problem. Going forward, they're fine. Passing, all that kind of stuff. But when you see the other team with the ball, you'll see 6 or 7 Celtic players all running back. There's none of them jogging. There's none of them walking. Nothing. They're all sprinting back to get into a box. And that was under Ange. It's under Brendan the same. I just don't see that will to do it. And that's where I come into the, some of these players that have got the, I'm great at this, so I don't need to do that attitude. Ange just can't really afford them to be in his team, because they'll just, if you're not doing that part of the game, then it's not just defending from a defender's point of view. You keep saying this, and he's right. You have to defend as a team. And I just don't think Tottenham do sometimes, because some of the players, just at certain times in the game, and this is normally when you lose a goal, they're just not doing their job. And it must frustrate him so much. And he's not going to out them, but at some point he's got to get rid of these players, mate. And it's not easy to get rid of players on decent money that other people can see these flaws in their game.
Ali, just stay with you for a second. Just one more question. People have criticised Dan. Certain fans have criticised him for not showing any emotion on the touchline or screaming and shouting at players. I've certainly seen him do it, certainly over the last few weeks. How was he animated when he was at Celtic? Did you see much of him jumping up and down and screaming at players?
He does and he doesn't.
There's so many videos posted on this channel, by the way. I don't know why people say that. Ange can be very angry.
He can, yeah.
I think I wouldn't say he was the type with his hands in his pocket just watching the game. He would get involved and he would be shouting players back, getting into position. I saw all of that while he was at Celtic. So, in fact, I've seen it in Tottenham games. So I don't know where that's coming from. But look, anyone when you're getting results like you're getting, people just like to criticise and they'll pull on anything. And I understand it, but for me now, the way if I was a Tottenham, I'm trying to give you a different perspective, because also I'm not invested like you guys in your club. And I'd be just as raging with the board as you guys. But the board's there to make the money work. Ange is there to make the team work. And he can only do that with the resources he's given from the board. If what he's getting is all he's getting, he still believes he's going to go and win something with that. If they give him the decent team, it doesn't have to be superstars, right? I've always said that with him. He just seems to get a style of play that just either outruns, tires them out. If he can get a solid defence in there, I think things will be fine with him. So I just think that with Ange, his style of play only works if he's got the players there. And if you're playing players 3 games a week, no training, and that's another issue, and Porro, you've said it about him, the guy's knackered. And then people expect him, like a PlayStation, just to be able to be reset. It just doesn't work like that. So, should he use the younger kids earlier? Possibly, but he's got a duty of care to protect these kids as well. They're all young kids. And I suppose putting Archie Gray in and a few others early meant that he didn't want to keep doing that. And it might be him saying to the board, look, I can't be putting these players in all the time. So the board might understand a bit more about his style, that, look, if you want what this can do, this is what I need for it, And I think this summer, like his first transfer window, needs to be a statement summer. So I wasn't as much expecting too much in the winter window, but I think for next season, certainly if they win the Europa League, I think that'll boost it enough to give it a good window. So if I was a Spurs fan, winning the FA Cup or the Carabao Cup isn't going to make Levy spend a lot of money. If he gets Champions League football, then I think you can go for higher quality. And I think that's what I'd be wanting to win if I was a Spurs fan. Just a different perspective, really.
Yeah. Andrew, transfer window, have we done enough?
For this window, yes. What are the things that, and Ali I alluded to it earlier, is that Angie's saying, I'm not just going to buy a body just for the sake of buying somebody. If it doesn't fit into what we want, if it doesn't fit into the philosophy, if it doesn't give us what we want, then we're not going to just go with and buy a player. He's also made the effort to, and he did say it, that he wanted to get a couple more persons with experience in the window, which I think this is where Danso probably fit in the sense that he's an experienced player, 26-year-old. He has played in the Premier League. He's played in the French league, so he has some experience, and he's coming back to the Premier League. So don't be surprised if you see him on Thursday, or if not Thursday, on Sunday, or against Villa. He'll be there. I'm not too sure if Tels will be there, but Angel want to give, especially with Drăgușin out, obviously for the rest of the season, then you'd want to have somebody else in there until Romero comes back. Van de Ven, I didn't think he was that injured. I thought they were trying to be careful, especially with the hamstring that seemed to have gone again, which is why I didn't see him in the squad for the last game. But I'm looking forward to seeing him on Thursday. If I'm not seeing him on Thursday, then I know that something definitely is wrong. It would also give the chance for Porro to take a rest and for maybe Spence to play on the right and to move from the out to the left, so that at least we'll get a chance to have a little bit more of a solid looking defense, if anything. And I know probably at the end of the game, they probably bring back Porro towards the end of the game, move Spence back to the left, so that why his name keeps living, can come back to play on the left side of the thing, and Van de Ven will probably give him about 50-60 minutes. And Ali also mentioned to the fact that I've only seen Ant being able to do this twice, if my memory serves me correct, during the course of the season, where after 60, 61 minutes, 65 minutes, he's been able to make 3, 4, 5 changes on the team. And then you saw the difference, because most of those changes would then be midfield or attackers. And so the intensity would be maintained. And so you'd have young, fit players coming on who are fresh, playing against carrying defense, and they would still maintain and dominate the game. He has really not been able to do that, especially in the last 2 months or so. It's the same 11, 12 players. And it's almost like as soon as you get one back, somebody else goes. So it's been challenging, and I think it's part of the reason why the board has stuck with him, and you haven't heard anything or seen anything from them trying to throw him under the bus at this stage. Some of the spectators, fans, of course, were disappointed in the fact that we lost 6-7 games in a row. But at the end of the day, what's the long-term goal? What's the long-term objective? And how well is the team playing? Because despite everything, I still think that the team this year as a unit is a lot more unified. We're playing much better football. They seem to understand hand tactics a lot more. And there are people who say hands don't have any tactics, mate. But if you look at how the team has evolved in a lot of ways, they are playing better football. And it's just that when you lose players and you're not able to sustain that, it makes a difference to what you want to do.
Ali, can I ask what you made of all the calls about Ange this season?
What's that?
Can I ask what you've made of all the criticism aimed at Ange Postecoglou this season from the Tottenham fans?
I think it's understandable, to be fair. If you're a manager, you take responsibility for your signings, you take responsibility for your team. It's not been good enough. There's been games that should have won. The worrying signs were there at the start of the season, to be honest, even against Leicester. I feel sorry for him in a way, because I just think he took over a basket case, to be honest. Getting rid of Kane and then having decent signings come in, start it off really well, and then run out of steam, to be honest with you, because they're just not used to the pace. And they just don't seem to have got up to that speed yet. And without being funny with you, the pace wasn't any different to what the pace was in the miles run and everything else by everyone at Celtic. So that's down to the people he had in the building that probably surprised him. You know, you'd expected that level to be better, people to be looking after better athletes, to be honest with you. Now, that's clearly not the case, because the managers previously didn't need them to run as much. They just needed them to be in an area of the pitch where they could effect some sort of change. So I think he's trying now to bring in his own. If you look at when the young lads come on, I think you had 3 guys come on the other day and they all scored. You know, that's down to the fact that age isn't really a barrier for his system, I don't think. You know, it's like, go and enjoy yourself. This is what you do. They're all getting trained at through probably all the academy, everything. He did at Celtic where they all played the same style. So to me, it's easy for a player to come in and just take over. But one thing Ange always wanted was 2 players in every position that wouldn't lower the standard, you know. And unfortunately, when he's bringing on secondary players to what you've got, it is lowering the standard. So he's fighting 2 battles. He's trying to get first 11 ready players, as well as players that can come on, affect change, and not affect the style of play, the pace, the ability, the standard, call it whatever you like. But when he's never been in a position where he can do that. And I think that if you don't want to give him the chance, then who do you bring in that's going to make it any more different? Because you brought up all the points about Levy not spending money and it's been going on for decades. Well, this guy might actually win you something without needing that money. I can't think of any other managers that would come in and do that. You know, if you look at the average age of your squad, you know, I think there's only, Brentford, Bournemouth, I think I saw Nottingham Forest are about there. If you look at all of them, they guys all do a lot of running. And that's why he's lowering that age group, basically. I mean, Son should be getting a rest because then you'll get the best out of him. You can't give him a rest because he's the only one with real experience. I just think that the whole thing is, he's probably crying out for someone to come in and do the central midfield and manage the football. But he's hoping he's going to get it from the players he's got there because he's probably still going to have to keep some of them for 2 or 3 years. And that's just unfortunate. And, you know, everybody can see it, but nobody wants to be practical about it. It's just, well, you're crap because we're not winning games of football. Well, I get that, but the Premier League's the hardest league in the world. And you've got teams like Bournemouth and Brighton and Nottingham Forest now that can spend the kind of money and have managers that can produce a team. I mean, Forest are a revelation this season. You know, they're able to do that because, you know, I believe Nottingham Forest probably had a bit more of they bought well, if you understand what I mean, and they probably had less to replace. What they were replacing didn't cost much money because they were a championship side. Whereas to try and get rid of guys that are worth 60 million, 70 million or whatever it is you guys have got to get rid of, it's not so easy to replace that. So you've got to just stick with what you've got. If you're paying them 150, 60 grand a week, then you're going to have to play them. And if you have to play them, then you're kind of knackered either way. So it might take, I predicted 3 years for you to be up there challenging. I'm obviously going to have to extend that a bit because he's probably going to need at least another couple of summer windows to effect proper change. But I do believe that you've got a good chance in the UEFA Cup. If you beat Liverpool, it's a final. Anything can happen. FA Cup, look, a lot of big teams are still in there, so anything can happen there. Plus, I wouldn't want to be putting all the pressure on the players that you have got for a cup that wouldn't be as easy to win as Europa. I'd be making sure that my best team was out, which I think he has done. He's put the best team out for the Europa League because he knows that's his best chance.
Ali, last question for you. So are you basically just saying then that you think that the Spurs fans need to give Ange Postecoglou time and patience?
I've got no right telling the Spurs fans because I don't have to watch them every week. But what I would say is that I still believe the man will produce. That's the best answer I can give you for that. Okay. I still think he's got it. I think he's got the players are still playing for him. I think they love him to bits. Playing the amount of youngsters he's playing and still getting results, especially in Europe. I mean, I saw a thing the other day that showed the results for Europe and the wins and a few draws in there compared to the league form, which is ridiculous considering the amount of games they've had to play, that they're still performing like that in Europe. So I think he's still good to go this season. I think he needs a good summer. Probably, I hate the word rebuild, but it's probably a bit of another rebuild to identify exactly what he needs. I think you need 3, probably 4 players in the summer of good quality. I think you need a leader I don't want to say Declan Rice, but of that mould that comes in and just makes that impact in the middle of the park for you. Because I do think that middle of that park, sometimes people are just running through it. And that's a problem for your central defenders then. And that's where you're losing goals. So, because I think your wing backs are fine.
Yeah. Andrew, last question for you. How do you see the Liverpool game going and the Aston Villa game?
I think Liverpool game will end in a draw, actually. We'll probably end at 1-1. That's how I see it. If it's not 1-1, because the guys know exactly what is on the line in this game. And and you could start seeing Ange trying to protect some of the players to kind of give it this push for the Carabao Cup. Aston Villa is a little bit more tricky because they would have played Liverpool on the Thursday. You would have gotten probably about 48 hours rest for all of them. So it might be a little bit more tired. I think that one could go either way. But I'd love to see us progress in the FA Cup. Like Ali, I think our best chance this season remains the Europa League. And I think that we'll get to the final there, irrespective of what everybody else thinks. Because the guys see it, they would have gotten now a chance after this to play once per week, which is a real positive and a plus for us, because a lot of these players are literally on empty at this stage. And so to get a little bit of energy with one or two fresh faces and some of the other players coming back, I think it'll make a world of difference to the team come March. And we will see a very, very good finish. As long as we remain relatively injury-free, we'll see a very, very good finish to the end of the season. I think we will finish in the top 10. So how far we finish, I think we'll go as far as 6 or 7 if we can get a nice run. Outside of that, if we don't get a good run, we probably will finish 8 or 9, but we will finish within the top 10, definitely at the end of the season, because with the players coming back, we'll do well. In terms of Villa, I probably think we'll probably squeeze through 2-1, if anything. So Liverpool for a draw, maybe 1-1 or 2-2, but Villa, I think we'll probably get that, because we will probably get into that game. If we score 2 goals or so early on in the first half, I think we'll have that game wrapped up. Because the resilience that we show against Brentford, you will see that again. Because the players would not have the energy to really go all out attack. So they're playing a lot more conservative and they're keeping the ball a lot better now, using it much better. So you'll see a lot more of that coming out in a game against Villa as against Liverpool. Liverpool, they'll do a bit more attacking. But if we get 2 or 3 goals early on against Villa, game over.
Andrew, is it quite hot over in Jamaica? Right?
It's always hot in Jamaica.
Even it's hot on Scotland, anyway.
I'm thinking Ali's sitting there and it's freezing cold in Glasgow.
Yeah.
No, yeah. It's always cool. I spend most of the day today on
I was wondering, did you put on Andrew with myself because you thought, let's go to the hottest place in the world and then let's take you to the coldest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Very, very funny, guys. Welcome back. What I would say, Chris, on that is, I think if Kinsky, is a decent player already after 6 games. Yeah. I think if Danso and Tel come in and they have a good half to the season, then I think Spurs fans have got to look at, instead of the whole picture at Tottenham, out of the signings that Ange has brought in, how do you rate them? Because if they have good, and you look at all other players that they've brought in, it looks to me that most of his choices have been pretty right. You're not going to get everyone right, but I'd say he's had at least 80% of them that are playing well. Yeah. That's how I would judge Ange, based on his own transfer work, because it's his system.
Yeah, I also feel, Ali, it's very hard to judge Ange a lot of the time because he's never really had a fully fit squad in a good run of games. That's why I feel like it's very hard, and that's why I feel like half the fan base is against the other half of the fan base when the other half call Ange out. So because people want to give the guy a break and let him have a full squad, but then you get the people saying, well, the injuries are his fault. So there's a lot of arguments amongst the fan base, based on opinions. But of course, it is only opinions. But we all want the same thing. We all want to win. Craig, let me ask you the last question. If you were to rate the window out of 10, what would you give it?
God, that's a tough one. I'd say 6. I'd say 6 because I'm still not convinced either. Well, perhaps Tel, but I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced the players were on the list. Some of the players that were on the list. So Danso, I'm not sure he was on the list. I'm really not. I think
you'll be all right, Craig. I think Danso will be all right. Yeah, I think so.
I hope you're right, but I'm still going with a 6 purely because of the planning aspect of the club. I thought was absolutely terrible.
I'd only give it a 5, to be fair.
Okay, I was going to say 6.5. Andrew, what would you give it? Ed says 7. Lee says 5. G says 8. What would you give it, Andrew?
7.
7. Okay.
Yeah.
Needed 2 defenders, I think. But.
It's just the pace we got the players in at. We were desperate, absolutely desperate for players at the beginning of this window, and they didn't do it.
Yeah,
you can check this, but I was looking on the earlier on people coming in, and I think you guys probably had a better window than everyone bar Man City. So it is a hard window.
They haven't got our injuries though, have they?
Well, they haven't, but Man United have got a lot of injuries, but they didn't bring that many in either, and they're crap.
Yeah.
But at least you've got them in the Europa League.
That's a great way to menu a crap.
Also depends on who is available. Because if you didn't have players who you wanted available, then it's always going to be a difficulty. So I think to get players in that we did and so on, I think it's fair. So a 7 for me will be good, especially for winter. Most clubs don't want to lose anybody mid-season. So I think we got to make a couple of a really good signing this summer. And then next season, I really do think we'll see Spurs rise and kick on.
I wouldn't worry about Tel's attitude either, and is big on attitude.
Yeah.
If he's got an attitude problem, he'll not last a minute.
Ali, always such a great guest. Thank you so much. Look forward to having you.
Good luck for the rest of the season, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers, Ali.
And I would say, Ali, when I went up to Glasgow, Celtic, very, very accommodating, very nice people, and they showed me around. They knew I was a Spurs fan, and they spoke very, very highly of Ange Postecoglou. So, good guys there.
Yeah, you've got quite a lot of guys at the Celtic now follow Spurs. So,
I was in Glasgow a couple of years ago in 2012. Ali, with the Jamaican national netball team. I was one of the coaching analysts. So It was cold, mate. It was cold.
Yeah.
It's always cold.
It's always cold, but I enjoy.
Yeah, I would literally melt like an ice cream if I came to Jamaica.
You enjoy the sea and the sun and the people, and of course the rum to make everything mellow.
There you go.
There is that, to be fair.
Yes. Andrew, thank you so much for joining. Been wonderful guests as per normal. We'll look forward to talking to you again soon.
Thank you very much, and Chris, and always been following you ever since that started off with the stadium build. I haven't left you again.
Thank you so much.
Blessings. All right.
Cheers.
See you, Andrew.
Craig, what a show. Nearly 5 hours. Wow, I'm absolutely exhausted.
I
put video after video out today, and I'm absolutely exhausted talking about the transfer window. But of course, we've got 3 deals over the line: Kinsky, Danso, and of course Tel. I know I asked you about the rating for the window. I've gone with a 6.5. I echo a lot of thoughts, what the guests have said today, in the fact that I would have liked deals done early. I'm sure Ange Postecoglou would have liked deals done early because, he's been crying out for players. But this is a very, very important week. The Liverpool game on Thursday, the Aston Villa game on Sunday. And then, of course, it is very, very important games in the Premier League. And then in March, we start our Europa League campaign again. In the last 16, which is very, very exciting. I know a lot of people have got high hopes for winning a trophy this season, but this week is absolutely huge. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for joining me again, Craig, on this mammoth podcast, on this mammoth show, talking to lots of guests. It's been very interesting talking to lots of Spurs fans all around the world, getting their thoughts, opinions, perspectives on our football club. Craig, what score prediction are you going for on Thursday? I won't go beyond Thursday. We'll just talk about Thursday.
I'm going to vary what I said. I'm going to go 2-1 Liverpool, and I think we'll win on penalties, and it'll be at the Kop end. I'm not sure my heart. at the cop end.
Yeah.
I'm not sure my heart will take it, but things you love to see, that would be good. And I still maintain what I said. If we beat Liverpool, we're going to win the final, no matter who we play.
Well, Craig, can I tell you something?
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something. Wait. Wait. No. Wait.
What did you want to tell me? I'll tell you something. I'm here.
Oh. If they should have got the same guy, right, standing on the done the skywalk thing, and then had him sat on a chair and lowered him off the skywalk. They've obviously didn't get time to do it. So
that is so fun.
Where have they got that from? Seriously, is that a viral video or something?
I've no idea.
I've never seen that.
I've no idea. At least we've got the third sign over the line. At least we've got a little bit more cover in that final third. I'm not sure how much game time Tel is actually going to get, because if he doesn't get a lot of game time, and I don't think we've really spoken about this either, if you don't get a lot of game time for Bayern Munich in the German league, no disrespect to the German league, you're talking about the Premier League. Are you going to get any more game time in the Premier League?
I suppose he's up against Harry Kane, essentially. They're saying he's a striker, so if Kane's fit, Kane plays. It's a bit like when Kane was at Tottenham. So they did say he's, there was that. Was it Plattenberg said that he's not a winger, he's a striker, so he's going to play through the middle. He's going to be a number 9, even though he's 11. But you know what I mean. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's like we said about Jed Spence. He's got to take his chance. You take your chance, you keep your place. So
yeah,
he's got to prove his worth.
Well, Craig, thank you so much for joining me. And you're back on the podcast Thursday evening after the Liverpool game, when hopefully we are through to the final.
Yep.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. I just want to say a big thank you again to everybody for voting for us, because we did win the award on Thursday. This is actually our second win, or second award this season. And it's not just a plaque, it is an actual trophy. We have won a trophy. So we've won the Best Sports Team Podcast Award, the gold winner, 2025. So honestly, we cannot do this without all of you guys watching and listening. So thank you so much for all of your incredible support. Over 4,000 people are still watching. I think it's 32,000 people have watched this stream so far this evening, which is absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for all of your support and input. And as I said, Craig and I will be back Thursday. I might have a day off tomorrow. There might not be many updates. Let's wait.
I just forgot. I've got one more thing.
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something. Wait. Wait. No. Wait.
What did you want to tell me? I'll tell you something. I'm here.
That's the sort of thing now. Send to all in your phone.
That's it. Yeah.
Craig, thank you so much. Thanks everyone. Have a good evening and have a good week. And hopefully we'll win on Thursday. Go back to Wembley. I was going to say, go to Wembley and hopefully win a trophy. Until the next time, come on, you Spurs.
We'll be right back.